Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Sisi vile vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu, wewe umetukosea.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place so fast in our country concerning what is at play politically and otherwise. And therefore, each one of us must work hard to stay afloat on what is going on and the position they must take in order for them to be on the cutting edge as far as our politics are concerned. Well, the church are people who have been on the forefront in castigating William Ruto for his excess and negligence by his government, are now saluting him for the move to cancel the Adani deals. What is happening? Are we gullible, or what is going on? Are we quick to be convinced, or there is more than meets the eye? I invite your input even as we start the conversation tonight to look into the turn in the church right now as they begin to praise William Ruto for the move of this Adani deal. And of course, the rest of the Kenyans are left with questions, more questions than answers. While that is happening, of course, the move to cancel, to start the process of the cancellation of both the Jomo Kenyatta and the power deal that had been entered into by the Adani is okay, speeded up as that process starts out. We'll be looking into that story. But there's also another sad story about our society and what our society is turning into. A woman in Nakuru has been stabbed 18 times by the lover outside her house. Now, that is unimaginable. Well, she's fighting for her life, and it's a sad, sad, sad reality. What are we turning into? I mean, 18 times, that's not accident. That's not self-defense. That is, hey, come on. Can't we just lay hold on ourselves as men and, of course, as the pillars of the society? Ukiachwa chika, even if there are many things, please don't take somebody's life simply because you can't be together. Well, we'll be looking into that story. It's also combined with another sad one. A student in one school in Turkana died on Tuesday. The parents were kept in the dark until today. Now, that is also another issue that we all need to look at. So, Adani deal, William Ruto, the church, lovers, students, whole combined cost today. Appreciate everybody as you join from wherever you are. Please don't watch the show alone. Make sure that you invite somebody as we engage. We seek only a better Kenya for all Kenyans, and a Kenya that no Kenyan is sidelined as far as the sharing of the national cake is concerned. I salute everybody. Thank you so much for your faithful support. Please let's be here and let's make a difference even as we engage on matters arising from where we are, where we are going, and where we have been. Appreciate every one of you. Let's get busy. The link to use to get in the studio, I think, is already in the comment section. Let me just get this out of the way as we start with the main story of religious leaders supporting William Ruto for the termination of the Adani deals. Is this is this all that there is, or we should seek another? And then, of course, we know that when that is happening, there is more that is happening behind the curtains that we need to dive into and be able to unearth. But more than that, I'll appreciate everybody as you join. Please, tukue hapa, tutekeleze wajibu wetu. Green, thank you for being here. Mohamed Ege, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. Tunim Hamuda, PS, we appreciate your presence. Karibu sana. Asante kwa kuwai. William Adilo, karibu kwa show. Asante kwa kufika. Thank you so much. Okay, let me see who else. Talia, bless, welcome to the show. Sami Costa, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. We appreciate everyone as you join. Then, of course, work out everything to see to it that the best that there is for our country is experienced by each and every Kenyan. A Kenya that belongs to all Kenyans is all our quest. And until that is achieved, everything else can be put to hold. And so as we engage into this great debate, I pray and believe that we are all on the same page in pursuing one and the same thing, in ensuring that this country is fixed for the betterment and for the end of each and every one of our people, that is the Kenyan people. And so our politics are dynamic and so much controversial, but we must ensure that we keep our eyes on the ball in order for us to not lose track and begin to engage in trivialities that don't profit anybody except satisfying our conscience that I believe may not be as accurate as it should. So Let's start with the main story. Religious leaders speaking about the move by Ruto to cancel the Adani deals and their support for the same.
Now, Jubilee Party has urged the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, to investigate and take action against leaders implicated in the controversial Adani deals. Meanwhile, religious leaders have praised the government for its decisive measures to safeguard the nation from fraudsters. Catherine Imoraget reports.
A day after President William Ruto delivered his State of the Nation address, the controversial Adani deal continues to elicit mixed reactions from leaders across the country. Addressing the press in Nairobi, Jubilee Party Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni urged the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to investigate and prosecute those involved in the deal. According to Kioni, officials implicated must step aside to allow independent probes to take place.
Ni viongozi gani hawa wako kwa maofisi wamekuwa wakikula pamoja na Adani na kuna pesa wamengawa pamoja na Adani? Who are these Kenyan officials who never did due diligence?
Kioni also took issue with President Ruto's failure to address critical concerns affecting Kenyans, including the high cost of living and the growing crisis at the Social Health Authority.
What has he achieved? Moja. Yes, tell me. Other than using teleprompters. What is? Hiyo ndio unaona anajaribu kututicha naye. Ati anasema kusoma. Wewe shika karatasi soma ile umezoea.
He further condemned the rising cases of kidnappings and murders targeting women, calling for urgent government intervention to safeguard lives.
How do we start abducting leaders who come to this country and they come on our own visas and then we behave like animals? I don't know where this president gets money which he keeps allocating as he walks along the streets. Haya ni mambo tulimaliza na the old constitution. Na tena si kitu ya kusema do it in 100 days alafu unaanza kuwa wale wengine.
Meanwhile, church leaders have lauded President Ruto for cancelling the Adani deal, describing the move as a positive step. However, they have accused the government of not doing enough to address economic hardships, including unemployment and the skyrocketing cost of living.
We call on government to remain receptive to feedback and inclusive in its approach on addressing national issues.
The clergy urged the president to engage in roundtable discussions with stakeholders to develop a collaborative solutions for the country's challenges, emphasizing the need for sustainable partnerships between the church and the government to advance national development. Catherine Imuraget, KTN News.
Moving on, the government is in the process of decentralizing.
Mambo ni kama hayo ambayo wanadini, alafu hapo Jeremiah Kioni, Secretary General wa Jubilee, akishtumu serikali ya William Ruto na kudai kwamba hakuna lolote ambalo limefaulu mikononi mwa William Ruto. Na hapa pia kuna nani, anaitwa Sami Costa, anasema swala hapa, anasema it's mediocrity, stupidity create a problem and appear to solve it at the same time. Wajinga waliisha Kenya, wapumbavu ndio wamejaa. Let's mind our languages, but that is exactly how William Ruto operates. He creates a problem, and then when he meets a hurdle, he jumps on the other side and pretend to be the solver of the same. He did that with the finance bill, and now he's trying to do that with the Adani deal. We did not know Adani until the whistleblower blew it out, and the ministers of the William Ruto regime took to TV and to parliamentary committee to defend the deal. Kenyans did not call for Adani. Kenyans did not apply for Adani. Kenyans did not appeal for Adani to come. And so the cancellation of the Adani deal, it is a William Ruto problem, and it has to be left in that context. that it is William Ruto went to look for Adani, brought Adani, signed Adani into the deal, and it was not the Kenyan people. And for that, when William Ruto solves his own created problem, it should be left in that context, and he needs to be held liable. We as the Kenyan people must continue to agitate and ask right questions to get right answers. Our country is not running the way it ought to run. We ought to be more serious about the situation in the country than we are. And of course, our focus need to be in recovering this country in totality, in ensuring that all our systems are working, and not just working, but working for the benefit of the majority of the Kenyan people. Our healthcare should work for the benefit of the majority of our people, as well as education and all other sectors. When all these systems are geared towards working for the few at the expense of the many, we are all doomed. But if we all agitate and secure each and every livelihood of each and every Kenyan, then we are said to break forth as a country and, of course, play in the major leagues. And so the church and their support for the action by William Ruto, it's all the same old, games of, playing, identifying with, waiting for something to happen, then you jump on it. Inaitwa kudandia in, what it's called, in Sheng. Now, this needs to, bring us to a place where we not just take things on the surface. I believe the church needs to continue digging deeper and demanding greater delivery from this administration, other than trying to now become the cheers of what was obvious. Like I said, we did not know Adani until Ruto brought him, and look at in that manner. There is an issue, is some delay, or I think there is some little attack on our broadcast, but we'll make do with that. So there is a delay, but I hope you're getting me. Please confirm if you're able to get me loud and clear. And then, of course, we are live on YouTube, we are live on Facebook, we are live on YouTube Live, as well as, Sound Candy Talk Live or YouTube channel, Sound Candy Talk YouTube channel, Sound Candy Talk TikTok, as well as Sound Candy Talk Facebook page. Tafadhali, mahala popote unatupata, hakikisha unakaribisha mtu. Share that platform widely with as many as you can, so that nobody is left out when we all start to engage on matters arising. So this issue of church now jumping and forgetting every other thing, now beginning to identify with what William Ruto seems to be playing in the gallery in the eyes of Kenyan folk, to me, is not something to club about. It's something that needs to be treated as what it is, kudandia maneno, wala sio kusuluhisha maneno. Namwona KK, habari ya leo?
Poa sana Bernard. How are you?
I'm doing good. Karibu mawili matatu tukianza.
Asante. I think I would like to start from the topic of the day, the religious leaders. I think we...
Sorry, you're mute. Unmute, please.
I think as a society, we are in this position because of the leaders of the church failed us. We can agree that, right? Watu, the only reason they're complaining is they can see the tide has turned. The congregates are tired. the congregates don't even have money to raise in churches. This is why they're complaining. They're not complaining because they care about the Kenyan community, the Kenyan people. They're complaining because they can see, they can feel the pain. Contributions are gone. People are tired. People are exhausted. Watu wamekataa kwenda church. This is why they're complaining. It doesn't come from a good place. It comes from, they were expecting to get this, they're not getting it. And
But
people,
KK, I seem not to be getting clearly. I don't know whether it's on my end.
I think kuna issue na the nini. I think somebody is behind somewhere. Maybe that's what's happening. Can you hear me? Unisikia? Can you hear me, Bernard? Huh? No. Can you hear me? Okay, so I think nini Tuni anasema ananisikiza, so I think it might be your end, Bernard. So I think we need to call them out, call them to account. Kila mtu, we have to hold each other account, even me and you. If we're not doing well, we have to hold each other accountable. This is how we fix our country from ground up. Ground up, we have to fix it. I think the broadcast is hijacked somewhere. Bernard or Tuni. Bernard is out. Continue or Tuni? What do I do? So I think we have to call the churches. We have the religion part of it. We have to call it out. We have to hold each other accountable. Otherwise, we'll end up the same place tuko. Watu wanapatiwa pesa. They sing the song. We should not be giving fish congratulations because they can swim. We should not be giving birds congratulations because they can fly. Those are basic things. Even if it's basic. When the government is doing the right thing, it shouldn't take. It's what we expect. We need to have that. We expect them to do the right thing. And when they do it, it's what we expect. There's nothing to celebrate about it. When they go extra mile, now, then that's when we give them credit. But hii mchezo ya you're on this side leo, you're on the other side kesho, hii mchezo iache. Watu waache. And the other point I wanted to add, I think after this Adani, the two Adani deals cancelled, I think the next project should be forcing the judiciary. Harvey said there's a demo towards Supreme Court, or we have Supreme Court, right? That's what we call it in Kenya. High Court, all the way to High Court to make sure Mother Koome and the people and the likes follow the law by the books. We have to hold these people account. And as we speak, Ruto-san is cutting Karura forest, all our indigenous trees worth 120 years, anakata, anatransfer usiku. It's all over online. This is kind of the things that we can stop. Those people who live in Karura, make sure this thing doesn't happen. If they cut the trees, like a roadblocks, because this madness has to stop. This person doesn't care about anyone. It's about money. When somebody is cutting the trees of a country, especially in Kenya, last year there was a huge drought. Our two, they don't even care about mtu, anyone but themselves. This is the kind of things that we have to follow. The other we talked about, we have, whatever we are doing, we have to go from each and every angle. All the angles we have to go through to make sure this person, whatever he's trying to do, fails. And it takes all of us to do it. In our own small ways, we have to do our parts. Thank you, Bernard.
All right, thank you, KK, for a good start indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, make sure you share the link widely. Confirm if you're able to get me. We had some hiccups, but I think it is sorted. What is needed here is our vigilance, because what is threatened are our constitutional rights. Somebody is unable to run the country.
I'll continue. I think Bernard network yake kuna shida. So I think Bernard alikuwa anasema we have to be vigilant, see water, we have to do our part. And it takes more things, like if you live near, Paul, go ahead, Bernard. What?
Allow me to just go ahead. Go ahead. I think there's some interference.
Use a VPN if you don't have a VPN. But niko nasema we have to be vigilant. See water. If you see something posted, share it. Julia was here yesterday. And she said we have to do our part. Kila mtu. If you see people cutting trees in our forest, take a picture. One day we'll go, those people will have to account, and it will be soon. These people cannot destroy our country. We have no other country to save. So we have to do our part, all of us. I think, please, other people, please come in so we can talk. I don't have too much to share.
Hey, Kabengele, watu wako wameamua leo watufanye show. Well, sorry guys, we seem to be under siege, so mtuelewe. But if you're able to get me, please confirm. Thank you for keeping at Sound Candy Talk. We're here, we've been here, we will be here. So let no panic. It is the usual little devils, so don't worry about that. I believe we have them under control. Asanteni sana. Bwana Innocent, this other one I can't pronounce it. You are the senior one. Help us.
Madwong.
My favorite language that I'm here to study.
Si unajua huko kwenu ukishakula wa ugali na ingoko inakuwa kama iko kubwa, unasema kwa Kijaluo maduong. Kubwa.
So you are the yoga here. Go ahead. Watu wako wa dini wamesema wako sawasawa na Ruto sasa.
Wanawezaje kuwa sawa na Ruto? Wawache zao. Sisi tulisema kila kitu ikianguka chini ndio tutaacha. Sisi sasa bado bado hatujaifanyia kitu. And so we believe one day at a time in whatever we are doing. I believe we are going forward. Let them continue saying. Let them continue backing the president. They should know. I believe it's high time they know that, as you said, there is what we call ethical dilemma, whereby you create a situation and you try to solve it. You create a problem and you are the solution to it. So I wish they could know so that they don't just follow when they see something has been done and then they say yes. And that's why this question sometimes we don't know whether to say yes or no on the question you sent, because this president of ours, sometimes you don't know how he does things, because he might be doing something and then at long run he again cancels the project whatever he's doing, and then again he brings another one. And that's why, Bernard, I told you last time that this KK regime will continue giving us every day a topic to discuss. I don't know whether they are doing a service for you so that you have a topic to discuss, but I believe they should style up and do what is necessary for Kenyans. These pastors of ours, some are bishops, whichever name we'll call them, they are the ones who brought us here, and then I don't know whether they want to remove us from here and again bring us back, but sisi tulishamalizana nao. We are our way forward, we are on the highway, and mali tuko saizi hatuangalii nyuma. The speed at which we are moving is so fast. When from yesterday's event and what happened about the Adani, and I want just to celebrate some few individuals who have done us some honor. Number one, Amenya is the one who started this thing, and number two, he blew it up and then sent it to Onyonga. Onyonga also took upon himself the task to make sure that he speaks to the executive and whoever person that we could not reach, for him, afanyangi maandamano. And also he gets platforms in different social medias, whether it's mainstream media, the other YouTubers wakina. I've seen him visiting different places. So those are two guys who made these things to blow up sana. And then the Gen Zs, number three, once they got it, also they did what was necessary. They had to make sure that everything is done in the right way, and it was done. And which word can I use? They're the ones who went forward and made sure that we don't see this happening. Going forward, and they were able even to go to the airport and try to salvage whatever they could. Number four, Bernard, that is a guy I like. The guy I liked, and he did a lot of things for us. Kuna kaka jamaa, I don't know kama alikuwa nani, but when they were moving to the airport, ako kakijana kalishika kakaenda airport, and kalishikonga na watu wa media.
Kala kajamaa kana nini, meno yake ni mbaya.
Yeah.
That's our hero, bro.
Pena nimekutumia ka clip kake kidogo, but nilijaribu kukashika na simu. That was another hero. Alishikwa na mainstream na all the YouTubers, and alinifurahisha sana Bernard. Kalisema ati hii maneno Ruto amechukua bana, amechukua airport, ameuza airport, na ndio tunaenda huko kuichukua. So those are some of the heroes that did a lot of things for us. And also, Bernard, I can't forget you as an individual with your other YouTubers and also TikTokers who are able to educate or who gave civic education to different platforms and to different Kenyans and also diaspora. They were able to realize. Bernard, ukiangalia WhatsApp ya Amenya today or yesterday, because to shine a new day, all the Indians were on his on his Twitter and WhatsApp, and they were congratulating him. Wakamwambia, you've done as well. We tried to demonstrate in India and try to stop what the Prime Minister was doing in India with the Adanis, but they could not defeat the Prime Minister and the Adanis because they had a lot of money. But now saizi wanasema wamewapatia now motisha more. At least they have a ground again to start demonstrating. So I believe very soon India will start, because ukiangalia kwa WhatsApp and also the Twitter ya Amenya amecongratulatiwa, and it's flooded with messages, especially the Indians wamejoin WhatsApp yake na kwa Twitter yake. They are now the ones who are doing a great job for Amenya and congratulating. Wanasema hata kama Wakenya hawata kucongratulate ama hawakutambui, sisi tunakutambua, and you have given you gave the Americans and the UK people the documents, and they were able to expose these people. Sasa wamesema since now they have also the evidence, now wanazao they are able now to also give the Americans more evidences about the corruption they have done. Now, Bernard, in yesterday's debate, we were talking about what the Adanis. We are not saying that the Adanis are bad, but we are saying they don't know how to do their work. They know how to do the work, but corruption, what we are saying is the corruption that they are involved in it. So atukatai whatever Raila was saying that wamefanya kazi mzuri, tunajua wamefanya kazi mzuri, but what we are saying is that the corruption yenye they engage ama how they get the tenders is what we don't like. And that is my introductory part, Bernard. As we move forward, nitatoa zingine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Innocent. We appreciate that. A good start indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the hiccups. As we were starting, we had some strange attacks, but I think we have contained them. Please, let's keep the focus. The struggle is about a better Kenya, the Kenya for all Kenyans, and that Kenyan can only be realized when each one of us realizes their liberties and their freedoms and their responsibilities as far as their nation is concerned. If we all, revert to the blame game and, of course, the easy smear campaign that I see some of us are determined to do, we are losing it completely. The main thing is to keep the main thing, recovering this country. But if you devote your energy to go and circumvent this and smear campaign that and implicate that, you will do best in doing that, but that's all you will get. If you're going to recover this country, we need better thinking, we need better reasoning, and we need better strategies. But if we turn our guns against each other and begin to finish each other, we are helping the enemy do a great job. And by the end of the day, there will be nobody to fight for anything because we'll have succeeded in finishing each other. So the choice is yours. You can either be part of what is out to recover this country, or you're part of what is destroying this country and making it unable to move forward. I appreciate a good start indeed. And on that note, let me just get this video and then KK can come in. I hope you are able to get me loud and clear. Please confirm. in
Yes,
case
we can hear
kuna
you,
maswala mengine.
We can hear you,
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, now on that note, let me just get this video to speak out, and then thereafter we can have KK and the rest. If you're coming to the studio, please be here in good time. Right at the opportune time, we're going to call it a day. I believe it is not in how long we do the show, it is in how effective the show is, and on how we are precise and concise in presenting what we are talking about. This country deserves better. This country needs better. And so we can't ignore what is at hand and what is at stake. Quickly, Innocent talked about this video. Let me just play it. And then the other one after that, KK come in.
Amauza airport. Amauza nani? Amauza Muhindi. Yaani Muhindi gani? Sijui kwa Muhindi, lakini huyu Ruto lazima aende nyumbani. Aende kalale. Moja hajauza airport. Mwingine hajauza airport. Nani? Huyu hajauza airport. Kwa nini anakwenda kuuza airport hapa? Yeye nani? Hatutaki. So sasa tunaelekea airport. Haiko tunaelekea airport pale. Sawa. Sasa tunaelekea airport. Arudie airport hapa.
Today is more painful than last year was. Number one, as I speak.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, and I couldn't put it any better than that Piki Pongi lawyer. I appreciate his called Willis, his prowess into those points that I think we need to ventilate on as Kenyans if we want to keep in the fight the right way. KK, please, Karib.
I'll yield to Alexio. I yield.
Okay, thank you. Alexio, asante sana.
Thank you. I want to salute everybody. Thank you. Say hi to Bernard. I think it's Innocent and Kay and Simamo and those people in the comment section. I salute you all. Hamjambo. Yeah, just want to jump into the topic at hand and being Adani deal. So for one, Adani deal, Ruto says he has cancelled it. They should come out and give us those documents and show the evidence they have cancelled, because we know the person we are dealing with. This is a person who doesn't say the truth. What he says is not what he means. So he needs to come up and show us and let us know, tell us, be able to show the truth actually has cancelled the deal. Okay, and then again, another thing is the church people. The church now, you know, the person you prayed for was not God's choice. Let's just start from there. And what I understand is if God says it's gonna be Bernard, God has three answers. He can say, yes, Bernard, I'm giving you right now, or yes, Bernard, I'm giving you, but wait, or no. So when God said, if it is at all, God said, Ruto will be the president. He did not say you'll be the president right now. Maybe he said you'll be the president in future, not now. Because right now it has been proven and the evidence is there for us to see, all of us, that anything Ruto touches, hakuna mali penye inaenda, ina backfire. Can you tell me huyo ni mtu mwenye ako na favor of God? Bernard as a priest. Can you tell me that? Then it means God did not approve Ruto to be the president, or God did not take him to the president. Ruto took himself to the presidency. And that's why Mikosi is inamwandama. Don't play with the word of, msicheze na jina ya Mungu. Tunaambiwa jina ya Mungu ni upanga unaokata. Na sasa tunaona upanga huo unakata Ruto left, right and center. If I were him, I will do the honorable thing, resign and get away from this, because vichapo zenye anapokea si za kawaida. And again, he should also move on and cancel ile Adani shisho hiyo. Yes, hiyo ya health tena tunataka tuone ikiwa cancelled. We don't want people suffering. And the repercussions that I can be able to see, the aftermath of this, what I can be able to see or predict. One, I can see in India Modi losing the premiership, his party being kicked out of power. I can be able to see that. Two, I can also be able to see Kenyans kicking up Ruto out of the power because he has been tried and tested and found up to be wanting. He's not a person we can trust. Everything he does things in his own way. He doesn't follow the constitution. I don't know what he follows. And we should go on and demand the resignation of Ruto and his sycophants, wale wenye wali enable that. Be it wakina Murkomen, be it wakina Pio Wandai, we need to see them leaving right now. We don't want to see them waiting, and they belong to jail. You leave, we take you to jail. You leave, you take you to jail. And the other thing, just the way Piki Ponki has said, we want to see Martha Koome also resigning, because these are people who are enabling Ruto to stay. Because all these courts cannot be saying something, and then when it gets to the Supreme Court, they said, oh, it's okay, it's okay. Wanatubeba aje? We want to see things happening. Ruto should leave the presidency because we have found out that he cannot rule this country. And the other thing is, now we need to move on as Kenyans and raise money to build the airport. Sisi wenyewe tuchange pesa tujenge hiyo airport. Msitulete mtu mwingine. We are capable. We Kenyans are capable of building the airport we want. Na pesa yetu, sio mtu mwingine atudai, pesa yetu sisi kama Wakenya. That's my beginning remarks as we proceed.
Okay, thank you, Alexio. A good one indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, I salute everybody. Please, tukue mstari wa mbele kukaribishana, na kama huja subscribe, tafadhali subscribe. It is important. And when you subscribe, turn on the notification bell, because if you don't, 48 hours, you'll be flashed out of the number of subscribers because you'll be deemed to be a robot and not being human. So tafadhali, it is good for you to follow instructions to the letter if you're going to be, not in the dark whenever we have a show like this. And there is more than this that we do as Sound Candid Talk. So when you are a subscriber, you gain more insights into other programs that take place beside this one. And of course, as we engage, let's be civil. Let's keep the eye on the ball. Don't be distracted into tribal, regional, or sentimental, upheavals that don't have head or tail. The only man that is going to show the way is the one who keeps his eye on the ball, not the one that gets distracted by the frogs this way, then the squirrel that way, then the rabbit that way. If you're going to be anything in the making of the history of this country, it will be by what we stood for, how long we stood for it, and how many people fell along the way while we still insisted on the same. So leadership is not following people. Leadership is standing out for conviction long enough until people believe for the same. But let it be for public good, not for personal gain. Thank you. Nimlete msimamo moja kwa moja, alafu tulete video nyingine. Bwana msimamo, hali vipi?
Salama sana ndugu yangu Benade. Nashukuru.
Haya. Kwale kwema?
Bwana Kwale, tunamshukuru Mungu kwema huko.
Mvua imefika huko Nairobi kulinyesha.
Piga majuzi kati leo tuna matumaini, lakini tuna imani kwa sababu
tunakupoteza. Songa karibu na mic.
ilipiga juzi kati wingu la kutosha, lakini sasa hivi ni kamba tunaonyeshwa ishara, lakini tuna matumaini kwamba huenda ikanyesha wakati wote, na ndivyo hatusubiri mbolea sasa ambayo Rais Ruto ameweza kuishukisha kuhakikisha kwamba tunajumuika kuweza kufukuza njaa ndani ya nchi.
Tumia ile mbolea ya mbuzi yako hapo nyuma, achana na ya Ruto. Ya Ruto itaota. Wacha kujidanganya. Mbolea ya mbuzi
imeshuka kutoka
hapo,
ya Ruto
zote. Ya Ruto sio rutuba, ni hotuba.
Ya Ruto imeshuka kutoka 7,000 mpaka 2,500. Unaona uchumi unaendelea bwana, lakini kama ada na kama ilivyo desturi, kwanza ni salamu nyingi kwa jamaa yangu hapa Wambavuni, Innocent KK Lexo. Tumepoteana ndugu yangu, habari ya masiku. Nice to see you hapa lakini vile vile pia na wengine kule upande wa pili kwenye comment section kule, ukiongozwa na dada yetu Mahamud Bernard. Mimi niko pale kwanza nikiangalia kicheko cha wabunge jana. Unajua hii kitu kama imepangwa, how comes wabunge hawa almost 3/3, yani kama robo tatu, wote walikuwa mbioni kuweza kutetea Adani. Sasa leo hii imestopishwa, wabunge wanamwaga kicheko na kufurahikia. Nini kilichokuwa kinawachekesha, kinawapa furaha kustopishwa Adani? Mbona hawakujitokeza katika early stage mapema tena kwa wingi, wakabaki wachache ambao wanainadi walikuwa wanainadi haswa na kuieleza Adani kwamba hakuna ukora, hakuna lipi, Adani ni nzuri, itajenga airport yetu vizuri. So mambo kama hayo ndio sisi wa Kenya lazima tuangalie vizuri, maana ndio hapo tunapopotea njia. Sahii wengi wetu kwa hilo tu la kustopishwa Adani, basi tunajikuta kweli huyu jamani kama ambaye anaelekea sasa kuliko kuzuri, kwa kuweza kumpa sikio mwananchi, ambapo twajidanganya peupe. Kimtazamo wangu twajidanganya peupe. Ruto anamaanisha kinyume. Kama hatujamsoma anamaanisha kinyume chake. So hata huenda kinachonishangaza Bernard ni kwamba ilishafutiliwa jana. Tumeambiwa tu kwamba imefutuka, kwa sababu hatujakuwa na ushahidi kwamba tumeona yale makaratasi wala tumeona waliohusika kuweza kupanga njama chafu kama hii ama mpango mbovu kama huu ambao unathiri na kuhatarisha haswa masuala mazima na mali ya umma. Hatujaona hayo makaratasi na pia hatujasikia ni wakina nani wamehusika. So for real, kabla tushangae hili jipya kwamba kutokana na hilo la kustopishwa Adani basi stima ni taabu na mambo mengine yamekuwa shakuwa tafash pia kutokana na hili. Sasa vipi useme nguruwe huli lakini nyama nguruwe huli lakini mchuzi unachocha? Vipi useme nyama nguruwe huli lakini mchuzi wake umepikwa unachocha? Vipi? Yaani ni lazima hapa tujiulize hayo maswali, kwa sababu jamani, cha msingi hapa ni kutomwamini huyu jamaa automatically, na ni kutafuta mbinu si kumweka hapa akiweza kupanga hizi panganga zake, na ili kumweza zaidi ni hawa waliocheka jana hawa, kwa sababu hawa ndio ambao wanatumika zaidi. Tulina hawa jamaa, hawa watu wasitupumbaze tu kana kwamba Wakenya wote hatuoni. Unajua Bernard, nimepitia nimeangalia Nation kwa YouTube plan hivi, yale makosa yaliyofanyika jana na uongo ambao ulikuwa unawekwa peupe na ukweli wake, lakini katika ya ukweli na uongo ulikuwa umezidi hapo. So kuna mahesabu yenye yanayoonyesha kaswa yale aliyozungumza jana, akisema hili limeimarika kwa asilimia hii na kuna pesa hii lita za maziwa zimeongezeka hivi na hivi, ni kinyume, uongo wa peupe. Hayo mengine pia alikuwa ya uongo, ni kule kufichwa kiutuzima tu, lakini kwa ujumla karibu mambo yote ndio ilikuwa ni uongo na ni panganga na ni propaganda na ni mambo yalopangwa yakapangika katika mdomo ulopakwa sijui nini, lakini ukiangalia ndani yake ya nafsi tofauti kabisa na yale yanayozungumzwa. So for real, mimi kama msimamo, shida yangu ni hawa mabwana waliojikusanya hawa, mkatieni hawa mkatie huyu naye mkatie hawa wananchi hawa wapakulia nani mpakulieni huyu, unaona huyu ni wetu, unaweza mpakulia pia, ushaona. Alafu hawa mkatieni hawa wananchi, wacha tutoke sasa kwa media tuhakikishe kwamba tunaenda tunawastopisha na kuwatia matumaini hapo. So nikimalizia, ukiangalia haswa wale ambao bado wanasukuma, wabunge wenye wanasukuma ama maseneta wenye wanasukuma hii serikali, it's like ni wanaomba muda, kwamba watajaribu kuambia mambo yatakuwa mazuri wa Kenya, tupeni muda. Na kila tunavyowapa muda, kumbuka kura ndio inayokuja, so tutakuja kushikana katikati hapa, alafu tuingie tena boxi vizuri, jambo ambalo mimi na wasiwasi nalo, kwamba tuingie boxi vizuri, kwamba kura zinakaribia, jamaa nao wameshatoka sasa kwa nguvu, apige au kila ilivyo, lakini tuhakikishe kwamba sasa ndio wakati wa kufanya maneno yaonekane, kwa sababu tunaelekea kwenye kura. Na kisingizio ni kwamba kuna wakati nilichukua maamuzi magumu, wananchi wakanikataa, watu wakazungumza hili, lakini ilikuwa nimelenga hapa. Sasa unaona, kwa sababu sasa hivi anasema dola imeimarika na bado uchumi umeimarika na hauonekani. Kila data anayoipeleka yeye anayoonyesha haionekani, lakini anaweza ipanga kiasi hicho. So mfano umefika 2006, 2005, mwisho 2006, tukielekea 2007, ameshaanza kuonyesha sasa kwa vitendo. Na Wakenya ni sisi ambao tu kidogo tunafurahikia jambo kama la Adani kwa sababu limestopishwa, na tunajidanganya, tunasema ametupa sikio kutusikiza kama wananchi. Jamani, inji kuachana na kidonda ni kidonda kupona, na ili taifa letu lipone na tupate uongozi thabiti, ni sharti hawa mabwana kivyovyote waende. That's the only option, na ubaki kuwa wimbo. Yani tuondokane kabisa na hizi sauti za huyu jamaa katika masikio yetu, tuzifungie kabisa, usijaribu kusikiza chochote zaidi ya kumwambia ondoka. We have seen you for 2 years. Kilichobaki sasa ni kuenda tu, maana kesho na kesho kutwa kutazuka lingine. JKIA niliwaambia wakati ule kwamba inahitajika kutengenezwa, si ndio? Sasa nimepata mwingine, yule alikuwa Muhindi na huyu amekuwa sasa hivi ambaye amekuja, mpango ni ule tu. So kama mlivyotangulia kusema kwamba huyu jamaa anafanya jambo ambalo linamfaidisha, asipoona hakuna cha kumfaidisha hapo, basi huyu jamaa huwa haingia hapo. Na ni kweli katiba hii aliipinga, BBI yenye sasa hivi ameitumia kuweza kumweka Mudavadi pale kama prime minister, kucopy paste yale ambayo aliyapinga, ushaona. Ndio so for real Kenyans, tumetoka hapa kwa siasa za kupangwa, wachache wafaidi, wengi wabaki kupiga wayo. Tunahitaji kila mtu ashibe kutokana na taifa lake kwa sababu ya usimamizi bora wa rasilimali ambazo tuko nazo. Mtu atakayewezesha kulifanya taifa letu kuwa ni taifa la viwanda, taifa ambalo litakuwa hakika kweli afya si mambo na kubahatisha, masomo si mambo na kubahatisha, na uwezekano upo, kwa sababu na imani taifa hili tunaweza lijenga hata tusipoomba mkopo wote kutoka nje. Pesa yetu tu ya hapa tuko taifa letu linaweza kutupeleka mahali. So mimi nitaachia pale Bernard kabisa, lakini kwa kweli tusichoke wala tusiridhike ati tunasema kidogo kidogo hapa tunaona huyu jamaa anakuwa na afadhali, ni kama anaanza sasa hivi kubadilika. Hakuna cha kubadilika kwa jamaa. Kama si Adani kupatikana huko Amerika na whistleblower kutupigia mbiu, hii dili ingepita, kwa sababu tazama jana usubuhi Wandaa anasema inaendelea, Sarane inakatizwa. Asanteni, acha niachie hapo.
Okay, asante msimamo, tunashukuru. Mambo ni kama hayo, naomba umakinike unapoendelea kufuata. Kama uja subscribe. Kama uja like video, tafadhali like video. Swali la leo, kama una support the stoppage of the Adani deal by William Ruto. Of course, he's supported by the religious leaders for the same. To me, Adani ni mzigo wa William Ruto. Adani sisi hatukumjua mpaka William Ruto na wafanyikazi wake walipokuja kwa TV na kwa parliamentary committee kutetea Adani. So wote ambayo William Ruto anasema kwamba amestopisha, amefutilia mbali, ameachana na huo mkataba, yeye ndiye alianzisha huo mzigo, ni wa kwake, na lazima tuhakikishe kwamba anaubeba, asibadilishe ionekane kwamba anasaidia Wakenya. Sasa amekuwa mzuri kwa sababu amefutilia mbali shida aliyoileta yeye mwenyewe. Brought the problem, he's solving the problem, he's not doing Kenyans a favor, and that's why Kenyans need to demand. Msimamo amesema ataleta mwingine. That's what they are looking for. Umeona stima imeanza kuwa na itilafu na hiyo masuala yote. Wanataka kudai kwamba bila Adani sasa imeenda, tunahitaji single sourcing. Shida ni single sourcing. Okay? Wanataka mkandarasi mmoja, sio ikuwe open, watu wa bid, wachague the best among them. That's what they want to block, so that hiyo contract yangukie hao, wajiandikishe hao, wakule hela hao. So walianza na kutoboa paa la Jomo Kenyatta ikavuje. Okay? Ngasema the airport is falling, we urgently need an investor to come and invest into repairing and expanding the airport. It was all looking for excuses, and those excuses is what we need to guard against, so that the strict followership of the law as far as the PPP is concerned, and any other deal that the government gets into, transparency into the same. That is the only place where we have security. But left for one individual to decide everything that happens to the country is a risk we can't run, is a risk we can't allow. And so encourage us to remain sober and to keep our eyes on the ball. The main thing is to keep the main thing. To watch in a story, your side shows and attention seeking. Let's remain focused on ensuring that the person who bears the greatest responsibility is held responsible for the same, because he's in office constitutionally, and we have constitutional right to hold those people accountable. That to me speaks volumes. But if we're going to chase after the frog, and then we hear the squirrel there, and then we go after the squirrel, then no squirrel now, let's go after the gazelle. At the end of the day, we'll be tired, but having got nothing and having achieved nothing. I don't think that is a sure way to go. So tafadhali, let's keep focused and let's do what we must do. Let me bring in this video before we go back to before we go back to
but I'll yield to Lala. So I want everybody to contribute. It's fair.
So hold on. We want to play the video in the effect that the government has initiated the process of aborting the contracts with Adani. Let's see how it played out.
Tonight, the government is allaying fears of possible cost implication following the cancellation of all deals with the Adani conglomerate following President William Ruto's directive during Thursday's State of the Nation address. Citizen TV has established that the line ministries of Energy and Transport and the Directorate of Public-Private Partnerships domiciled at the National Treasury have started the termination process. Ayub Abdikadir reports on the termination of the multi-billion shilling deal between Adani Energy Solutions and the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Limited, Ketraco.
The Directorate of Public-Private Partnerships and the Opiyo Wandayi-led Ministry of Energy have started the process of looking at the legal issues, the costing and the pull-out process from the deal signed with Adani Energy Solutions. The government saying there may not be cost implications in the cancellation of the deal.
So my team, the PPP Directorate, will give me a brief after that meeting. So as at now, I want to leave it generally that we are in the process of termination. And the brief will include if there is any possible cost implication, which in my view, I think there shouldn't be.
Adani's indictment in New York in the United States may have been a key factor in President William Ruto's decision to pull out of a controversial deal Kenyans said violated the public-private partnerships law and was allegedly marred in corruption. The government says Adani's bribery scheme and corruption to raise money from investors to invest in projects including in Kenya and fictitious dealings gives it the liberty to terminate the contract, which it says after all will not qualify as a binding contractual agreement.
The contract was signed on the basis of the presentation by Adani. And that presentation, if it was fictitious, if it was false, then there is no contract. You know, when you do a contract, it must be with clean hands. And that's a very basic principle in law.
Appreciating the role of public participation, the National Treasury says views by Kenyans have aided the state and should be considered going forward.
So apart from the government agencies and organs, we need to also anchor very strongly, as the law requires, that public participation is given high pedestal, and so that you can also get some of this information. Some may come even in form of gossip.
The termination of the Adani deals follows months of public pressure. The two controversial and high-profile deals suffering a similar fate as the Finance Bill 2024, which sparked countrywide demonstrations, compelling President William Ruto to withdraw it despite approval by Parliament. Ayub Abdikadir, Citizen TV.
Mambo ni kama hayo. According to that information there, the process for aborting the deal has started. We hope that it will follow through and there will be no monkey business associated with the same. Tumkaribishe Reverend Lala naye achangie tunaposonga mbele.
Asante Bernard, asante. I think Innocent is there, Kay, Simamo, and Alexion na wenzangu ambao mko huko nyuma. I want to start basically with this Adani issue because last night I was roasted. If some of you may have watched the roasting of...
I was here. I was here. Hakuna shida, but no,
it's very good. The problem I still stand.
It's okay. Order, please. Let's talk at intervals so that we don't confuse our audience. Carry on.
Bado ninaamini kwamba Adani should be first of all of us must speak our voice, and we must put a check on the government, because right now they are no position They are there, but they're not
Reverend
there.
Lala, I don't get you clearly. I don't know whether it's my end. You're breaking.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Tampata vizuri.
Bernard, your end. Bernard
Okay.
is your end, I think.
Must be your end. So Adani has to be pointed out, okay, because of what he's trying to do. But the focus must not be on Adani. The focus must be on Kenyans who allow people like Adani. What laws, what processes are they using? What is really going on? Because we know in Kenya, what we do is we see a bad guy, we tell them to get in the plane and they leave. And nobody follows. It's as if they are the problem. Adani afisa ameenda aende na shida zetu zote. When actually the people engaged Adani are here. And that was my point. And so the fact that the contract has been cancelled, I think that should be a beginning of inquiry, a process. What really went on? Who did what they did? In other words, the focus, I would say over 75% has to be on the Kenyans. How did they get to bring Adani in and those people? Because if you start focusing on Adani, then you shouldn't even deal now with Israel, because it sells Israel, drones for war. All of a sudden now Israel should also be a focus. Kenya should not even go to Israel. So I think it's important for us to also develop critical thinking before we just jump on the bandwagon. So to me, Adani is a symptom of a bigger problem. The bigger problem is us, okay? Adani is like any other businesses. All of us know that for a long time, Somalia had no government. But let me tell you, every corporate, large organization, whether it is Visa and others, they were operating in Somalia. They were there. Every one of them, these big companies, Boeing and others, they were there because money was there. So all these international companies, if we focus on them, we will be actually not going anywhere. We must focus on those guys, those people, those individuals who benefit, who bring them in, and who are already right now on another Adani, okay? Another Adani. Adani issues are big, okay? International. And some of it could simply be that they got contract, to supply Israel with drones, and they circuited some American companies. So we don't know. Those can speculate. But for Kenyans, let us focus on those who make people like Adani to operate in the country. Then we'll head somewhere. But if our focus on Adani, and Adani is like the rest of them, they all do the same thing, then we are missing the boat, because the Adanis are here in Kenya. There are very many in Kenya. Okay? What we need to do is to make sure that they don't operate, that they are not comfortable doing business in a country. Okay? Who are the people behind what went on? So Ruto's not off the hook, because right now some of us celebrating or stuff. No, to me, I think this is the beginning. We need to find out what's really going on. So that has always been my point. But for some people, they thought maybe I'm supporting some guy, but a little critical thinking will let us ask the right question. I think I'll stop there. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. I think that is, some of us are losing the ball right there, where we want to chase after this person that is out there. Maybe I will revert to Mother Teresa's proverb. The world will be a clean place if everybody swept their doorstep. As we have jumped over our doorstep, we are out there to clean the other neighbor's doorstep and we think by that neighbor's doorstep being clean, ours will stop smelling. Our smell will still be there, and it will still be entering our house until we sweep our own doorstep. Like I said, we did not know Adani until Ruto and team went and brought him and said there is this deal, there's this deal. And that deal was being done without Kenyans knowing, without anybody knowing. It was a whistleblower who said the airport is on set. That's where Kenyans learned about it. So Ruto canceling the deal or not, it is his funeral. And then who Adani is, it is Ruto to explain to us the way he has been explaining to us. But the real thing here is, how do we use government to do illegal things and still be in government and in power to claim to be enforcing justice at the same time? Is our government hell-bent to do shady deals and get away with it? Is that the purpose for which a government exists? Because from the look of things, this is what is being pushed down the throat of Kenyans, that if the government has agreed, then it's okay. If the government has signed it, then it's okay. If it's a government project, then it's okay. And this narrative did not begin yesterday. It did not even begin with Ruto, okay? It has been our norm. Usually when there is a protest, like when there was Eurobond, kila mtu alisema, wachana maneno ya Eurobond, wachieni vijana wafanye kazi. Ninyi mlishindwa kama wazee, ninyi mlikuwa analog, hawa ni digital, mwachieni digital wafanye nini? Wafanye kazi. Mnaona wivu. The first Eurobond, Ruto. Okay? NYS came. The whistleblower came out. Information was given. They say, no, mnaona wivu. Wacheni vijana wafanye kazi. You are interfering with the government. You are interfering with the government. Let the government do the work. So when you look at the pattern of the operations, I would say, I think there was the initial years of Kibaki that there was at least some arrest in terms of government deals that had to go through. The time of Muraria, the Minister for Finance, with the Anglo-leasing issue, which from the history of it, it had been started by Kanu before Kanu was gotten out of office. Then people got in the office, jumped on it, and they were pushing to clear it, only for it to be blown out. And so what is happening here is, hold on. What is happening here is Kenyans need to ask themselves, is this what the government does? Is this how government operates? Instead of it abating evil, it's helping evil. Instead of it safeguarding the interest of the masses, it is taking advantage of the ignorance of the masses and pulling the carpet under their feet. Because that seems to be where our problem lies. But we are left out with these sideshows of us exchanging Adani. But the real things that are happening underneath here against us are being done by our very government that is supposed to protect us and keep us from the same risks. Yes, Lala.
Just emphasizing the fact that Ruto has canceled the contract does not mean that those who are behind it already profited and moved on. The government now will have to pay the bill when people already got what they needed. So I think the canceling and not canceling, or the consequences, we're going to live with. The people who are benefited. So if we don't look at who these people are, we are learning nothing, because all we are doing is stopping a contract. There's another one going to stop it and stop it. Yet people already benefited. Their pockets are full with it. So I think this requires diligent work on all of us to make sure that Adani kinds of deals don't thrive in the nation. And I don't see anything at this moment to stop that. But I think if we stay on it, make sure that the people benefiting from Adani and vote to boot, I think we will have succeeded and help others to stop this culture of Adanis and others who, come to steal from us. Thank you.
Rev.
Yes, KK.
Thank you. I think you have a good point. The only thing I would want to point out here is we cannot have a system. The U.S. system works. One of the people who was named in the thing was Tito Mokomen, who was arrested in Dubai, carrying I think $1 million. Those are there. We have a justice system that those people are not even being watched. So this is what when Bernard and I was I think I was here first. I said the next thing that we have to address goes direct to the judicial system, because these things all of us see it, and Menya has the documentation. And by the way, I'm trying to invite him here. Sijui kama ameona message yangu. So these things are there. We know what they're doing. The DCI and the whole judicial system in our country is not working. So the next thing that we have to follow is, Harvey said this, he's going to lead a protest to the Supreme Court or High Court. Same thing. Because these people are not following our laws. This is the next big project that we have to follow. We have a constitution, but you're not following it, and you make other laws. We have to deal with these people, because this is why we're here. Let's be honest. We can't fix a system when whatever we think is a protector for our own system is in the bed with the same person who is messing the whole country. So this is why now Koome is the next big thing. Because more common are charged than me in the US. Tio the same. And I guarantee you in Kenya, there's no investigation. This is why we have to go. The judicial system, we have to fix it. Either Koome goes or follows the law. It's simple as that. Na hii kuuza watu wetu, so you can live in, for example, I saw the judicial system bought new cars, all of them, new cars, $20 million worth of a car, and they're complaining they are not funded enough. Koome. The only good part of it is Koome lives in Kenya. We live in Kenya. The MPs live in Kenya. There's nowhere to hide. Eventually, when things come to, we have to deal with things, there's nowhere to hide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Remember the Chicken Gate scandal? The people were involved in the same scandal. Oswago, ilikuwa ya IEBC, where the partners in the UK were jailed, but wakwetu hapa tukawalinda vizuri, wako salama mpaka leo. When Oswago was the CEO of IEBC.
We'll deal with that. And before I'm saying this, and I want to emphasize this, we, from whatever we are sharing this document. We have this document, especially the people who are abducting our people. We have the information, we have the picture, we have the videos. But that's why we can't even bring them to the justice system, because we know the justice system is bought. So we fix it first. Then these killers of the cops from Uganda, most of them, we know them. We know their family. And if they keep doing this, we know their family. Usikuje kuharibia nchi yetu na wewe unaishi in Uganda in a mansion, we'll deal with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, KK. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, I still emphasize, let's keep the eyes on the ball. We are losing it because we have lost the control of the country. We have surrendered the running of this country to the people we hired. Instead of us ensuring that they do what we hired them to do, they are busy using the offices we gave them to do what they want to do. And so our vigilance is our salvation. We must not let the people in the leadership position politically run the show as if the show is theirs. They are only hired to act on our behalf. And when they are no longer acting in our interest, we should not let them off the hook. That is one place that as a people, we cannot compromise. And so as these things emerge and play around, especially this area of contracts, government contracts, we have not been involved as the masses, okay? We just hear there is SGR, then we hear there is expressway, and there is G2G, B2B, G what agreement. We don't dive into to question things, hoping that our MPs that we send to be our eyes, an expression from our village, we thought they are indeed our eyes, only to discover they stopped being our eyes long time ago. They are busy seeing what they want to collect for themselves. So in this scenario, the more we are enlightened and the more we are vigilant in demanding answers, the better off we are as a people. But if we fold hands and say there is somebody acting on our behalf, I don't think so. And so to me, if there is a way to save this country, let's stop all the contracts entered in by William Ruto. Let all of them be put to hold. Let's wait until we get a credible government that will be able to help into the development of this country. I would share into what the Gen Z said, William Ruto hatutaki utufanyie chochote. We malize tu wende mambo mengine tutajifanyia. So usikuje kutuambia umetufanyia hii na hii na hii, hatutaki kufanyiwa chochote. Just you, if the salary, what you want, collect it and just go. I think we need to scrutinize more on these things because we cannot be running a government that supports and profits a few at the expense of the many. Quickly, before Nani comes in, let's just, okay, on the Adani, we want to conclude the issue of Adani, then switch to some family issues that I also want us to weigh on. It is things that are really disturbing, happening just around us. Nimlete tu Innocent moja kwa moja achangie, kisha to switch gears.
Okay, Bernard, I concur with my fellow panelists what they are saying, that we need to make sure that whichever contracts that have been signed by Ruto to be stopped, and not only stopping or cancelling them, but we need to go to the root of the matter, some of the projects, especially if it was signed. Let me just give an example of Adani, the Ketraco. This was just signed recently by Opio and I. We saw him signing it and also encouraging people to support it. That we are not able to fund these projects, and let's allow them to the foreigners to do it. Now, Bernard, I just want to concur with some of our panelists what they are saying, who say that Kenyans cannot fund these projects. Who said we cannot fund it? Hata tukikataa kukula lunch once every day, hiyo pesa tutumane fund these projects and then we are paid back. We can do it, Bernard. I'm telling you that there are many billionaires in Kenya who can do it. There are people who can do these things, especially when we hear that it's going to take 30 years for the the funders to get their money back. We can do it. Number two, Bernard, you played a clip of Pinky Pinky Pongi, and he analyzed the issues that Ruto has taken us through for only 2 years, and there were around 11 of them. And we wonder, now I just want to ask one of it. This shift, is it also part of Adani? I heard it, yes. So why did he cancel only the the Ketraco and the airport? Ama bado hii pesa ya hii kitu bado ijaingia na ikiingia ndio wa cancel. So number two, Bernard, on the same note, if the Shiva and the Shah will be cancelled, are we still going to to be on the same model? Ama we are being taken back to NHIF? So those are some of the things we are going to ask. And this, especially this amount that was taken to around 100 and something to upgrade Ama to bring a new system, it is high time, Bernard, that we start asking documentation of these things. Let's not just get figures that we spent 104 to do ABCD, but can we see the documents to see what was bought, how much did it cost, ndio hii kitu ikafika one or something, sijui ni 110 ama nini, but I remember it was more than 100 billion to bring this new medical cover. Bernard, we need the documentation, and the way the other guys have said, if it was cancelled, we want to see it imeweka kama ni kwa nation papers, yani our paper ama kwa media, tuonyeshwe it was cancelled, ndio hii tumeicancel na ndio hii and let's now get the documents the way they were written, especially those ones who are saying that if we cancel, we are going to lose the money. How do you lose the money, Bernard? Now, I think that's where Kenyans also should now start being serious, what KK is saying. Imagine somebody does fraudulent deals with you, ndio you cancel, alafu apate ile cancellation fee. Please, if it was done fraudulently, hata sisi tutaicancel fraudulently, tunaicancel na hakuna kurefund anything. We should not give these guys back the money because we cancelled it. Kama walipatiana mulungula, wafuatane na wenye walifanya. And those guys tunaambiwa walishikwa na pesa fulani mahali. Please reveal these things. Let us know that tuliwashika. Kama ni huko Dubai tulishika mtu fulani alikuwa na hii pesa, ilikuwa ya nini, na hizo pesa zenye zilishikwa siko wapi? We want to see them, not just that tulishika ama tukafanya nini. We want to see them. KK, please, if you get Amenya, wacha kuja hapa tumsalamie kidogo. Sisi kusalamia kwetu hapa sio ile ya kumsalamia ingine, but ni ile want to
no, nimemuinvite lakini haja respond. Usually we talk here and there, but I tried to reach out and I told him the name of the channel so he can, maybe he's watching. If Amenya you're watching, please come and join us and you can give us more details on what is happening in terms of the airport. And as Alexia said, Laura said, anyone who was a part of the whole process, who is a corrupt, that's what I'm saying, is a bit we can fix if we have a justice system that doesn't work. Murkomen, Chill is a defendant in the US court, yet there's nothing happening in our country. And whatever has happened in our own country. So that should tell us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, KK. It's even going to the justice system is just the twistedness of our operation. We have a mysterious operation of government whereby certain people, they are untouchables, especially when it comes to this kind of deals. It was only the Kibaki government that had some heads rolling and people had to leave office completely. Kina Miraria, those of you can remember Miraria, and then there was Murungaru. They were ministers in the Kibaki government, the Naka government. And when the Anglo-Leasing came up, investigations were done and they had to go. They went, and those two never came back in the political public service. But what is happening with the usual thing is we stir up the fires. After we stir up the fires and get Kenyans to talk. That is how politicians get used to it, and then they say wataongea tu wachoke, alafu tutarudia mahali tulikuwa. And so ukorofi na ufisadi unaoendelezwa nchini Kenya na kokote kule ni wa serikali, unasaidiwa na serikali, na wahusika ni wakuu katika serikali. So tukisema heads need to roll, they will roll from top to bottom. It will not be bottom up. Now that top to bottom is the main issue here. But if we get to agitate as a people more forcefully, we can get this thing done in the public court of justice, whereby Wakenya wamesema this has to stop. So the only place where we have hope is not in the hot air court, it's not in these other courts, it is in the public court of justice, where we as a people come together and say, no, enough is enough. We cannot have our country like this, because all systems have failed and you still want to tell us that you are in charge. You can't be in charge if you can't sustain the existing systems. And then you cannot promise us like obvious things like this. You're still looking for a cooked story to tell us that it was okay. Our partners gave us more insights and more information. So Alexo, we are coming back to you, but let me just make this housekeeping information. I'm happy Francis is also here. Just a moment, let me bring us up to speed. Our Mama Rose Mushiri, she's one of us, lost the elder sister, Margaret Waivera. She'll be laid to rest on the 26th. The burial arrangements are taking place every evening at Adams Arcade. And her being part of the Sound Candy Talk family, we agreed that we should support the offsetting of the bill for about 2.5 million. So we encourage us as a team to come in strongly and send our contribution. It's voluntary, and then of course, let's do something that is worth the cause. Just in your own special way, send your contribution to this number. Don't send to my number. Don't send to Sound Candy Talk number. There is this number that is for the collective collection that we've been giving you all along. It is for Sami Kabanga. The number is 0724 I start again. The number is 0724906824. Sami Kabanga is the M-Pesa name. So please, as time runs out, we're already on the 23rd, the burial is on 26th. There are bills that need to be sorted out to make sure that that burial date works. So tafadhali, tuma mchango wako tunapoendelea na debate. let's do our very best. Let's do our very best. Let's support our mama and help her send off her sister in a befitting way. So tafadhali, usingoje, it's 23rd, the burial is 26th. Ngoja uumiza matumbo. Tufanye vile tunafanyanga na I believe there is a blessing from the same. Bible inasema we grieve with those who are grieving and celebrate with those who are celebrating. So please take those details. You can screenshot that number so that you don't mix up the numbers. And I think the +25471 the +254 may be required if you are sending from the diaspora. I don't know if that is required. You know what to do. It's a Kenyan number. So just process and send directly to Sami Kabanga, not to my number. Please, let's not mix up this. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Alex, who has something to add on the Adani issue before we switch gears, but you will still be flip-flopping, I mean, mbele na nyuma as we converse. Alexio?
Thank you very much, Reverend Bernard. Now, I think hii kitu ya investigation, it cannot happen while Ruto is still in power. Tuelekeze mkuki mahali unafaa. Huyo ndio mtu mwenye anasumbua hii inchi. Let's just call him out and demand his resignation as soon as possible. If he doesn't resign, we force him out. Yeye ndio shida ya Kenya. Shida yetu ya Kenya ni Ruto. That's the person who is bringing all this. And the other thing is, I would like to know who registered the subsidiary company that Adani was operating on in Kenya. We like to know the Kenyans shareholders. Let us know so that we can deal with them hapa locally. And then again, the other thing is the judiciary. Can we just the way we did, Kenyans did put pressure on Ambassador Meg Whitman until she resigns. Can we just do the same to the Supreme Court? Because kunaonekana hii Supreme Court iko na majangili wabaya sana. And the moment we get them out, itakuwa ni one step. Because these people are not doing service to Kenyans. They are doing disservice to Kenyans. These are the people who are really letting down this country. Martha Koome and his bench do not know what they need to do and do not work for the interest of Kenyans, but they work for the interest of the highest bidder. That one I can be able to confirm here. Because these people are not helping Kenyans at all, at all. If at all they could be helping Kenyans, vitu kama hizi hazingekuwa zinatokea. But Ruto, he knows that hata mkienda low court, high court, court of appeal, I will just pay off those guys in the Supreme Court and then they will let him off. Yes. So hiyo kitu inafaa iangaliwe. And again, what I can be able to say, the government haiwezi perform the right thing. It cannot do the right thing because they did not use the right channel to enter into power. One thing you need to know is that they entered in power through the back door. So they are there to cut their deals. So we should also be able to make sure that whoever we elect in the election is the person who takes the power. That is, hiyo ndio tunakosea kabisa. Because if you see, just from 2013, scandals after scandals, scandals after scandals. And those people who are benefiting from those scandals are the same people who are also making that there's a coup in the elections. When Kenyans go to the elections and vote this person, they make sure they change their will because they are benefiting. So we should start by kicking one of them, the kingpin Ruto, out before term yake ishe, ndio wajue it's serious. And then the other thing I want also to agree with Gen Z, just the way they said we don't want Ruto to do anything. Can we just be to create to a force online and where we can say, Ruto, don't do anything for Kenyans. You just collect your salary. You wanted to be the president. Yes, now we know you wanted to be president. You are. So don't do anything to us as we prepare your exit. We don't want to sign anything. You sign anything on behalf of Kenyans. Majority of Kenyans did not take you to the office. You took the office yourself. Yes. So as the way Gen Z said, don't do anything to us. Don't do anything to us because we did not give you the mandate to do anything for us. You can do anything to your family, but not Kenyans. Thank you.
Okay, so asante sana Alexio. That is it. If you must overtax us in order to do something for us, don't do anything. Don't tax us too. Just enjoy yourself until we are kicked out. Now, Wairimo brought up this other issue of settlement. When a deal is cancelled, there is demands for settlement, cancellation fee, things like that. Okay, according to Mbadi, it does not work uniformly to every contract. There are some contracts that are exempted from that. On the other hand, you notice that our Kenyan deals are never clean. Citing the issue of SGR, okay? SGR, Kenya contributed more than the investor. Kenya was to contribute 10%, the investor was to bring 90%. But Kenya contributed 110%. And still, the investor brought the 90%. But we are owing now the 90% after paying 110%. Now, you see that kind of scenario. So these demands, they are all geared towards settling the very, very hyenas that are eating. So they still want to eat from the same contract because it's been aborted and it may not yield what they wanted. So they will still pause that, oh, our contract has been violated, we must have this settlement and all that. But to me, it is not as bad. Paying them off is not as bad as keeping them here for 30 years and letting them own 18% of the airport for life. To me, hata kama ni kulipwa, walipe lakini nini? Waende. But giving them the airport for 30 years and they will stay here with 18% forever, you're inanuka. So I would rather we contribute and pay them off other than us keeping them here and they enslave us in our own country. Asante sana. Reverend Lala, you can add in something before Francis comes in?
I think I don't trust what the government tells us about with Mbadi or whoever. I think there are laws. There maybe some lawyers can help us because if Adani signed a contract, yes, it may be under Kenyan law, but there's international, side of it that I watch every day or every time now and then. Their breach or cancellation or termination of a contract, and it's always costly. And I think I don't know what Mbadi means, but he need to explain to us, because if there's a cost here, Kenyans must know who are these people who signed those contracts and what did they get. I think we gotta go for their wealth, especially those people whom we know may have benefited from some of those contracts, because people have benefited. It doesn't, it just one meeting or two meetings, money have changed hands and people are rich. So whatever in all those cases, whether it's a cancellation or termination, I think we want to know the detail so that we know what to do, because we may decide not to pay, but it may hurt us internationally, so there's a lot that goes into understanding some of these things. So we need more. Thank you. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, so asante sana, Reverend Lala. But if we are able to prove that those contracts were signed with withheld basic information, and then there was some form of bribes and all that, that is, it was not a genuine agreement, then that will result into an arguable case that is viable in canceling the deal without incurring the charges, because we did not cause the cancellation on no basis. The basis were the information you gave was not credible. You are culpable of corruption, and we are for zero tolerance of corruption. And on that very basis, we don't want to deal with you because you are not coming with clean hands. And so any international company that will indict us for that, then it should be working in the same environment of corrupt your way into contracts.
Yes, and that's why we can do the same thing US has done to Adani. We have to indict him, plus his people, those who are in that cahoot. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Francis, I'm sure you have much to say about this Adani. I wanted us to switch gears to go to the violence, but before that, you are free. Come in, please.
Thank you, Bernard. It has been really a long time.
Faini yako imeshinda sasa, sio mguu wa mbuzi, ni mbuzi mzima.
Lakini uzuri sasa hivi mtu ni mkubwa, so sasa ana maneno mengi. So the issue of Adani is one of the things that have put Kenya in a very unethical place, whereby we have a minister who stands and say that even Adani being accused of corruption cases in New York, it has nothing to do with Kenya. It's like somebody killing a woman in Kisumu and coming all over to Kiambu, and then you give that man a daughter to marry and say that whatever happened in Kisumu is none of us. What we care is that he's currently in Kiambu. Let him have our daughter. That's exactly what Wandai was telling the people, that regardless of whether the Adani are corrupt or not, it does not affect any contract to do with that. That ethically places Kenya in a very delicate condition, whereby we can no longer be trusted as a nation that stands for the principles that govern the world, that the democratic principle. Then on the issue of Adani in the healthcare system, what was so wrong with the NHIF that could not be corrected, that now we had to come up with a new name, new things, abolish all the resources that we had collected for the last 57 years? How can we make a system for 57 years to work for us, and then we just abolish it overnight and start a new system, and then we expect it to work within 3 weeks? Why was that hurry? And for what reason did that NHIF get scrapped off? That then tells you that there is much more than what you see as health. There's even high probability that maybe even the things called Shifa is just a name shifting, but the reality, even the software maybe will be used the one belonging to NHIF, because I believe NHIF had also does the same software. Secondly, in an insurance policy, there's something called subrogation. Subrogation is whereby it says that in an insurance policy, you can either gain or lose. You have to get the exact compensation that you are paying premium for. I looked at a particular clause on that Shifa and share something of sort kind, whereby it says if you have things to do with dental and you go to an hospital, you can only be treated up to 950 shillings per month. Now, assuming that I'm paying 3,000 and I'm only going there for dental, so I can only use 950 per month. Then the question is, the extra money, where will they be going? Are we being taken back to the socialist policy? Is that where the country is going? Maybe, I don't know. So that means then you are losing. Instead of that, I would rather keep my money in cash, go to a private hospital where I can have 2 or 3 visits, which are well and with no problem like that of share and such kind of things. And finally, when you look at the things to do with the health matters are one of the key a cornerstone of a country, whereby we all know that without health, nobody can do any kind of production. Therefore, we all require health. It's not something that Kenyans should be given like a favor. It is our right to be healthy. It's something you are paying for. It's something that's our right. It's not about a favor. Nobody is doing us a favor. So when William Ruto comes here to say that he cancels those, he is coming there to tell us, so you know, it will work for this, it will do for this, it is good, it's nice. Then who should give the testimony? Are we the citizens are supposed to say? Or are the leaders who have the comprehensive health insurance for South Africa, Europe, and other countries who are supposed to say? Is it us or them? Because there I don't understand. Why should a leader stand and say something is working and he or she doesn't use, and as the citizen that you are using, it's not working? There must be a problem there. There must be a very big problem. Then the other issue also you found with this Shian, like it's totally messed up. Like there's nothing important with that thing. It should just be abolished. Area hata tubaki na mitishamba. It is much better. Currently, I'm in around a place called Antas. This is an area along, it is along Kasarani Mwiki Road. And the nearby hospital is called St. Francis Hospital. That's a level 5 hospital. So today, if my child gets sick, I will have to go to a level 2 or level 3 hospital so that I can get a transfer to go to St. Francis so that my child will be treated. The question is, those level 3 and level 2 and 3 hospitals are far away, or they don't have the available equipment. You know the condition our hospitals are. So should I put my child's life in danger just because I want to show Ruto that I can follow those laws and everything else? Imagine a child who is suffering from a severe fever, about 39 degrees. Now you have arrived at level 5, you are being told, no, you cannot treat your kid here, you have to take him somewhere else because that card does not work here. It only works under referral. Hello? So at the end of the day, you get that these things of sheer sieve, it's something like totally doesn't work for any common citizen. So it is important as citizen to reject everything to do with that the new health policy. It's not even Adani. Adani should go together with that name. What we need, let him just give us the NHIF. Nobody complained. And if there's any malpractice in NHIF, let them correct. Adani is not the problem. Actually, somebody was saying Adani is not the problem. The problem is that thief who is that at the top, who is trying to castigate others and trying to draw others the hot ball. The hot ball belongs to him. Let him carry it and go away with it. Hata Adani ikitolewa hapo, anaweza leta umbo zingine zenye hata zijulikani. Unashangaa tu kitu kwenye ametoa ni wapi. Lakini akitoka, we have somebody who is ethically, I think we can have a good country. I think we can have an upright country. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Francis, we appreciate that. And that is the confusion of, it's not even a confusion. It is almost appearing as the Ruto philosophy. The Ruto philosophy is put us in compartments based on our poverty, okay? So that we can be controlled within those poverty levels. When it comes to education, you declare your poverty levels, then you are grouped according to your level of poverty on how much help you can receive from wherever from the help. And then when it comes to now medical care, we are in the same insurance scheme. It is SHIF. But this SHIF can only work in level 2. This one is for level 2, level 3, but it cannot work in level 5. I mean, what is that for? I thought hospital is supposed to offer services, and the card should be able to serve where it's supposed to, I mean, to serve like even the ones for private companies. My brothers work with private companies. They give you the hospitals to go to because that is where they are covered. But they don't put on the levels you will work with these kind of hospitals, not levels. So I think William Ruto and team are just keen on ensuring that they have something they are calling a healthcare insurance system for the PR purposes. But that thing is meant to fail and is meant to poison Kenyans. It is meant to fail and is meant to injure Kenyans. I think he enjoys inflicting pain in the hearts of Kenyans. And that's what we need to be clear about, because there is no way you can find people. Wamama walikuwa wanaenda kwa Linda Mama, hata kama ni Warunda ama ni wa Mathare, haukuwa unaulizwa wewe ni wapi. You come on the premise of Linda Mama and you are taken care of as a patient. The categorization of Kenyans according to their poverty, it is unconstitutional, it is prejudice, it is segregation, and it should be rejected by Kenyans. Let's not fall into the trap of William Ruto pretending to understand our problem and wanting to serve us to the level of where our problem is not. And that also includes affordable housing. It's all categorizing people or relocating population for political settlement. That is my judgment, and I believe we need to resist it. Any person who wants to segregate against Kenyans on any reason, that should be resisted. It is colonial mindset. It is evil. It should not be accepted. Yes, Lala?
Bernard, when I came to the US, I went to a small college, university, very small, about maybe about 10,000, students. And the school was called Ashland College. But in the 100 years ago, in the last century, it was Ashland University. So they wanted to go back to just changing the word college back to university. The cost was unbelievable. Just only changing, the name, just the cost of doing that business. So when you think about a healthcare system that we had, and now the changes that are going to take place, where is the priority? The amount of money, the stationery, all the new, in fact, is taking money out of the children's mouth to give to the bureaucrats and those new people hiring officers and I mean, it is mind-boggling for a president to be able to agree to take money from where it was useful, being used to take care of our health, to a group of people that are interested in making that money. I don't understand. So I agree with you 100%. Ruto is not there for Kenyans. The housing is a disaster. It's taking money, good money that should be used somewhere else, and being put in a place where it is not helpful to Kenyans. Well, Kenyans are sleeping with no food, no housing, and giving it to a group of people that are building those houses for those who make over 20,000. Yeah, I mean, are willing to pay over 20,000 monthly for those, those local houses. And again, when you think of our economy, when you take that chunk of money, basically out of where it is so useful, and then you put it in an area where it is not even needed. People they're building houses for don't even need those houses. They'll use them to sell or to rent to other people to live in. It is immoral. It is criminal. It is sad. Those houses, actually, we should be demonstrating every single day because we don't need them. Houses you should be built, but there are better ways. We should have actually strengthened what we had before and add extra money to be able to cater for those who need it the most, but not what it's doing. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any economic sense. It doesn't make any, it's not rational in my own opinion. And so I agree with you 100%. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that. And Kenyans of goodwill, let us rally together and do the right thing. Make Ruto do the right thing. Tusicheze. Now, I think there was some sentiments being communicated the time when Ruto was deputy president, and he was indifferent with Uhuru Kenyatta. And these are some of the things I think he was looking at and seeing opportunities to make money that Uhuru was ignoring, and instead was adding money to the wananchi. So akiona Linda mama ilikuwa inamuuma. Kwa nini wewe mtu anachukua pesa na kuweka huko kwao na anapata kuchukua pesa kutoka huko? Akiona pesa ikienda kulipia insurance policy ya wanafunzi, anaona that's wastage. It was not meant for. And that's why he got in and changed all those policies to now be, instead of putting the money to ease the life of Kenyans, he withdraws money to make the lives of Kenyans horrible, and then come back with 5 shillings and say he's doing a favor to Kenyans. Let us catch Ruto with his tricks and make him pay for the pain he's causing in the hearts, in the minds of Kenyans. How many children are dropping out of school right now? How many university students who have given up on education right now? All of it in the confusion of what? Wanting to change what has worked in the past. You can improve on it, but changing everything within a short time, you are out to make this country collapse. And that's why you must be held responsible. On that note, let's just play this video about the NHF workers now. They have been left hanging. Today, yesterday was the final day when they were supposed to be allocated where they're going to work. And the day elapsed, there was no communication on whether they are assimilated in the SHA-SHI or SHIF, or they are hanging. Let's listen to this, and then we go back straight to, I think, KK, then Innocent.
Bima ya afya ya awali ya NHIF wanaendelea kugubikwa na wasiwasi kuhusu hatima yao baada ya tume ya utumishi wa umma PSC kutwikwa jukumu la kuongoza shughuli ya uhamisho kutoka NHIF hadi mamlaka ya afya ya umma yani SHA. Japokuwa PSC ilipaswa kuarifu kila mmoja wao Ijumaa kuhusu jinsi shughuli hiyo itakavyotekelezwa, duru za kuaminika zimearifu KTN kwamba shughuli hiyo ingali imezingirwa na kiza kinene. Gloria Milimo na taarifa zaidi.
Kipindi cha mwaka mmoja cha mpito cha uhamisho kutoka bima ya afya ya awali ya NHIF hadi mamlaka ya SHA kufika tamati Alhamisi, hali ya wasiwasi inaendelea kushuhudiwa miongoni mwa wafanyakazi wa NHIF ambao wanasubiri kupata mwelekeo kutoka kwa utumisho wa umma PSC. Katika taarifa kwa wafanyakazi hao, kaimu mkurugenzi mtendaji Ngarissa Robert aliwaeleza kwamba PSC ingewasiliana nao Ijumaa kuwapa taarifa kuhusu uhamisho huo. Ila hadi kufikia sasa, wangali wanasubiri kuelekezwa. Hata hivyo, katika mkutano aliofanya nao mwezi Oktoba mwaka huu, kiongozi wa PSC Felix Koskei aliwahakikishia kwamba shughuli nzima itafuata mkondo upasao na kufanyika kwa njia ya uwazi.
The entire staff complement of SHA has not been filled, and the people who will be given priority and the people who deserve first priority are NHIF staff.
Hali kadhalika, kinachowatia wafanyakazi hao tumbo joto hata zaidi ni mfumo mpya wa kidijitali ambao unatumika kusaidia kukabiliana na masuala kadhaa. Hofu yao kuu ikiwa ni mfumo huo kutema baadhi yao nje.
So we'll run through the suitability test, fill the positions, and those perhaps who don't manage to be onboarded will be deployed to institutions of government.
Awali aliyekuwa waziri wa afya Susan Nakhumicha aliwaambia wafanyakazi hao kwamba shughuli ya kutathmini uzoefu wao katika nyanja tofauti ingefanyika ili kuhakikisha kwamba waliohitimu wanaajiriwa na mamlaka ya SHA. Hii ilikuwa kulingana na sheria ya bima ya afya ya mwaka 2023. huku wafanyakazi hao wakisubiri kujua hatima yao. Shughuli ya kuwapiga msasa ulibaini kwamba zaidi ya vyeti 50 vilivyotumika kuomba ajira na baadhi yao vilikuwa gushi. Gloria Milimu, KTN.
Rais William Ruto ameitaka jamii kushirikiana.
Aya, mambo ni kama hayo. NHF, Sha. Alexo, I will request you to chair. Letter KK, Innocent, Lala, Mkururo ni namna hiyo. Thank you. I'm just around.
Okay, tuende na huo Mkururo. KK. Uwanja ni wako.
Mimi?
Yes, KK.
So I think ile kitu inaniwasha, and let's be honest. See, what we are patriotic people here. Let's be honest with us. We're patriotic. We care about our people, especially anyone who cares about anyone else. Unaangalia our people, what they're going through. We saw our uncle, maybe you're a little bit older than our Rev, crying because the dialysis was cancelled. I have worked in healthcare field for a long time. When you don't get dialysis, it burns your body because all the toxins you have in your body, they're in your system. It burns. I can only imagine, apart from that one man who we saw, I bet we have more than 1,000 people have died because they didn't get treatment. I beg anyone here to imagine that's your uncle. Imagine that's your dad. Imagine that's you. Those people who have died because of lack of healthcare, those deaths goes back to Ruto. Human death, our people. It's mind-boggling to see that we don't even mind about our own people. Our people are dying, and we're just watching. That's all I have. I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Okay, Innocent, na uongele hilo swala la kazi ya those NHIF staffs, which we are able to see that is going away.
Thank you, Alex. So, yeah, just on the same note, what we are discussing, before I come to the employment, before Ruto became the president, we had the NHIF. So, my one question I'm asking, who authorized President Ruto to change the NHIF to chief or SHA? When did he do the research or the public participation so that we allowed him to change, and maybe we say that NHIF is not working so that he can bring us something new? So when did we as Kenyans disagree with NHIF? Siku gani tulisema hii NHIF haifanyi kazi, tunataka something else? It's just like what Kenyans have been saying. Maybe when they don't like something, wanasema we want this. So when did Kenyans tell him that we don't have this, so that akaona okay, Wakenya wamelia, wamesema wanataka hii, so wacha niwalete something else, ama wanataka something else, so let me do some survey, and Kenyans, here I bring you something new. Enda kwa public participation, ongelea, and then mniambie kama it's something we can do. So nothing was done, hata kama kulikuwa na some few watu walitumwa kupita around. I believe he had something in mind, the way Bernard said. Alikuwa anaangalia, naona kuna tupesa tunaelekea huko, kuna tupesa tunaelekea huko, why don't I bring something yenye pesa itakuja hapo? So that is one question Kenyans should ask. Kuna siku tulikataa NHIF? Hakuna siku tulikataa. Kuna siku tuliuliza tukasema hatuitaki? I don't believe, okay, I can't remember. Maybe aliuliza na siku kuwa, let me just give him a benefit of doubt that ama most Kenyans waliulizwa na mimi sikusikia. Okay, mimi sikusikia akiuliza that NHIF ni mbaya, so you want something else. I don't remember us doing public participation about it. Ilifanywa tu kidogo, watu wakaongelea, and that's how iliendelea. Hata hii maneno ya nyumba yenye Bernard amesema pia, some of these houses, Bernard, when you look at it, ni biashara tu, because these houses, who needs them? Si tunaishi kwa manyumba, kuna some rental houses where we stay. There are some priorities, there are things that we need. Things like education, I believe, is more important than housing. Medical is more important than housing. So there are some things maybe angeanzia fanye before akuje kwa hii. On the same thing ya housing, anaenda na build houses in some places mali hata sitakikani. There are some places houses zinatakikana more than places anasipeleka. Like you can see, anaenda maybe Kirinyaga, naambia nitawaletea houses. Anaenda maybe huko mahali walikuwa bishop alikuwa anakuwa inaugurated, naambia nitakuja kuwajengea houses hapa. Maybe those guys don't need those houses. Watu maybe wanatoka nyumbani wanakuja huko wanafanya. And some of these houses zenye zinajengwa, to me, from my look at it, ni kama anaenda kutuletea what we call urban migration, rural urban migration, because ukianza kujenga manyumba kwa matowns means you are removing people from the rural wakuje kwa town kuja kuishi huko. So if you build those houses, like I said last time, maybe haujaweka sewage, hujafikiria maneno ya maji, hujafikiria other amenities. So ukijenga this manyumba, watu wanakuja kuishi huko. Like now nimesema zile rural places, you are removing people kutoka maybe shags wakuje kuishi huko, which is not maybe what we want. So on the same note, Alex umesema ya employment. You see, this is how you create something and una affect watu wengine. Like the NHIF, unaona most of those guys are going to lose jobs, na alisema anaenda ku create jobs. If some of these softwares silikuwa borrowed from NHIF to SHIF na SHA, I believe these are some of the guys who might be having a bit of knowledge yenye wangekuja tu na immediately waendelee kufanya what was going on. So Bernard, that's why we are saying that hii kitu imekataa ku move forward, because the people who are being employed are new. You are going to learn some software ama this thing, and ukienda ku learn, you are taking more time. That's why this thing is taking more time. But kama angechukua watu wenye walikuwa wanaelewa maneno ya NHIF the way they were doing it, na kama they borrowed some softwares because that's what they said. Bernard, you remember us getting SMSs? We were complaining here that tumetumia SMS tunaambiwa you have been shifted to SHA from NHIF na hata hatukuweka ati congratulation for shifting, transferring, and you wonder when did you ask for that? So I believe hao watu wa NHIF wangekuwa ndio the first employees wangepeleka kwa this shift na SHA waende kuanza, at least wangekuwa na there is what we call continuity, ingeendelea vizuri. And lastly, kama sasa wamewachwa nje na kuna maybe wengine wamekuwa employed, ama wanasema ati kuna some people who had papers zenye hazikuwa right, that's not an issue, because kuna watu hapo wengi wenye wana papers zenye siko mzuri. Why couldn't they choose those ones wenye walikuwa na papers zenye siko right, waendelee kufanya kazi, wenye hawana papers au waendelee kuongojea? At least maybe hatungekuwa na hii the issues tumeona leo. Is it today ama yesterday, Thursday, that ndio ilikuwa the last day. So we will continue seeing unemployment ikikuja. We are seeing many companies ikifunga in Kenya, so we are wondering kama companies wanafunga, watu wanakuwa wanaachishwa kazi, NHIF ndio imeachishwa kazi. I believe by the end of 2027 kama atafika huko, tutakuwa tumekuwa na unemployment mingi sana in Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, sijui ni Francis ama Lala.
Yes.
Yes. Innocent, I concur fully with what you stated. And that is, this is really a failed government. We don't have a country. It's just that we are used to what it has become, to the point where we are. The Bible talk of the seared conscience. It seems as if that's where we are as a people. But we really have a failed system. There is no future that we can see in sight that shows some light that things are getting better under this leadership. And so, to me, I think the faster we get rid of this man called Ruto, and I will not just stop there. I think there's a lot of bad manners, and those bad manners that we have acquired over the years is making it possible for people like Ruto to thrive in our system. And so Ruto may not be there, but Rutoism is still there. We want things. Tunataka kunyakua. We don't care who step over. And so this is a major issue that we got to address. I trust that a good leader may inspire us, but I think it is all of us saying to ourselves, this is our nation. These are our mothers and fathers that are suffering. Let us team up together. And I think the more we delay, I think things get worse. Unless we want them worse so that we can bring them back again. But I think the faster we act, I think we can stop the bleeding so that we can start on the right trajectory. So that's my stand. And I pray that Kenyans are seeing the same thing, that this is a failed system, whether it is the hospital issue, medical, healthcare, there is no light at the end of the tunnel. And when you remove a functional system and replace with something that is unknown, can't define it, and we know that we got meager resources in that area, and we know that there are people that are there simply to loot, okay, the system. So it's fact, what we have done is we put in more thieves to actually deplete the little that we have. So healthcare is down. Look at education. Education, there's no clear direction that where we are going. So we had somebody who was a leader, Magoha and the rest. They had, at least we could see, we feel he was dealing with the rock, trying to get us somewhere. And then, since then, what do we have now to show forth? Okay, nothing. And then finally, when we see people like, I'm sorry, but to go back to Adani, and my point is always that Adani is just a symptom of other Adanis. It is an indicator for all of us that believe in good governance to start looking around for those other Adanis and we get rid of them. And we don't want to be too emotional, because sometimes we become too emotional. Our reasons kind of push in the back. And so we do things that would hurt us even more. And so let us be careful, let us be methodical, let us support those who are fighting for us, let's protect them, let nobody, harm people like Morara and the rest. Let us be our brothers' keepers, our sisters and our fellow keepers. Let us all be the government. I think that way we're able now to tell the Adanis and those guys responsible for the collapse of our system that there's a new sheriff in town, and it's all of us as a nation, as a people. We want our country back. And that's my point. Yeah, back to you.
Francis.
Alexio, thank you. I think we need to switch gears. There is the sad story of a woman that has been stabbed 18 times. And then another sad story of a student who died in school. Information was kept from the family for 2 days. I want us to look at that also and weigh on it, even as we begin to get to the tail end of the show, unless otherwise.
Just before we move to that, there was something somebody was saying, what will happen to the properties of NHIF? Are they being grabbed by the Ruto and the group? Something to think about, Kenyans.
Definitely. In fact, they are the main problem, in my opinion. They are the main target. This she, sha, shu, it's all sideshows. The real thing is the properties, those houses. One who does the NSSF, NIHF invested in housing. Okay, serious properties. They own properties around the country, and those lands, those houses, those wherever investments are the main focus. They want them grabbed. And what better way to grab than to deregister? You remember, those of you can remember, there was an issue with the money that was flowing to Pastor Ezekiel. You remember the altercation between Ezekiel and the government and Shakahola? And then there was now a suggestion that they will deregister the church of Ezekiel, okay? So if they deregister the church, and the church has a lot of money in the name of that church, that name of the church is the legal entity, okay? It's the contract between that church and the banks. So when that name ceases to be a legal entity, an official legal entity, what happens to the assets that are under that name? So this is creating a problem so that it can aid corruption, land grabbing, and everything evil that come with it. Those of you who remember Kenya Railways, Rift Valley Railway, then back to Kenya Railways. That was during Michuki's time, okay? Rift Valley Railway took over the Kenya Railways, branded Kenya Railways, turned it into a business. They began to operate it. The properties began to disappear that were in the name of Rift Valley or wherever that were in the name of Kenya Railways. And as soon as that operation ended, they canceled the contract with the Rift Valley Railways. It reverts back to Kenya Railway, but the Kenya Railway of now is not the Kenya Railway of the past. It has worked before. There is new K.C.S.E. What happened to the old K.C.S.E. and the properties that belong to K.C.S.E.? K.C.S.E. that used to supply milk to the remotest of all villages with lorries that were owned by K.C.S.E. You remember those lorries, those of you that are old enough? Where are they? The more things change, the more they remain the same. Well, can we now go to that story and then we weigh on it and then tuone vile tunafunga.
Nairobi. To some sad news, and a 33-year-old woman is recuperating at a Nakuru hospital after her estranged boyfriend allegedly stabbed her 18 times, nearly taking her life. Florence Wanjiko, a mother of two, was attacked by one alias Njeru Mutugi outside her residence in Kiamunyi last night in what has emerged to be a business and love-related issues. Rongai Sub-County Police Commander Cecilia Kemboi has confirmed that the suspect, who is a co-director in a real estate company, and the victim is on the run. Ken Gashohe reports.
Current hospital Nakuru, Florence Wanjiko, a 33-year-old mother of two, is in immense pain for severe injuries inflicted on her by her estranged lover and business partner alias Njeru Mutugi. Wanjiko says that she had a meeting with the suspect at a Nakuru hotel between 5 p.m. and 10 p.m. on Thursday.
We met and the conversation was smooth, and it was out of business-related issues and other issues that were a bit personal. So later on, we came to an agreement and I proceeded home. We decided to be left there for some refreshment.
The estranged lover who was trailing her waylaid Wanjiko at her residence in Kiamunyi Estate where a confrontation ensued.
He came attacking me. I tried to drive off and run away. Unfortunately, I kawanga gari yake nyuma. I locked the door, but the window was open. So kazima gari na kuchukua funguo. He proceeded hitting me on the head using his hands, pulling me outside. So by the time I was outside, hapa ndipo nilisikia ananikatakata.
As Wanjiko called for help, Njeru Mutugi, a treasurer at a popular church in Nairobi, stabbed her 18 times in the head, legs and hands, severing some of her fingers.
I lost my fingers, all of them in this hand. The remaining one are fractured. I'm scheduled for theater tomorrow in the morning. This other one also. In my right leg, alikuwa na dunga, then nararua. Dunga na nirarua. And the total cuts I got from the knife were 18. And at my back I have one, which was directed to my stomach part.
The businesswoman was rescued by guards and neighbors who rushed her to hospital where the suspect forced his way before he was ejected. Wanjiko says their relationship has been strained and that she had moved out of a house they were living together. The suspect, however, could not take her rejection, which was made even more sour by their business issues.
We have a company together that I might not mention. We are directors. So there were huge issues. Other personal issues where I requested him to call it a quit, to let everything go. And he also owes me some finances. I was also requesting for that money.
She is now calling for justice as she may not be able to continue providing for her children.
I want to urge people to look for mechanisms of solving problems in a better way than attacking one another. Cheap EV cases are on the rise, especially in our county. Cheap cases of defilement and rape are also in the increase.
Rongai Sub-County Police Commander Cecilia Kimboi says that a manhunt for the suspect has been launched. Kingashuhi, KTN News.
Haya, wapenzi watazamaji, ni nini kinafanyika? Mbona tunakuwa hayawani? Bwana Francis, you are the one to weigh on that. Kama umeachwa tunakubali kuachika. Ni nini mpaka tunaenda kufanya mambo yote?
Bernard, you know, one of the things that people have never accepted is that nobody owns another person's life. And everybody has a choice to make or a decision to make about his or her own life that has nothing to do with me or you. And even marriage, even if you pay dowry, doesn't mean that you own the girl. The girl can still make a decision to get married elsewhere and refund your dowry, and she's in the right way to do so, in case she feels that that is the way she's supposed to do. So the thing of marriage or thing of partnership is about mutual, whereby I feel maybe with my wife we can stay together for this particular time or for eternity, but that one depends also on her. Does she share the same feelings with me? If not, she's at liberty to leave me and even to seek marriage elsewhere, and that one should not be bother me, because even I can also leave and seek marriage elsewhere. That's one thing people have never understood. Secondly, we don't own our kids. Our kids we are just caretakers. My girl has his own life, meaning that today if I die, she can still continue living her life in my absence, meaning that my life isn't tied with my child's life. So these things of men or women thinking like, when people are in marriages, is as if their hands are tied, and therefore if one dies, the other one has to follow. That's just a very stupid thinking that it does not even have application. I can tell you for sure. By the way, let me tell you, when we were young people, like 18 years, 19 years, we could even approach a lady, and with all good intention, she could tell you, no, I don't see you being of my value. And you could walk out smiling, because do you think that everybody will tell him, oh, you are good, you will accept you, Bernard? Some will turn you down in a very awkward way. But that is it. She has that liberty to do so. You have to accept, no matter how painful it might look like. That is how it is. So men or women should stop thinking that you own somebody. Nobody owns another one. Kila mtu ana maisha tofauti sana. I'm just asking, now that man has severed that lady's hand, what will that man gain? Now that lady cannot carry her normal duties as used to carry before such kind of an innocuous act was committed to her. So you see, now you have rendered the two children to be more like disabled, because they have their mother, but their mother cannot help them in anything like washing clothes or cooking. So you see, but if the man could have accepted, yes, we were dating with this individual, and now that she decided to channel a different path, okay, well and good, and you let her go, I think that one could have solved a lot of things. So the idea of violence is some of our genders thinking that they can own each other, and that's the wrong thing that people don't know. What the bottom line of everything is, everybody is at liberty to do whatever she feels or he feels that is good for her, either that is contrary to you or does not favor you. If you understand that one, I am telling you, you can never be involved in any kind of a case of such kind. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Francis, we appreciate that. A very strong point there. There is a program I used to do. Hapa Matendo nasema, Bernard, is this marriage counseling session now? You're free to look at it that way, but it's an issue that has arisen in our midst and it is escalating. We need to talk about it. We are part of that society. We can't pretend not to be. So there's a program I used to do many years ago on the power of singlehood, and we were defining what does it mean to be single, okay? And our definition of being single was being single does not mean not being married. Being single means you're complete, you are whole, you are not a half. You are fully developed to maturity, okay? And so that you are not married doesn't mean you are single. And that you are married doesn't mean you're not single. So there is that confusion where people think that when you get into we define our spouses as our better half, okay? So half and a half make one, but that is not the biblical understanding of marriage. It says a man shall leave his father and mother, cleave to his wife, and they shall be one flesh. So man must be whole, woman must be whole. They all come together to make one whole. Now, this is a major problem in our day, where there is this so much attachment on people's lives to an extent whereby you feel robbed when the person walks away. It may even involve issues of money. Remember, there was that case where somebody traveled from, was it from Muranga, all the way to Eldoret and stabbed the girlfriend to death because she has been receiving M-Pesa and all manner of support, and then says, I don't see whether we can go any further with you. Hii safari inaishia hapa. Akasema, not after all those M-Pesas, not after all that money. So this buying relationships is an issue, but please, let's stop the killings. Let's stop the violence. Ukiachwa, achika. Huyo mtu mlikutana naye ukiwa na 32 teeth in your mouth. She had 32 teeth in her mouth. You did not add any teeth in her mouth. If she decides to walk away, there is nothing you can do to keep her. And if she decides to stay, you decide to stay, then stay together in harmony. You don't have always to see things from the same way. You don't have to always agree, but respect each other, live in harmony. But when you feel hii haiendi kabisa, tuache hii story ya kuacha na kurudi, pia inakuwa na matatizo yake. For us being accused to be marriage counselors, we're just sharing piece of advice. 18 stabs inside one body. That body is not a stranger. That body you have 2 children with. I mean, what do you turn into? Are you crazy? That same body you've been living with has been cooking for you, you've been sharing bed with, you can still lift a knife and drive 18 stabs in that same body. Apana. Let's wake up from our slumber. Something is wrong. And if you have issues as a man, please seek help. Stop going to mess up big time like that. It is bad. Now, naomba hivi tu makinike tunapoendelea na tunaanza kutamatisha. Ni dakika kadhaa kufika saa 9 asubuhi masaa Afrika Mashariki. Naomba tu tumakinike tunapoendelea na kipindi. Lakini hili swala lazima tulishughulikie kikamilifu. You need to have some what I call support systems around you as a man. Support systems. Support system means a friend you can confide in. If things are not working between you and your spouse, let somebody be involved. Somebody with authority, not just anybody. Somebody with authority means your father, your uncle, your pastor, somebody who has authority over you, and has authority over your wife. You can't, if you can't settle between the two of you, get somebody higher than you, then submit to that authority, be guided. And if it can't, leave somebody else's alive just like you made them. Don't kill somebody on frivolous things. Tumsikilize Mama Selina alafu tuendelee na mkururo tunapochangia swala hili na mengine. Mama Selina.
Yes, Penat, nimeingia mukiongea. Naona hiyo nini ya Kiamunyi, hiyo mama. Mambo ya ndoa, Penat, samani watu walikuwa wanakosana, wanaenda kwa wasasi, kijana anaenda kwa wasasi yake, wanaenda wanaongea, makosa ikifanyika wanaongeleshwa. Lakini ndoa ya siku hizi, Penat, unajua wengi hata wasasi kama mtu ameolewa, wanafanya kazi, anakuwa na nyumba, amekuwa na kijana, ameishi pamoja. Na hii, Penat, inachangia, unaona biashara iko ndani, iko pesa ndani. Alafu sijui nitasemaje, nitasema kidogo, lakini wamama wanatafuta pesa na wanapenda, sijui inaitwa nini hiyo, Penat, kwa sababu sisi ni wasasi, tumesaa, si mzuri kuongea, lakini wamama wamefanya makosa na wanaweka vijana. Unachukua mtoto ya mtu, utaki aoe, utaki akue na ndio unamulisha, ndio saa unamcontrol, na hiyo ndio imelete shida mingi sana. So na hata makanisa samani, watu walikuwa naenda kanisa, kulikuwa hata majirani, watu wakikosana, unaona, Penat. But ya saa hii imekuwa mbaya sana. Imekuwa kama ingewezekana, ukiona utaki kukaa na mtu uondoke. Lakini sasa unaona wamama wanalete vijana kwa manyumba yao, lakini ingetakikana ukue kwa kijana ili akikutoa unatoka. So mimi sijui vile nitasema, hii generation imekuwa ngumu, Penat, na wifu. Sasa unasikia mtu anasema sitaki aende kwa mwingine. Ndio, umesema vizuri sana. Wewe ulitoka kwenyu, mimi nikatoka kwetu, mkakutana, watoto ikawakutanisha, na ikiwa msiko mkawanye muende kwa children department, chukua kama ni watoto 4 chukua 2, ama mwingine achukue 2, ama kama ni wadogo mama ale, we watoto bora wajue baba. Unajua hii samani, Penat, kama umesaa na mtu na ujaenda kwao, unajua makabila mingi hiyo watoto hata we ufanane na kijana yako, Penat, ama msichana, na ujatoa mahari na hakuna mtu anakujua. Hata ukipata hiyo mtoto kwa barabara, uwezi kumsalamia ama useme ni wako, kwa sababu samani ilikuwa ni kulipa mahari ndio inakupatia ruhusa, pipi ni wako na watoto ni wako. Lakini siku hizi nakuta msichana anasema huyu ni baba ya mtoto yangu, unamuuliza amekuja nyumbani, anakwambia hiyo ni yake. Sasa shida ikitokea, unaenda kupandisha mtu. Hii baba ya kama wasasi wangekaa chini ama watu yenyu wangejua, Penat, ingekuwa afadhali. So inastahili kila mtu ajue ya kwamba ukiishi na mtu, wacha wasasi wako wajue. Kama hauna wasasi, wacha relatives yako wajue, hili chochote ikitendeka. Lakini maisha sasa, unataka mtoto ya 20 years anataka kuwa independent, kila kitu ni independent. Naona tena mumeanza kitu mbaya. Jana niliona kitu kingine nasema kata mnalete hii ni maisha gani? Wana vijana wadogo wanakuwa na music nyingine, Penat, wanalete panga. Sijui serikali iko hapa. Nalete panga, anasema kata shingo, kata sijui wapi, sijui nini. Sasa hii ni criminals. Hii inchi, Penat. Samani kulikuwa na music ilikuwa na maana zake. Sasa hii niliona jana hata kama ni kwa YouTube ama iko kwa inaitwa Twitter, but unaleta watoto wadogo, unawacha vijana wanacheza na panga. Panga ni ya kufanya nini? Na anasema kata, na anawekea mwenzake shingo hapa, anakata hivi. Ni watu, serikali iko wapi kwa Kenya? Wacha nimalize penalty, nimeingia nimechelewa. Wacha nisikize, lakini tafadhali Mungu atuhurumie. Sasa tuko na mambo ya siasa, inafika mambo ya jamii, ndio hii watoto hatuwezi control. Where are we going? Sisi tunaenda wapi? Kenya tunaenda wapi? Tutakimbilia wapi? Si kanisa, si kwa siasa, si nyumbani. Then what will happen? Thank you.
Okay, thank you mami. Thank you mami, we appreciate that. Tusikilize wasia wa waliotutangulia, ni muhimu. Asil 2 TV anasema mama, inaitwa content creation. Hiyo content creation inapaswa kukuwa created with some level of modesty, some sense of responsibility. Responsibility means what I do and say here, somebody can model. If they model it, how will they end up? Will I be responsible? I'm the one who led them into that. Will I be at peace with the same? So the moment you begin to play in the public gallery, there has to be that sense of responsibility. Whatever I am saying and doing, I will love my child to follow in these footsteps. I will have my sisters and my brothers, my siblings to follow in these footsteps. If they do, will they become the success they need to become? So that sense of responsibility is what we have dropped. And that's why we are coming up with things that are out of order. Let us tujihoji, tujiulize, tujiangalie tena, tuone tuko wapi na kwa nini. Kwangu mimi, takes 3. When you can't, I have a phrase I use in my preaching. When you can't tell the left from the right, it is time for you to take 3 steps behind until you get your bearing. Don't move forward. That is it. The moment you're in a confusing state, you don't know what to say and what to do, it is not the time to move forward. It's time to take 3 steps backward, find your bearing, then begin to move. We move so far into what we don't know until we become victims there. So please, let's take it. And Kishoi seems to have a problem with church and a problem with Bible. I cannot convince you to follow Bible. I can only tell you that Bible is older than you. It was written without your input. It will be here after you. So just leave it alone. If it has anything that can help you, use it. If whatever that is there cannot help you, find help elsewhere. Just find help elsewhere. But all I know is that no man is self-contained. Every one of us need help from somewhere. And so, tusiwatukane wakunga ili hali uzazi ungalipa. Innocent.
Yeah, Bernard, on the same issue, maybe I'll take a different trajectory. I do a bit of counseling, and when we do it, we have to listen kwa watu wote wawili. You need to listen and get the gist of the matter from both sides, so that you understand what was the cause of the incidents. You don't sio lazima tu you conclude usema ati this man amewachwa amewachika aende. There must be something, Bernard, for a person to reach to an extent of kudunga mtu kisu. There must be a reason behind it, and that's why you had that woman akisema kuna maneno mengine, some things I cannot mention. So if you cannot mention, then there must be something. So let me give my piece of advice now from two sides. Number one, Bernard, in a relationship, especially where the business and money is concerned, has always been a conflict. Pesa sinaweza kufanya mtu auliwe, pesa sinaweza kufanya anything. Pesa siliuza Yesu. You remember what happened? So anywhere where business and money is concerned, you must lazima ufikirie mara mbili. You must think twice. So that's why I'm saying I must get the information from both sides ndio niseme nani alikuwa right way ama wrong way. So and where also love, mali tena love inaingilianga also, that's another thing again yenye inaweza kufanya the person to do what they did. So also love, ukisoma the book of Songs of Solomon inakwambianga vizuri that love love is jealousy. Love can kill. It's there in the book of Songs of Solomon. So those are the two incidents ukiangalia kwa hii, because you had the had love affairs together, maybe husband and wife. So there must be something hapo, ndio nakwambia sitaki kuingilia sana. Those are the two issues zenye sinafanyanga that to happen. But Bernard, that does not give any person a leeway or permission kudunga mtu kisu. Now let me be Selina today na niongee kama mzazi ama what she keeps on saying. Ukiingia kwa maneno ya ndoa, ukiingia kwa maneno ya ndoa, and the way the Bible says, the people who have slept together pamoja, kuna kuanga na what in Christian we call covenant. Ni kama kuna covenant imeingiana pamoja. Na once covenant, you've done that covenant, you've sealed that covenant. So in case somebody comes in, that's why unasikianga the Bible says that nobody should put asunder. Hakuna mtu asiingilie katikati. So if there was any person who entered between that marriage, if it was a marriage or a relationship, then that is why you see what happened on that clip. So always remember that when two people have been wameshikana pamoja, kuna what we call a covenant yenye inawaleta pamoja, and ndio unaonanga mtu anatoka, the way you said, mtu anatoka kutoka Central anaenda paka Eldoret kwenda kuua mtu because of that. Number 3, Bernard, kuna watu wengine especially wanaingia kwa relationship because of money, ama anaona huyu mtu ni businessman, wacha niingie hapa, hizi pesa ndio zikuwe zetu, akifika mahali wakosane ndio apate ile share aende nayo. Also that can also be an issue. Mtu anaona, yani mimi nilistruggle kupata hii pesa, nikapata huyu mwanamke ama huyu mwanamume akakuja kwa maisha yangu, sasa imefika mahali tunataka kukosana, anataka kuchukua part of what I struggled for. That also can be a cause of what you saw there. So kuna mmoja maybe anaona alicontribute more ama alikuwa na mali na anaona now ana lose, and that is also a cause of what you saw there, Bernard. I might not give a vivid ama exact answer, but nikisikiza the two sides, I'm telling you I can give the right advice, but nobody has a right. Vile umesema na vile Selina nao nasema, please, I don't know how to put it, sijui vile nitasema, but kuna wasichana wengi kwa hii dunia, and I don't know how to put it, but let me just put it
Achia wachungaji.
In a simple language, let me say like this. every woman is the same. So
Sasa umeenda sana. Hebu wachia hapa wewe ni layman. Hiyo utapigwa mawe bure.
No, what I'm saying is that huyu kama amekuacha kuna mwingine. Just move to another person.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm letting you avoid to say. But thank you. You said the Songs of Songs says love is stronger than death, and there's jealousy, things like that. But there is the definition of love that we seem to have missed in this generation, and that is we have reduced love to be a feeling and not to be a principle of life. Love is self-sacrifice. Love is not self-serving. Love is not self-seeking. Love is not getting anything for yourself. Love is letting go everything for the benefit of the other person. So even what we say we are in love, it doesn't meet the biblical threshold of what love is. We're just, running after a particular feeling, okay? And we want to sustain that feeling at all costs. And then we excuse some, unbecoming behavior, especially in handling, I would say, the boy child, okay? There has been a poor handling of the boy child. And like when we were growing up, our fathers, our grandpas, our uncles, we grew up in an ecosystem where there were checks and balances. People were accountable to their next age group. So the excesses were not so much. And then you are controlled. When you get angry, there is how far you can go with your anger. There is how you must ensure that you don't cross this line. This aspect of somebody getting angry, reaching for a knife, and wanting to stab somebody, that was going too far. And to be a man means you have a grip on yourself. You know when you're about to lose it, and the best thing to do is walk away. As a young man who asked a question on Facebook, he said a lady confronted him and slapped him in the midst of his friends, and he walked away. So he was asking, did he do the right thing? Because his friends were laughing at him that how could he let this lady demean him to a level of slapping him, and he still walked away. So I encouraged him and told him, you did the right thing, walking away. You are the one who did the walking away. But if you would have fought back, she would have made you fight back. So walking away was your choice, and you exercise your personal discretion. But this one, she made me do it. She made me kill her. She made me stab her. It means you are not in control of yourself. You are a reactive person. That reaction is not good for life. So without us going to attempting to exhaust the whole marriage manenos, we are not saying that we have the whole story. Irene here gives the other side that she's a side chick. That's another complication. I say the second child is the one for the man, the first one is not. That's another confusion. But all in all, like Innocent said, and I say again, no killing anybody, please. Kama haiwezekani, haiwezekani. And you don't lose by letting go. You don't lose by letting go. Pesa tumefanya biashara ngapi tukipoteza? Umeletewa deal mzuri, ukachukua mpaka loan, ukaweka ndani, na ikazama. So hata huyu mama kienda na hela, what is the big issue? You took her to school, so what? You did one good thing, let it go. Please, don't stab anybody, don't kill anybody because they have taken this and that. And then where usually things fall apart is where mmekosana, mmeseparate, but huwa mnakutana mkilala pamoja. Now I'm speaking like a pastor. We have all those cases. walikosana, huyu akarudi kwao, lakini wanapangananga kwa simu wanakutana mahali wanaliwazana alafu they part ways. So hii katika hii kurudi kuliwazana tena huko ndio kuna haribika. Now remember, you had already what? Parted ways. You have an informal coming together. This informal coming together, when things go bad, you cannot go back to parents, because according to the parents, you did what? You parted ways. But you're secretly what? Meeting. So these are some of the things that come up which we should not encourage. Lakini, please, don't come to that place of you reaching a place where you have to take somebody's life. Life is precious, and life is to be protected, not to be taken for, just like something else. Human life is sacred. Human life is sacred. Tusicheze nayo tafadhali. Hata kama tumeamua hatutaki Mungu, hatutaki Biblia, heshimu maisha ya mtu. Maisha ya mtu ni muhimu. Mtu sio mnyama. Mtu sio kisu, sio kuku unachukua kisu unakata. Let's respect human life. Now, thank you everybody. As I want to play this video and then allow the floor to be open. Tukianza kufungasha. Alexo, do you have powers? Can you take powers? Do you have time? Okay, inbox me kwa WhatsApp to sort hiyo maneno tuache hapa. Uendelee, naona dini inaanza kuingia kwa kuchelewa. But the moderation has to be within the framework.
Bernard.
Sorry, yes?
Bernard, I can be able to hold it if the goal is to talk. I can hold it as well. I have access.
We'll work on that. Let me arrange with Alexio first. Okay, let's do this. Let's hear this out.
In a crime-related incident, fresh details have emerged from police tonight suggesting that murder suspect Hashim Dagane Mohammed was a hitman tasked to eliminate Waris Daud. Investigators tell Citizen TV that the suspect claims he, among other persons at large, were involved in the killing of Daud, her child, and her niece. Hashim, however, confessed to have single-handedly killed Deka Abdinur and chopped her body parts before disposing them at the Langata cemetery. As part of efforts to find the other missing body parts of Deka, Hashim took detectives to the Langata cemetery, as Franklin Wala reports.
At the Langata cemetery in Nairobi, murder suspect Hashim Dagane Mohammed taking detectives on a fact-finding mission to trace missing body parts belonging to Deka Abdinur. It is during the search that the suspect confessed to have killed the girl and dumped her body parts in different locations within the cemetery. Hashim told police he murdered Deka because she knew his little dark secret of taking away the lives of Waris Daudi, Nusaiba Abdi and Amina Abdi. According to him, Deka, a student at the Great Lakes University who happened to have been his girlfriend, would have leaked the secret. At the beginning of the month, human body parts were found here at the cemetery. Police said some body parts, including legs and hands, were missing from the recovered bones. Upon conclusion of the search on Friday, police said they were unable to find the missing body parts. Police believe they were eaten by wild animals from the neighboring Nairobi Park. Fresh details have also emerged from police suggesting Hashim Dagane was an assassin paid millions of shillings to kill Waris Daudi. Police say the motive was a possible love triangle involving Waris and another woman. Unfortunately, according to investigators, Amina Abdi and Nusaiba Abdi were simply collateral damage. Investigators are still tracing other persons of interest whom it is believed were part of the gang involved in the murders and were paid colossal amounts of money for the deadly mission. The suspect is still in police custody until 2nd December, when he will be brought to court for further directions. He faces murder charges of 4 people whose lives were taken in a horrific manner. Franklin Wala, Citizen TV.
Alexo?
Yes.
Wewe tunapaswa kwenda class na wewe. So let's have Lal and then Jiru as we do the other miracle.
Okay.
I think I agree with all of you that life is precious. You know, no one should take either person's life. I'm a pastor, as well as I run a private practice, practicing psychology, and I do anger management. I do domestic violence. Those are things that I do. I do them for the military. I do them for the public. Where I'm sitting right now, just this year, a beautiful young woman that spent a lot of time with me in this building. She has a business in this building, running a beautiful business. The so-called boyfriend shot her 6 times. I think if that night I would have been here, I would have been dead myself. And this was a beautiful person. I would work on the inside of people, and she would do the outside, pedicure, manicure, and all that stuff. So I would refer people even to her business. She had a lot of employees that she employed, but because of rage, because of feeling of entitlement by this person, and inability to kind of control that instinct within this young man's life, he decided to take her life. And of course, he's now in jail, you know, probably never coming out again, but life has been lost. So just like Bernard stated, I think we live in a world where I think there was a study that was done, and that the world is becoming, there's a concept of personal efficacy, and that is people are becoming more reliant on what they have, whether it is money, whether it is a nice apartment, whether it is that entitlement. This is me, I own this. And people are moving in that direction, and we are losing touch with people, that people's touch, that what Bernard talked about when we were one family. People care for each other, they are part of each other, they would correct each other. I think we are moving away from that, and people become more isolated. As a matter of fact, investors that look into the next century where to invest, actually consulting people like us, psychologists, to be able to know where to invest, because the move is towards investing in psychotropic medication to help people deal with stress. And stress, we know, is #1 killer. Did you know that the #1 prescribed medication is not aspirin in the world? Is actually stress-related medication, psychotropic medication, the Prozacs and others. That's the #1, because people do not know how to handle this thing called emotion on the inside. And so we are moving in a very darker and darker age. And the church that's supposed to be helping us, instead of having real prophetic voice, real ministry of the word of God, we kind of tend to move towards the witch doctors, you know, the prophet so-and-so prophesying to people which will come. This one will be the president, this one will be that. I mean, things that are not important, instead of building healthy relationship, so that our children don't grow up in a place where mommy is not there, daddy's not concerned. Just like Bernard stated, people kind of meeting over the weekend, and they have children, and then they go their own ways. And I think there's so much chaos out there. And so I think it's important for us to remember those words. You know, I'm glad for the Bible. The Bible talks about love, and love has got the different in Greek. Is a very rich language for us to really understand the concept of love. Because what we sing about, we talk about, is not love. That's infatuation. You know, we think it's love. Love. You read 1 Corinthians 13. What love is patient, is caring. Love never seeks its own. Love wants the best for all of us, and that's what we need in our society, in our community. The love of God, the love that allows us to be our brother's keeper. And so when you hear stories like this, it's very sad. Somebody's life has been lost. And then in place, they are bitter, there's angry, there are people growing up without love, which means we are basically building ourselves towards that thing called personal efficacy, but it's really troubled time when most of us are looking forward to having a nice life. We will be killing each other. So God has to help us. We got to turn to God. We got to reinstitute those things that work for us. Whether we are Christian or non-Christians, you know, there are some values that we had in our cultures that really promoted, you know, caring and loving environment, which we are losing. So let's step back and look at what we are losing, instead of just thinking what we are getting in the new technology and all this, which is really taking us apart, dividing us. And we don't even eat together as a family anymore because everybody's in their phone, their earphone and all that. Just sitting together as a family is needed, but we don't because of the nature of the time that we live in. Thank you. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. And please, let's engage soberly, please. Let's not go personal. And then, of course, we are only giving our views and giving our general counsel because we don't have the finer details of the situation. But regardless of what the finer details are, we're just saying that hiked level of people cutting off people's body parts, we need to get back to respecting human life. Is different from animal life, and we shouldn't put it on the same level. And as a society, we are drifting into this, which we can put a stop to. And we can put a stop to by please talking one to another, correcting one another, and then, of course, insisting that there is a limit. Don't lose it completely until you lose it completely. Please lay a grip on yourself. If you can't stand the noise, you can't stand the nagging, take leave. Go cool down, come back later. Don't reach a place where knives, guns, and all other instruments of violence are involved. Don't get there. Mama Selina.
Penat, na shukuru yale tunasema, lakini utamaduni wetu wa Afrika ilikuwa ni familia. Mambo hii ya love, Penat, kama huku mahali tuko tunaambiwa wasungu, love ikiisha hakuna kuendelea kukaa pamoja. So tukiweka hii mambo ya love, na sasa love iwezi kukuweka mpaka ufike 90 years, alafu hapa hivi Penat, hiyo love yako ikiisha na nipate mtu ingine, huyu mtu yangu anakuja kukuuliza Penat, ati huyu mama alikuwa napenda nini mkiwa na yeye, so atakwambia vile unaweza handle yeye vile alipenda. Na kumbuka hiyo mambo ikifika Afrika, uende mwanaume uulize mwanaume ingine ati wakati ulikuwa na huyu mama alikuwa na. So nafikiria badala ya kuweka love ya Mungu ni kweli, lakini kwanza ile iliweka watu kudumu na familia kudumu, Penat, ilikuwa ni ufamilia, si love. Lakini sasa mkilete mambo ya love, hiyo love inaenda inaisha. Ikiisha mwingine atasikia mbaya, lakini ukiweka familia mbele, love inaweza kosa, lakini tunasema through, tuko na watoto, tuko na familia, tuchunge. Sasa sijui sisi watu wa sisi Afrika tunachukua hii mambo ya love aje, kwa sababu huku watu wana divorce na Reverend Lala atakuwa mshahidi yangu, wana divorce wakati hiyo love imeisha. Lakini usuri ya huku tena, kama mumeishi pamoja, hiyo mali serikali inakawanya. Alafu tena constitution ya huku penat ina favor kina mama. Sasa wewe penat ukiwa na boma yako mzuri na bibi aende, wewe baba unakuja tolewa na polisi, unapatiwa trespass, unaenda mama anapaki na mali yako na anachunga watoto, ama mnalazimishwa kuuza hata kama ilikuwa yako, unakawanyiwa, ule mama anaenda kuishi na mwanaume mwingine na utasikia mbaya. So I think tuwache kuchukua vitu yenye si yetu. Hiyo penat, I will say this, wakati wa Afrika walikuwa nasema msichana uende uoe kwa boma fulani kijana, na hukujua hiyo msichana ulikuwa unaambiwa utamupenda mkiishi. So I thought ile kitu tungefanya ama watu wangefanya, tuweke familia mbele badala ya hii love. Munasema hii love inaisha, na kama imeisha unaambiwa uwezi ishi na mtu kama you don't have that love. Hata ukiwa na watoto, hiyo love yenyu ya watu wawili ikiisha, imeisha.
Thank you, Mami. But I think that's born out of what I call ignorance, of not understanding. Ile Lala alikuwa anatuambia what love is. Love is responsibility. It's not a feeling, it's not a fondness, it's a responsibility. Huyu msichana kwetu wanaita msichana wa wenyewe. Okay? If my father is referring to my wife, he will always ask, msichana wenyewe anaendeleaje? You are known as a caretaker, and you're trained to understand that msichana wa wenyewe, so you take care of her. So that demonstration of love is in taking care of her, making sure she's safe, making sure she's well taken care of, making sure that everything works out. That is love. So love is not just a fondness or a feeling and all that. So watu wengi hawana hiyo ufahamu, and it's because hatujasaidia ufahamu wa wengi. So watu wamejifundisha, wame-experiment wenyewe, wengine wameona kwa movie, and they don't understand that movie people are acting. They are not okay, they are not normal. That is just the acting of character. And so we think that we can do that movie in really life, which is a problem. But I know that is a wider case. I would want us to zero in. Let's listen to Njiru, and wacha nimaliza housekeeping. Njiru will come in. Alexo has powers now. He can run the remaining part of the show. I just want to remind us, it is already 23rd. The burial for the sister to Mama Rose is on 26th. Please, we need you to send your contribution in good time. Don't wait for 11th hour. The details are here. Let me just display them. Let's please act within the time available. You use the M-Pesa number 0724 906824. The name is Sami Kabanga. That is the general M-Pesa contribution for the whole of that funeral collection. So it is not for Sound Candy Talk, then we send. No. I don't want you to use my number. I want us to contribute together with the rest of the people contributing to the funeral. The number once again is 0724 906824. Sami Kabanga. So please let us have some responses, even as we ensure that we are there one for another, for that is the essence of our being. One of my bishop defines life as the art of living sustained by contribution. What you make happen for others, God makes happen for you. So please let's come in strongly and support Mama Rosie in this particular time. I believe we will be making a good difference. Asante sana. Mbio mbio, tumsikilize Njiru tukisongana. Njiru yupo kweli? Okay, tuchanganye tu na hii since they are all on the issue of familia. Let's listen to this one.
Jina langu ni Sam Amani. Naam, tuanze na taarifa tanzia. Familia ya mtahiniwa mmoja wa K.C.S.E wa shule ya upili ya Turkana Talent High mjini Lodwar inaendelea kuuliza maswali mengi kuliko majibu. Ni vipi mwanao alifariki dunia shuleni akifanya mtihani huo ili hali wao hawakufahamishwa kifo chake? Mwanahabari wetu wa kaunti ya Turkana Mike Ekutan na taarifa hii.
Sasa najua nyeje ni ile mtoto yako na saa hii na patia tibe mekupa. Sasa hakuna ripoti.
Ni sauti ya mzazi wa marehemu akiwa na uchungu na huzuni baada ya kupata ripoti mbaya ya tanzia kuhusu kifo cha mwanawe.
Hakuna ripoti. Na hakuna hata pesa na dai. Hakuna, namaliza yote. Sasa iko chida kani. Kwa nini kwa pekali mwingine ile anaangalia mwanano?
Familia inataka majibu kamili. Ni nini kilichosababisha kifo cha mtahiniwa John Ekalale maarufu Jontes?
Kitu tunashangaa kama jirani ya hiyo shule ya Talent High School ni kwamba mtoto ametolewa pale kwa scene bila msasi kupokea mwili wa mtoto wake pale.
Familia inadokeza kuwa wakati shule inahitaji karo ilikuwa inawapigia simu, na mshangao ni kuwa ni kwa nini hawakupigiwa simu kuhusu kifo cha mwanawe kilichotokea siku ya Jumanne wiki hii.
Mwalimu anafika simu ya pesa. Kwa nini anafika simu hiyo? Amokoncho hii.
Ya pesa ya school fees simu ni iko honi. Mnapigwa glasa. Lakini kwa hiyo ugonjwa kifo hakuna. Tumechangaa sana na mwalimu wenyewe. Wakati unapeleka shule kwa mtoto kwa shule, mnawacha ni namba ya simu hapo, na wacha kila kitu hapo.
Watainiwa wenzake wamemtaja Jontes kuwa mwanafunzi mtulivu asiyekuwa na ubaya na mtu yeyote.
Kijana amekuwa mtu mzuri. Tumekuwa na yeye kunanga apatikananga makosa. Nasema tu pole kwa Jontes na wazazi wake, tunasema ni pole. Najua Jontes amekuwa kijana mzuri, tumeanza na yeye kutoka form 1 hadi tukafika form 4. Sasa ametuacha kwa machungu.
Mwalimu mkuu wa shule hiyo Samuel Otieno aliyehojiwa na KTN amekiri kuwa hakukusudia kutopigia wazazi simu, bali aliagizwa na maafisa wa DCI kutofanya hivyo.
I did not refuse to call the parent. Nilizuiliwa because the case was with the investigating authorities. So they told me to contact the family through the chief.
Kamanda wa polisi wa kaunti ndogo ya Turkana ya Kati Evans Ombui anasema bado wanaendelea kufanya uchunguzi kubaini kifo cha mtahiniwa huyo. Mike Ekutan, KTN News, Turkana.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Njiru umerejea?
Maybe I'm Zero, bro, get the point. Can I get the point?
Yes, you can hear you. Continue.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sawa. Yeah, nimeshukuru kuingia hapa. It has been a while, but I'm glad that we have been here on the course of rescuing our nation. kuna mambo mingi sana
Karibia microphone. Zero. Your audio is not good. Karibia microphone, please. We can hear you, please.
Oh, unanisikia sasa?
Just a moment. Bwana Njiru, tunakusikia lakini sio kama kawaida. Kuna vile sauti yako kama imenyongwa. Sijui unatumia earphones ama nini? We can't hear you clearly na wewe unakuwa na sauti ile ya wana mpatizaji.
I don't know because I am not using earphones. Maybe it could be the phone which I'm using. If I'm not clear, maybe I naweza kuja siku nyingine because I think I cannot save it now.
Can you restart your phone? Restart your phone so that we get clearly what you say, if possible.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bernard.
In the meantime, KK, you can make your submission on the. Now you can combine both the stories and then just talk freely.
There's no stories. I'll go back to the facts. I do not know what you're pushing, but I'll talk about what I can see from my end. Please. My Kenyan people, we have people who don't follow laws. The coming is the next thing that we have to address. Because we cannot live in a country where we think we have a country based on a country or laws, and the people where we're following do not follow the laws. Rev, I love you. You're good people. You're good people. But I'm afraid you do not understand what the Kenyan people are going through. We have biases like you. I'm an American citizen. But one thing I will never allow in my system is letting our Kenyan people suffer for foreign government. I know you work for someone else. Your loyalty belongs to someone else. But tonight, the Kenyan people deserves to know the truth. And Lala, if you don't get it, we all work for slave masters. It's okay. We all work for slave masters. You know who you work for. I'm not stupid. I know who you work for. This is why you can't even talk. You can't talk about the issues affecting your own people in your own country. And that's why yesterday we were fighting, because you are stubborn. You don't get what is happening with our people. Our own people that you, Rev, me, Bernard, anyone here, Njiro, Bundi, we are all fighting for the same thing. But when we forget that we are first Africans, bro, you work for the US. These are people. No, I know you. You don't think I know you, do you?
No, Bwana KK, where are you going with this?
No. Please, can I finish? Please don't.
It is not ngoja. We can't debate going personal, and that it's
not
out
personal.
of order. I'm telling you, you cannot address Lala.
I don't know
directly.
who pays you. Whoever pays you, you figure out who pays you.
It's an ethical, it's an parliamentary. Please.
Bernard, I was just making a point.
Please, just make your point without going personal. That's what I'm saying. And
no. You know, one of the things that maybe you do not understand, you do not decide and just respect people. You do not decide who
or what I consider personal. Respect our Kenyan people. Our Kenyan people are
Excuse me, KK. Now
no,
I
no,
see
no,
where
no.
you're
Let me
going.
finish. No.
I cannot decide what you say, but how you say it is my responsibility. And how to debate on this
What did I say
platform
wrong?
is my
What did I say wrong?
responsibility. Please.
What did I say wrong? Who do you ask
I
for?
said it is not parliamentary for you to go after Lala as a person on this debate by yourself, directly, an exchange between the two of you. You should speak through the speaker, number one.
Even
Number two, what
even
you are talking
we are
about.
talking.
Mimi sitaki kukosana na wewe bwana KK. We started this show with you and we've been going very well. I don't know what has become on you. So sikiliza.
No.
Kama unataka kudebate, debate on point, not going on personal lives and giving those kind of information of where facts and
it's
lives.
a different opinion, that's it. Since what Lala najua we are friends, we are people. Seem insult, I'm just sharing a different opinion, that's it. It's not an insult. Even Lala nakwambia hapa. But I'm trying to highlight things. We are different. Your exposure and my exposure is different. Rev hapa, now my opinion is different. It's okay to have a different opinion. Zero. Here, I hate his opinions on Trump, but we agree. We argue. It's not like I hate them. I hate Njiro. But the point I'm trying to highlight is we have to focus on our own people. Our own people peke. Our own people. We cannot have people who do not care about our own people. And we are engaging.
Who is your own people, Bwana KK? Can you land, please?
You.
Who are these your own people?
If you interrupt me more, every time you interrupt me, then I'll let you have a show.
Njiru, take it, please. I think tulianza kwa roho, tunamalizia kwa mwili.
Am I clear?
Yes, clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, nimeamua kutoa video kidogo, maybe nione if I will be clear. Maybe by tomorrow I should be a little bit better. So for now, you'll allow me to be videoless. Everybody here knows my face. So kwanza ni wasalimu. So you'll allow me to a little bit not be very good on your video today. Because sijui kama ni video inaleta shida ama nini, but I do not want to disturb the voices, the masikia watu wale wanatusikiliza. Akina Resilient
na disputing your handsomeness.
Yeah, akina Resilient na wengine unajua ni wengi sana. Na akina Tuni Mohamed na wasalimia wote, unajua wanakuanga na mambo mingi hapo kwa keyboard. So na wasalimia wote. So let me begin with Mama Lala pale, Alexio na wewe. Let me confirm that Kenyans have lost their nation, and we don't seem to understand the problems which we have. Right now, you can understand that mutaniruhusu sijakuwa hapa for long, so mukisikia ni kama nimeanzia kuleta vitu mshajua, msinihukumu. You can now see Mr. William Ruto, and to be forced by circumstances. Na ndio sisi tunasemanga kwa lugha yetu, saa zingine munyonge Mungu ndiye yeye mwenyewe tu anamsaidia. We were hellbent. Na huyu Gautam Adani, mambo yake isingeharibika kule Marekani. Today we could be speaking of an airport which is going away. Were it not for Americans to have done what they had done, Mr. William Ruto had no courage to destroy Gautam Adani. And whatever happened yesterday should be enough confirmation to tell you that Mr. William Ruto has no consciousness, has no human morality. You know, there is something which we call natural morality and human morality. He has no human morality. There is no way
in which you can only be siding with things down, or you can be saying hiyo kitu nataka kuachana nayo, of which we don't know, because he has been proven occasionally to be a liar, of which we don't know kama ameachana nao akina Gautam Adani. And there is some information which we are hearing ni kama hata Gautam alilala Kenya jana. There's some information like that. Gautam is now in Kenya. And this one is also sounding an alarm to some of the people who might have touched that detonation point. We know there were very many politicians in Kenya who were like changing our trajectory about Adani. Many regular citizens, by the way, were raia ambao hawana majina, ambao hatujulikani sana. We maintained that Adani is not a good man. But Kenyan politicians maintained that Adani is a good man. And were it not for FBI and some other CIA and some other people in the US, I think some attorney in New York, who decided to flag him. This guy has already stolen money in India in billions, sababu amekuwa akijifanya na maproject zote amekuwa akipata, by the way, ni project za kupeana pesa. He has never won a clean tender. And in Kenya, he had already given a bribe. We are aware of that. That is why he was given a tender. Because you cannot have a tender if you have not paid for it. So, Bernard, let's be clear about that. Adani has paid a bribe in Kenya. There is no two way about that. And if you want to know the amount of bribe which Adani has paid in Kenya, you can transfer the amount of bribe which he paid in India. In India, for him to get a job worth $6 billion, he had to pay. Now, this information is available in Wayon and with Palkishama. So, and I believe they have done due diligence in India. So in India, for him to get a job worth $6 billion, and by the way, this Gautam Adani is second billionaire in India after Mukesh Ambani. So we are talking of really somebody who has used all the corrupt means in the world to become the richest man in India, or close to the richest man in India, having amassed a wealth of 69.8 billion, and having also introduced his nephews, brothers, and cousins to the regime of unsacred wealth. So that is the man who we are talking of, and that is the man who we are talking about, who has been brushing his shoulders with Mr. William Ruto. No wonder we cannot agree with this man on anything. So this is what happened to Gautam Adani. I call him with his two names because he is the problem of Kenya, together with Mr. William Ruto. Now, in India, he paid $250 million. That is close to 40 billion Kenya shilling to get a job worth $6 billion. In Kenya, he will now do something which we call cross multiplication. In Kenya, he had been awarded a job close to $4 billion. So if in India, for him to get $6 billion, he paid 40 billion Kenya shilling. So already there is corruption money in Kenya which has been paid worth 30 billion. We have to be clear about that. So I am just using relationship. You know, you can relate information. Even in India, for you to get $6 billion job, you paid $40 billion. No, you paid 40 billion Kenya shilling. I'm talking in Kenya shilling so that people can understand. Even still, $1 billion in Kenya is a lot of money. So Gautam Adani, by that fact, because he only gets tenders through bribing, we are clear about that. Gautam Adani only gets tenders through bribing. So Gautam Adani has paid over 25 billion in Kenya so far to men who we can isolate. They could be William Ruto, they could be Churchill, they could be the other guy who is now in the sports, they could be Akin Haron Cheriot, or all those. We now know 25 billion Kenyan shilling has been paid in Kenya through relationship. Why? Because the same man, he was in the US trying to sweet talk people where he wanted to pay money so that he can also be given some solar projects again. So you can see the syndicate of Gautam. Now, that is not the biggest thing now which we need to talk here. Because without William Ruto, Gautam couldn't have been in Kenya. We have to be clear about that. Without Mr. William Ruto and his colonies, and you know him, his colonies, some of the people who are sanitizing that project, we were sounding it alarm here. Ambao kama sisi hatuna experience, by the way. Wengine wetu hatujui mambo mingi sana ya kiserikali, lakini tulikuwa tunasema mbona uwanja wetu unaenda, mbona uwanja wetu unaenda. Then Mr. William Ruto and his cronies, they were always coming to us kutuambia sijui nini, hakuna uwanja inaenda, we are just giving I want to explain something here, Bwana Bernard, sababu watu ni kama nataka kupeana history ya vitu zimetendeka Kenya. Mumias Sugar ile ambayo ilikuja kuanguka wakati wa Kidero, hata kama ilikuwa ishaanzia kuanguka, there was a time I want to give the Mumias Sugar was also in the same era ya kupeana for over 30 years. So Mumias Sugar ilikuwa, I think kuna wazungu walikuwa wamepoa, sijui walikuwa wanaitwa buka ama nini, kama mnajua wale walikuwa wamejenga mpaka mabuka. So what happened is how watu walikula hiyo kitu for all those years, wakarudisha pesa yao ile walikuwa wameinvest na wakakula kabisa. Akina Kidero wakaingia hapo wakakula kabisa. So it was a Mumias Sugar ilikuwa imekulwa miaka kama 30. So ndio nilikuwa nikijaribu kuelezea among other companies ambazo zimekuwa zikipeana, and some of this kukula ilitendeka wakati wa Moi, because at the time even when akina Webuye pan paper zilikulwa kabisa, then hata tukiload pesa haiwezekani. Then tumekuja tukapata Moi University nayo ndio hiyo imekuja ikakulwa kabisa. Second university in Kenya ile ambayo ilikuwa imetengenezwa. And the reason why I'm speaking this is because I'm an alumni of that university, and it is very bad that our university, foundation of knowledge, where I knew profession, ati imekuja kuanguka wakati wa Zakayo. Na Zakayo is not only na musiseme ati ni VC, musianzie kusema ni VC plus others.
Jiro, are you there? Jiro, are you there? We cannot hear you. Okay, Lala, can you reply on that? Or Mama Selina? Since we are few, we can make it interactive.
Maybe Lala, let me listen.
Endelea tu mama. Njiru, asante mama. Njiru, it's good to see you, kuona, fry. And I think I don't want to respond to Kay, but I don't understand what you're talking about. I will not talk about it because all of you know who I am. I work for nobody, so that's his opinion of me. I think we are here because of our love for our nation. We are here because we care. We care. All of us are not taking rushwa huko nyumbani. Most of us, I think in the diaspora here, we try our best to support people back home. And we are here doing what we do because we are family we love. We want the best for all of us. So it's despicable even to hear people talk about someone being hired when they have got not even an evidence of who what they're talking about. And this is one of the problem that we have, because we can very speculative instead of being factual, and we speak the truth and use our brain God has given us to give answers to some of these complex questions. I think the war that normal people like you and me have been doing, young people and others, Gen Z and others, I think is yielding fruit. I think people thinking twice before they steal. There's a time when, you know, I think even up to this moment, people are very brave. You go there, they would ask you for something. But I think the heat that I think we are building is making people think twice, because people, they're not just going to change because we say they have to change. I think they should fear the repercussions if they don't change. I think they should see us as a threat, because we don't want bad governance, we don't want corruption, we don't want nepotism, we don't want drunk and others, you know, unable to guide us in the right direction. We want that which is good, and that's what will save us as a nation. So my prayer is that we do our job well, but let's do it carefully. Let's do it lovingly. Let's stay on facts and truth and true genuine love, so that we don't, because we can be too angry that at the end of the day, we have got no home. We tear it apart. We come with vengeance. We come with anything you hear, we go with it, and then we end up actually destroying what we had. In fact, if you're a good student of history, one of the challenges of the Crusaders, when they went to take, you know, Jerusalem back, when they arrived, first of all, the Muslims and the Christians who were there told them, and the Jews, we don't want you, because they came with vengeance and just killing everybody. Okay. In other words, the liberators became the worst nightmare for the city. Okay. And we don't want that. We want to be careful. We want to point to where the problem is. We want to let people know. And in fact, Gen Z told us that. They gave us a very good instruction. They went to Parliament. They were there for a particular purpose. And what Ruto and the rest thought they were going to do, they never did. The world watched them do what they did, you know, in a way that they won the heart of people. Okay, so let us stay on the same route, and let us do it, because I think it's doable, and I think the voices are coming, and I think we are talking. At the same time, we also have enemies. Okay, the work isn't done yet. We are not through yet. We're in the middle of it. We need all of us truthful, and it's, you see, you can only shine your light. If you don't have a light, you can't shine my light. Shine yours. Be there. Be known for something. Okay, not just waiting for somebody else to do it, but let's do it. Let's be the example of what we want. One of my friends is called Lombo Simba. He's a preacher. In Nairobi, he had this maid, and every time he came from work, the maid was going to school, and he told me, when this maid leave my house, this day would have a business. At the end, when he left, the maid had her own business. In other words, this man saw potential in the life of that maid, that some of us just keep in the house. We are there, we are talking liberation, yet somebody in our house is not taken care of. We have issues of young people trapped in India, prone prostitution there. Some in Saudi Arabia, because they are there looking for riziki for their children. Okay, these are the things that should worry us, and we are fighting for them. And so when we are doing what we are doing, it's a holy war. This is a noble, work that we are engaged in. And that's why I come to these meetings every single day. I don't come because I want to please somebody. I come because I believe in this nation. And that is why I do this. And nobody pays me. Nobody pays me. I give what I have to support other people. I do. I do. Okay. And not just my family, but other people that people need. I do that. Not to play, make people know that I'm doing something, but I'm forced to say it because when I hear people talk about, I got a master that I serve, it's laughable. So thank you guys, and back to you, Alexio.
Alexio, ni kama nilikatika mara moja, sinimalize point yangu alafu ulete huyu Kip. Okay, ni sawa. Okay, so bwana Kip, najua umekuja. So I just wanted to briefly say that
I saw you. I saw you in Kikuyu today. That was amazing. That was beautiful.
Yeah,
I like that.
Mimi nazungukanga kila pale siku hizi.
I introduced you to her. Remember, Shiko. She's lovely in Auckland.
Yeah. So siku hizi na shidanga kwa channel yake, by the way. As you are aware. Anyway. Sawa, Keep hiyo ni vizuri. So kama ulikuja huko na ukaona story yetu huko, ni sawa. Actually,
mulikuwa na maviews mzuri bana. It was good. I like that.
Yeah.
Because you have to drive the message. You have to drive the message anywhere.
Yeah.
About liberating Kenya, and that is a beautiful thing, Jero. I like that. We have to spread the message.
Mimi by the way, Keep, kama ujui, hata mimi siku hizi niko na channel yangu na chapa story sana huko. You are welcome. Good. So, in fact, huko kwa Shiko, what we were discussing today is the bottom line. Tulikuwa tunaongea story ya huyo jamaa wa kanisa ya Kiengei. That anyway, huyo jamaa wa kanisa ya Kiengei ambaye amekatakata msichana. I'm hearing the girl is recapitulating well in the hospital. But you people be warned, kanisa zingine mnaenda. I've not come here to the campaign any church, but you people, before you declare yourself, you are becoming a member of a certain church. Do your due diligence. Kuna makanisa zingine in this world, they are pure business. And I'm coming to believe that we cannot be having somebody in the name of a church chairman, as I'm hearing, and he has no moral authority or hana patience ya kutulia na bibi yake vizuri. Yes, people fight, people with wives fight, but by the moment wewe unaenda kukua ati wewe ndiye mzee wa kanisa pale, pia kuna vile tunakuanga tumekusoma na tunajua wewe ni mtu mtulivu, hata kama chumvi inapandanga saa zingine kuna vile ufiki hiyo level. So you people, I think some of these churches are having so much drama. Just before drama, sasa tuko na hii story. I think let's think otherwise. My Kikuyu brothers, sio lazima muende kwa kanisa sababu mtu ni comedian. Please, my brothers, come on man. Anyway, away from that, yote ilikuwa tu ya, I was just giving us more sniff of what was happening in the other channel. So bwana Alexio, nikiconclude because mimi tunajuanga Zakaya alinifikanga hapa na ikamwagika. So me, I'm waiting for you people. We decide what we are going to deal with Zakayo in 2027 or less. And we are not going to agree with anyone who has ever agreed with Zakayo hata kama ni kidogo. Unaona hii story ya ndani, it should actually tell us what we expect moving forward. And I want Mr. Raila Odinga himself, nimtaje kwa jina sasa, to come to the public and apologize for actually misleading us. Karibu anibandilishe roho. Unajua nilikuwa nasema, unajua kuna wakati tulikuwa tunasemanga, and I don't know why baba anataka tumtoe hiyo manito. There was a time we used to say that baba akiongelea kitu, hiyo kitu ni ukweli. Inakaa bana hiyo manto ni kama sasa tutaanzia kumshukisha, because he came in public media na akatuambia Adani is doing things in India. I don't know why baba these days he is not doing due diligence and he had to talk for a company which has now been interdicted in the US. That was very, very serious for him. Either he was working against us or he was working for Adani. But it was very bad for Mr. Baba, His Eminence, as he used to call himself, standing in the national media TV to speak for. I know character change. I know Adani themselves, wanaweza kuwa, I don't know, but for Baba having spoken about Adani this year, so he talked about Adani 5 years ago, I could be softer on him. But Baba talked about Adani this year. We are talking of 2024. Tunaongea story ya 2024. I think jicho ya Baba imetoboka. Ile jicho ya Baba ya siasa hana tena. Bwana Alexio, that one I have to confirm. Jicho ya Baba ya kisiasa imetoboka. He is no longer the political maniac.
In short, ni kipofu kwenye siasa.
Sorry?
In short, yeye ni kipofu kwenye ulingo wa siasa.
Of course. And I have no shame to say this. In fact, Baba needs to start now looking for people like us. Even if we don't have any political experience, tunakuwa tukimwambia mzee, wewe unapitia kwa mtaro. It is so unreal that Baba anaweza pitia kwa mtaro na aoni. Na mimi watu kama Adani mimi niliwaona kitambo, hata kabla niambiwe mimi nikaona let me tell you, ukitaka kujua Adani ni nini na all these things ni nini, ukionanga kitu yote Ruto anaguza, wewe jua tu hiyo kitu ni poisonous, hata usikaribie. That is how it is. Na mimi I always tell people, ukisikia ta Ruto akiongea tu story ya sha, wewe tu go the opposite. If you want to know the right direction, wewe angalia Ruto anaenda wapi. If you want to know the right direction, I don't know why Kenyans don't know. Ukitaka kujua the right direction ni gani, wewe angalia Ruto anaenda. Ukianzia kuona Ruto anaenda hivi, hata usianzie kuuliza, wewe tu enter the other side. The other side is the right direction, because Ruto has been proven wrong on everything. Ruto has never gotten anything right. You people, sijui kama hamujui, Ruto has never gotten anything right in his life. Na si ati story ya kumchukia. Huyo jamaa mikono yake haiwezi zalisha kitu, and we have human beings who are that way. As I finish now, ili sasa nisiwabo kipa kuje, tuko na watu wanakuanga hivyo, sio kupenda kwake. Tunawaitanga watoto waharibifu. Kuna mtoto tu akishika kitu, hata ukimpea tu remote ya TV, hiyo TV jioni utakuta ikisema saa. Tuko na watoto kama hao, utakuta hiyo TV tu inasema saa. Ruto is that way. Ruto is a destroyer. That is the spirit. He cannot change, and he is taking Kenya to a destructive point. And naona tu Kenya wanaangalia hivi. So a time to rescue Kenya, because now hiyo sasa ndio mission tuko. Wachana sasa na ile ya Karonzo ilikuanga ya okoa Kenya. We are now beyond okoa Kenya now, because already now Kenya is very soon going to be in tatters. Because remember, huyu Adani is already in contractual terms in Kenya. Bwana Alex, and you know, divorce ya contract vile inakuanga. Divorce ya contract inakuanga na kitu inaitwa damage. As long as you are on contractual terms. Already Adani ashalipa bribe bila nilikuwa nikielezea ya 30 billion. So unataka kuniambia wewe ukule pesa ya mtu na umfukuze? Alex, I want to ask you a question. Let's assume I'm a corrupt man. Nikupe 10 million unisaidie. Alafu sasa tutaachana hivyo. Alex, tutaachana hivyo. So who is going to refund Adani 30 billion ile amecorrupt Kenya? Sababu Adani ashalipa 30 billion. So in divorce hawachani hivyo. Either Adani aende abadilishe jina, akuje kama ni dai, ne? Yani hiyo jina Adani inaweza badilishwa hivi. That is the only way. Washakula 30 billion. So how do you chase somebody who you have eaten his money? How watu, you even risk your head, but you risk your head. You have eaten 30 billion. Alafu sasa ati na sina kazi. So, but we are not talking about that. Ile kitu tunasema, and bwana Keep, you need to come and hammer this. We need now to have an agitation in Kenya. Tuseme hatutaki kufanywa project na Ruto. We cannot trust him. I don't know why Kenyans are fearing not to summon Ruto. We don't want any projects from you. Wewe deal with your current expenditure. Anything development in Kenya hatutaki kutoka kwa Ruto. And that is what we need now to sijui ni mbunge gani tutasanction. Ayupa akina Kadhoni wa Mushomba and some other few who ambao nasikianga at least they talk a little bit. Akina Babu Owino, if they can talk. Sijui ako wapi siku hizi simuonangi. You people, can you sanction the Kenyan government museme maendeleo ya Ruto hatutaki tena. Hatutaki maendeleo ya Ruto. If the path he was taking us, ni path ya Adani, we don't want that. So, Mr. Alexio, we don't want any development from Ruto. We can post development. We will develop post 2027. 2027, we can develop Kenya with another man who is able to have good and natural projects ambazo hazina wizi. Lakini hatutaki Ruto atufanyie project, hatutaki atuchimbie maji, hatutaki kama hawezi toka, hatutaki mulande kutoka kwake. Mirandi yake yote ni mbaya, ni ya wizi. We don't want it. If he's the guy who had brought Adani to us, hakuja atunyoe bila maji. Na mnajua, we don't want anything, and that should be the agitation, and that is what I'm fronting in every social media I'm going. Let's reject Ruto project. Ruto project will come with a lot of pain. Thank you.
I think that's what we had talked earlier, and saying that he should pause no project from him. He just wanted to become a president. Yes, he's now a president, but we don't want the development. So if it's development, somebody else will do it, but not him. Okay? Keep as you come in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Habari zenu wote. It's good to hear from all of you. I like coming at this time of the show because I don't want to be muzzled. In terms of the Adani deal and the religious leaders rejecting it, it's a bit too late. I don't understand why these guys come towards a critical point where we had desperation, and it just, you see, it just goes to show you, tunaangalia mzungu njo Mungu. Mzungu njo anatuambia kwamba this was a bad deal. It had to be rejected. These guys had to be indicted by the US for us to think that these guys are wrong. We were defending it up till the morning. We had the crook, the crook known as Opiyo Ndai defending it. The other crook called Mbadi defending it in the morning. Yet these were the experts that were sent to by Raila Amolo Odinga as experts. Yet they are deceiving us as Kenyans. They're deceiving us. Experts from ODM are deceiving us. Wanakuja kutuambia kwamba Adani ni mzuri. Let's not mince words. Those are Raila's fellows, and they're deceiving us. They're taking us to a deeper hole as Kenyans. We cannot mince words about that. They said all of them, all four of them said they were going to resign once things start failing. Where is the resignation letter? Hiyo ni kumaanisha wanakula pesa na Ruto. They're as corrupt as we thought they are. Kuna hata kuziba mtu kwa sababu ni mtu asijui wapi. No. It's time to start speaking the truth. These guys are in that government to steal. Cannot tell me about broad-based language. Now I'm beginning to believe that this NADCO nonsense was actually a plan to do this. Now I'm beginning to believe that BBI nonsense was to do garbage like this, broad-based nonsense. NADCO report has been sanctioned by Kalonzo Musyoka, Kimani Ichung'wah, Ruto and Raila Amolo Odinga. Wanaenda kusaini hiyo kitu pamoja. Some of the things that us as Kenyans wanted have not been done by this bloody NADCO report. What happened to cost of living? Electoral justice and related terms. Tulikuwa nataka audit ya 2022. Reconstruction of the electoral board. Presidential election petition timelines. Electoral legal reforms. Hiyo ilikuwa kwa NADCO report. None of those things have been done. Yet kutoa Gachagua, we did it within a week. Gachagua was removed. Why haven't these things been done? Hii ni kazi rahisi sana. We want audit of the elections. We don't have the IBC. Mtu alituambia sijui IBC will be done in 10 days. It's almost a month and a half. Yeah. Where is that stupid office of the opposition yenye alikuwa anataka sana? Kumbe hawa watu tu ni kutuchezea akili hapa. So when you see me bashing Raila Amolo Odinga, I know what I'm doing. He's been part and parcel of all these things. Kuja hapa kutuambia mambo ya NADCO. You cannot tell me as Azimio leader then he did not endorse it. Alikuja hapo na Ruto na wakasign na Kalonzo na Ichungwa. It means he accepted everything. He accepted everything in that report. Same as he comes and tells us about Adani. Alikuja kutuambia Adani you don't have to say the word I endorse to endorse a deal. Mimi nilikuwa nakuja kufundishwa kizungu jana. Endorsement does not mean you say I endorse this deal. Endorsement means you praise the company, you praise everything that company does. That is an endorsement. Njeru is a good man. Njeru has done this. Njeru should. That is an endorsement of Njeru. I am endorsing you, so that if Njeru goes for public office, keep endorsing, because I said all those good things about you, and that is what Raila did with the Adani deal. So usiniambie mambo ya kizungu sijui nini. Huo mtu aliendorse Adani deal, and now we're in dogs. And the only time that we are rejecting these things is because mzungu alituambia ni mbaya. Ni kwa sababu mzungu alikuja akasema kwamba we're indicting Adani. We've been shouting and screaming about this thing. Why has it? Oh my God! It's taken months. People have Adani is not just one deal. Kuna ingine ilikuwa ishaiva, hiyo ya electricity, hiyo ya stima, hiyo ilikuwa ishaiva, imeisha. It's just that this young man I call a hero leaked the report about the airport, and that is why everybody knows about the airport. Hiyo ingine ya stima ilikuwa ishauzwa. It was finished. It was finishing touches now. You know how much 30 billion is? 30 billion is actually right about $200 million. Do you know how much $200 million is? That has been shared amongst all these political people. Akina Ichungwa, akina Chirchir, akina Kipchumba, Ruto, wamekula hiyo pesa. And now this ODM crooks come in. You think wajalambishwa? They've tasted that thing. That's why they're defending it to death. Because wameonyeshwa hiyo pesa. And now the repercussions of this thing is what they don't know. Nakwambia, imerejectiwa say by Ruto. First of all, I don't know how Ruto is. What sort of power does Ruto have to reject a Adani deal? Again, it's similar to what happened with Rigathi Gachagua. Kwani this guy has so much power that he can reject a deal just like that. Vile iliingia na hiyo mlango, ndio itatoka na hiyo mlango. Cannot outright tell us, and we need to audit. We need to know how much money we've lost in this thing. It needs to go to parliament. Ile mlango ilikuwa imetoka ndio mlango itatoka. Vile iliingia ndio itatoka. It went through parliament and it has to be rejected through parliament, and it has to be rejected right. It's time to call out all politicians. And Jero was asking about Babu Owino. Babu Owino is going to is starting his own party called TBIM, which he'll be running for governor of Nairobi. So I can no longer sing the praises of Raila Amolo Odinga, and I will keep mentioning him. I will keep sending the message that he lied to us. He let us down. and I'll say it every day. I don't care if people think I'm obsessed about it. We have to call him out. He has not apologized to us yet. It's been how many days? And let's be frank. His word carries weight. His words carry weight. So kila siku lazima niseme na nitasema mpaka nifukuzwe. Lazima. I don't care about sijui aende IEC or he doesn't come. It just means he'll be meddling. Ile siku alipatiana hiyo viti zake za ODM. He should not be talking about local politics anymore. He comes here the other day to try and tell us about CDF money. Who the hell does he think he is? Raila, who the hell do you think you are? You're off local politics. Kimbilia ile kitu yako ulikuwa na kimbilia ya AUC. What are you coming here to tell us about CDF? Kuja kutuambia mambo ya CDF. First of all, when you're party leader, you should have told your MPs not to take that CDF money. You're coming after the fact, telling the public to do what? What do you want us to do? How do you want us to reject that CDF that your party members are taking? You're the one who should be controlling your dogs. Because all of them are dogs. None of them are defending us here as Kenyans. The only people I appreciate are Kina Okiya Mtata, who defend us, defend our rights as Kenyans. The rest of them, political position is about looking big, buying vehicles, moving around the country, having homecomings, looking absolutely like pigs. And then raising money for the next election, because all their minds are not about the now and how to fix Kenyans' lives now. Their mind is about elections. Kwa sababu sasa hivi wanaongea mambo ya 2027. All of them. None of them are talking about helping us. They're the ones who scream and celebrate like Ruto is God, that he's rejected Adani, meaning they don't think independently as MPs. That is why I will shun ODM, I will shun Jubilee, I will shun all these garbage parties. None of them has helped us. Huh? Nobody. When you look at our political system in Kenya, it has been implemented wrongly by pigs, dogs, and bastards. People who are shamelessly trying to enrich themselves rather than helping Kenyans, rather than being servant leaders like Alexio. So from tomorrow, I'm waiting for Raila Amolo Odinga to come and apologize to Kenyans for what he's done in the last year. Thank you, Alexio.
Thank you. Happy to hear from you. Let's hear from Stevie.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello,
I can hear you.
hello, Lala. Yeah, I started listening this thing. Then when it came to about the family suffering in Kenya and the society is losing some kind of moral, then I said, let me come in. Yeah, because me, I'm a sociology. What it is this: there are some people who are born sadists. Those are the people killing people like that. Yeah. And how we learned this is through Lombroso School of Thought. Yeah. Lombroso told us that there are some people you should be aware of. Their physique, their behavior are like people who can kill. Because we cannot believe all these things happening in Kenya. Yeah. And now they call it femicide. They call it a drone abduction. Give them a very big name. which does not make sense to me. It is that the society in Kenya has gone down in morals, starting from the top. That is one. I just start from where I started. Let me go back to Adani. The Adani issue, the thing was brought by Ruto. Yeah, just say what it is. Because you cannot just do what he was doing yesterday, but one, was just PR exercise. If you know how to talk those PR exercise. Yeah. He just want just a bonga point. Yeah. This thing is brainchild. Yeah. And me, I told you, Ruto is a con man. You don't want to know, and you will know. We went to school with him, University of Nairobi. If you want to prove me wrong or right. Ruto is a con man. All his friends in YK92, he mesmerized with them. I don't know, they are killed. Yeah. They all died. Yeah. Only Nyamwea is the only one surviving when he went to sport. Yeah. And Jirongo went silent. So Ruto is a con man. What we are saying here is that Ruto is a failure because he cannot tell us that Kenya, like what he's reading. If you are a good listener for those speeches, yesterday I was listening. Yesterday night, he was talking as if Kenya is good, everything is nice. Then you ask, and me, I will tell the people I know in Kenya, please find these people. He said, I talked to so and so about housing levy. I talked to so and so about this one, these failures. His policies are failures. This one, Asala Fund. I talked to so and so, Asala Fund. I talked to so and so about a child. And people are complaining. There's nothing working in Kenya. Another point I want to bring here. Churches, these people, they are like a what? They want to use Kenya to the advantages. I challenge them. Beginning with the Catholic. All that land they have in Kenya, which was handed over by the colonialists, let them bring it back to the Kenyans who are suffering. Instead of pretending that they are now supporting Ruto, now Ruto has dropped Adani, let them also bring all those things to the people. Yeah, to be sincere. Because they are the people who supported Ruto. You remember when you were watching, they were in there, they were just clapping, doing good songs. Now they are coming up, and the other day they were trying to say, oh, they demand this, they demand this. So when Moi talks, when this guy Ruto, I don't know him, I don't like him. When Ruto talks, and another splinter group come again and say, oh, now we are supporting him. Kenya, we say Kenya is not theocratic country. Be informed. Kenya is not theocratic country. So anybody who comes there in the disguise of religion, just know that one is a liar. We need a system of governance which works for the people of Kenya. When I talk like this, you think I'm a joking. I'm talking the truth. Anytime you see a leader going to religion to soothe people, and that's what we want to ask the church. The money they said they were returning back. And also in the statement of Ruto, He didn't even say that that money was returned from the church. Yeah, those are double speak. So the church, we are not going to excuse you in Kenya. Me, I'm a Christian, a big Christian. But I don't like hoodwinking Kenyan. They are suffering, and those sufferings are our head, like the people who are before you, before the people there. Yeah, because we have children, we have mothers, we have everyone there, relatives. Yeah, even here, this is here is my in-law. Yeah, many Lala came from my area, Migori. Imagine, yeah, all of you, all of you. Yeah, we need to be serious, and also let us not go on side shows. Yeah, let's be focused. If Ruto is our target Ruto. I told you that we are with. I told you that we want to create a weakling in the governance of Ruto. Gachagua went. Now we are remaining with only Ruto. Ruto is the one now is our problem. Yeah. Me, even if he's crying hell, even if he's talking rubbish, I know he's a conman. So Ruto, I agree with you, Sadis, or not Sadis. You have not been there for long, but I got your point. And also look at this again, because now we are here. Why is it that Ruto has been promised by the US that is going to foot the Asian policemen, and then it remains on the Kenyan taxpayer to fit the bill just because Trump is now in the power? You see, these are global geopolitics which Ruto is misleading Kenyans. So Kenya should wake up. Thank, Alexio. Oh, sorry, I got your name now. This is not my reading class. Sorry,
Thank
Alexio.
you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Steve. And again, what is the way forward about recalling our police in Haiti? Because if you are footing that bill, what is it for? What is Kenya gaining in it? Mr. Lal, what is it for us? How can we go on recalling these men, young men and Kenyan men and women in Haiti to come back at home? How do we go? How do we proceed?
Alexio, good to see you, Steve. This is a problem that we have right now. At the end of the day, we have to bring them back, and we should bring them back now while Biden is still there. Because if we do it now, it's possible that we get the money to bring them back. But if we wait till Trump get in there, forget it. And right now, the tide has turned against Kenyans because they know the Asians know Americans are no longer behind them. So they are now a target. They're actually in danger right now. If you watch videos from there, what's really going on there, Barbecue and others have the upper hand right now. Okay, so Kenyans are now the ones being hunted. So we need to get them out immediately. They should be out of that country. And other countries don't care because this was a US thing in the name of UN. But when you look deeper, it was not really a UN thing. It was a Kenyan thing. And it's Ruto. So Ruto is responsible. But the faster we get them out of Haiti, the better. So that's my stand, and that's what we see happening. I think I shared a video from there some time back. I don't know, 2 weeks ago, which is really telling of what's really going on there. They are throwing petrol bomb at them. I think probably you saw that video. Okay, they are scared they can't go to certain places. They call them now tourists because they are not helping. Asian police actually are talking, ill of Kenyan, uh, troop there, Kenyan police there. So then we are not needed right now. So there's no point having our young men, and I don't think the only men, there were no women getting killed, because soon they start basically killing them. Because the protection we had came from the US. We had those armors that would protect them. But if there's no reinforcement, because even though Kenyans were there, the US was in the air and the logistics, they were providing intelligence and everything else. They basically US was fighting. They just didn't want to be on the ground. But right now they'll be pulled out. That means Kenya is going to be on its own. And remember, they changed the prime minister. They also have their own confusions there. And so Kenyans should know what is developing in Haiti. It's a very dangerous, scene that's unfolding right now in Haiti, for Kenyans especially. You remember last 2 weeks they have shot even the plane that are coming in. 2 American airlines have been shot at, and they had to flee or run away. And so it's dangerous, very dangerous. Back to you.
You have not given a suggestion on how we can be able to go about getting there.
For us, I think the awareness is number one. We gotta make people aware of what's really going on, in Haiti now, and the same way we are talking about Adani, we should do the same with Haiti, because this is another blunder that Ruto put it into. Okay, a big blunder. Okay. So let him tell us. And in fact, we have a lot of things. We are actually in a failed state right now. Okay. So the more we get out there and tell this government this, we need our young men and women home. I mean, young men and yeah, I don't think they're women, are young people home, the better. So one, the same message that we are giving in the name of Adani, it should also be the name of our troops in Haiti, that they should come home. And the word is come home, come home. That's the only way, because there's no other way. US can't save us anymore. The reason why we went into Haiti was to help Biden win the election, because you see, Americans don't want to be seen on the street somewhere getting shot at in an election year. So going to Haiti was a way to appease 2 things that were happening at the same time. The Ukrainian, Russian, because we were supplying a lot of help out there. And some of us out here were asking questions, how come Haiti is not given the same attention? And of course, they had to come with the answer. The answer came in the name of Kenya. So the black people, the money was given to help Haiti situation. At the same time, we are helping Ukrainian situation. Okay, so Kenyans were there to, to help Biden win. That's what it was. Yeah, because they don't want to go. The Americans have a lot of interest in Haiti, because we have Asians here in the U.S., in the military, in the police, and everywhere. They speak Korean, they speak the language, they know the culture and all that. So if you want to win the war, there are people here that can go in it. And America is very closer to Haiti. Okay. So if you want to really make a difference, it's the Americans to do it, and people are closer here. Why bring Kenyans from another part of the world, to Haiti, the place where they don't know the language, they don't know the culture, they are not wanted there, and Haiti has a history. They hate your blood, they hate your betrayal. They don't like. They know exactly what is going on. They are very educated in terms of the knowledge of their history and where they are and what people are trying to do to them. They are not as ignorant like those Kenyans, our Kenyans who just go there because they're told by Ruto to go and make money. No, we can't win in Haiti. We cannot. So the best thing is for us to leave. The only answer for Haiti, if I was given a chance, could have been AU, sending a force, AU, in the voice of the entire Africa. But Ruto Kimbelembele went out there without even consulting with other leaders in Africa, trying to be the hero, and look at what is done to us. Okay, so it's an embarrassment, and it is really bad in the world scene where we are right now, because we are basically stuck there. And I'm telling you, Trump will not bring us those troops home. He will not. Biden has to do it before January. The next couple months, Kenya's on his own. And there's no other country that have stated they would come and help Kenyans. And I think they were still expecting us to send more of our, I think there's supposed to be 5,000. I don't think we reached that level. So right now, let's cut it. Let's bring our kids, young people home. Thank you.
Okay, Kenyans, let's go to the social media and let it trend. Bring our police back home before January. Bring back our police home. Let's start that hashtag with trend until these guys come in. Njiru.
Okay,
and
thank
before
you.
Njiru comes in, guys, you can support Njiru by going to his YouTube channel. It's Really Talks. At Real Talks hyphen Njiru Maura. Yes, support him, subscribe, and watch his videos. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are trying to build a lot of content in the group so that we can make sure that Mr. William Ruto anajulikana ya kwamba ni mtu mbaya. It's already known. We understand that. But now we need a rallying call of totally destroying him so that he can exit the face of Kenya. Yeah, we actually need to start building a jail where we will jail him. That project needs to start. It's only that we don't have that concerted effort. But I think we need to start building a jail for that man, because I think that man should spend 350 years in jail. If I was asked, 350 years in jail. There has not been a man who has done so much atrocities than this man. So I think if we had to put him into trial, we would just have to not do anything else other than chop his head off. But before that, we will have to continue telling Kenyans that we are trading with a dangerous man in the corridors of the State House, and we have to continue shouting at him and telling people that they have to continue staying at a distance with him. He is a man on destruction mission. He is a man who is trying to detonate himself. He is having a suicide vest. And I think he also wants to destroy Kenya because he knows his days are numbered. Be assured of that one thing, Mr. William Ruto, his days are numbered in regime or wherever. I don't think you can be that destructive and you get much more time to destroy people. Even Museveni himself, he has never reached that scale of destruction. I don't say that he's not destructive, but he has not reached that scale of destructiveness, whereby somebody can be colluding with other people and even sending peoples of other nations, minus the consent of anyone, for trial in their nations, and they were actually leaving their nations looking for refuge. It's so sad. Now, Mr. William Ruto regime is agreeing to help Museveni torture K.C.S.E. And then Mr. William Ruto administration is trying to claim that they are not aware. We have a very shenanigans government. It's a shame that serikali inakan ati polisi wa Uganda walikuja Kenya wakachukua K.C.S.E. na wakaenda na yeye na hakuna Mkenya aliona. You know, Bwana Alexio, even when you are defending, you know, these are the same people wanatuletea a bogus serial killer. you people, I want you to start tracing the lies which are coming from this regime. Tunaletewa a bogus serial killer. Serial killers do not behave like that man who was there. That guy is not a serial killer. How watu kuna kule walikuwa wameuliwa. The same guy is trying to akisikia wanawake wanauawa sana, anasema I am giving $1 million, 100 million. Let me call it in Kenya shilling. Natoa milioni 100 kusaidia kwa vita ya kuua wamama. Is that what you do? What is money going to help? And the killers are within your administration. While we have Probox killers, not Probox, unasikia kiitwa Subaru killers. We have Subaru killers. So now, the reason why Kenya is becoming dangerous, it is because wauaji wa serikali na regular na wauaji regular wamechanganya. So na wale wauaji regular sasa pia wao wanaua sababu wanajua pia serikali inafanya the same thing. Sasa juu kama unaona sasa ndio sasa unakuta sasa there is so much killings happening in the nation because the government is on a killing spree. Watu wanakufa sana. And then kuna wale wakola ambao wanauanga. Kuna wale wanapiga wengine geta wanakuibia. Again, economy haifanyi vizuri. So people are in a desperate corner. Watu hawana pesa. So kuna wizi mingi sana kwa vijiji. Watu wanaibiwa sana. Sasa huwezi kuwa na kuku yako zinakuja kutolewa. Huwezi kuwa na mbuzi yako inakuja kutolewa. Yeah. Like kazi nembo hata tumechoka kuchoma wezi. We no longer hata tuchomi wezi siku hizi because it's like everybody now. It's like everybody is stealing. So tukiamua sasa ni kuchoma wezi tutachoma kila mtu. So now those are the things which are happening because now wizi imekuwa mingi extreme. Yesterday in Embu or the other day kuna gari ilikuwa inaibiwa, hata watu walikuwa wanabadilisha number plate wa transport, but luckily haikuenda. So I was trying to say how damaged our nation is. Na wale wanaiba, some of them are graduates, watu hawana kazi. Although not having work is not a reason ya kuiba. I'm not saying that. Ati kama una kazi una reason ya kuiba. So if in the villages kuna kakitu watu wanaweza fanya kidogo. Na sasa tunaona sasa huyu Mr. William Ruto mambo imekuwa mabaya sana. I don't know if some of the people who are staying in the town, they have their villages. Me, this is the recommendation I'm saying. Wale watu wako kwa town na vitu zimekuwa ngumu na kila kitu inatendeka and you have a village you can go. Instead of staying in Nairobi or in big cities where life is very harsh, you cannot get food. Turudi kwa vijiji. When things will be better, we will return. Other than staying in town where there is nothing you can do there, where there is no food there, and then you risk your life by becoming a criminal, na pengine ujikute hata umeuawa in the name of you are stealing. So me, I'm advising people, saa hii sababu hii serikali ya Ruto imeharibu kila kitu, tufanyeni hivi. In the meantime, sababu jamaa hayuko hapo milele, in the next one day, going to infinity, if I may say that, huyu jamaa anaenda kutoka. For now, tujikinge na tujilide. Wale ambao wanaweza rudi kwa vijiji, pale unaweza fanya tu vitu kidogo kidogo. Unaweza lima kiazi yako moja hapo, unaweza lima miwa yako moja hapo. Tuende tuanzie kufanya hizo vitu kidogo kidogo in the villages where we can do small things. Other than staying in the town and we have nothing. You know, we have people who are in town na hawana kitu. Na hawana kitu sababu zile kazi walikuwa wanafanya za mjengo hawawezi fanya. It's a very bad thing to say here kuambia mtu atoke town. But it's now an alternative. We have now to tell people it's an alternative. Personally, I have brothers and sisters and cousins and relatives who have been staying in Nairobi forever. Lakini sahi hawana kitu wanafanya. Unaweza saidia mtu siku moja, siku mbili, but again, you cannot perennially help somebody. Because hata wewe unapambana na maisha yako, unapambana na hali yako. Because things have become bad. So mimi ile kitu nawarekomendia nawaambia, for now my brother, Nairobi imekuwa mbaya. Kulingana vile na wewe na testimony ni yako wewe ndio umeniambia. Tufanye hivi, hebu to retreat kwa village sasa. Hebu tuone what we can do in the village. Hata huko najua things will not be easy at once. But let's see what we can do where we came from, where we understand better. Kuliko sasa tuanzie kusema tukae hapa. Sababu huyu Ruto tutamutoa na inakaa kama kuna hiyo emergency ya kumtoa. I think bwana Rex, emergency ya kutoa bwana William Ruto ni kama imeisha. Wakenya wataki kukasirika even with what is happening. Wakenya ni kama still they want the natural processes to eliminate this guy. Either the electoral one in 2027, it will allow an election to be there. And because I do not see if Kenyans have audacity to tell Ruto enough is enough, and if in 2027 doesn't call election, we are up in arms and telling him, no, you cannot be running our country as a kiosk. Sijui kama tumefika hiyo detonation point. Second one, we allow the natural process to take itself. Hakuna mtu anaishingi miaka 100. So tunajua along the way, the guy will become an ancestor. We can also wait for that. But before we wait for that, Kenyans, we have to assemble. And we have associations which can make us prepare to unseat this guy. It has never reached a time like this one in Kenya, whereby kumewahi kuwa na emergency ya watu kutaka kutoa rais yao kama sasa. So mimi ile kitu tu naomba, as I respond to Rara what he said about the reason why Kenyans were in Haiti, it was to help Mr. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who lost very badly in the election because they had no formula. I think that one was not primarily the reason. The reason why Kenyans are in Haiti, it is because Mr. William Ruto, His Highness the Crook, wanted to cash that deal. It was not about Joe Biden. Joe Biden knew he was exiting power. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris knew they had no concept of winning. So Mr. William Ruto saw an opportunity of auctioning Kenyan blood to the highest bidder at the moment. Because remember, some of those things were hatched when he did wakati alikuwa ametembea kule Marekani. So in other words, zile kitu iko, Kenyans in Haiti, it has nothing to do with Joe Biden. It has everything to do with Mr. William Ruto being led, because remember there is a group called CARICOM, Bwana Alexio, because we need to be telling people this thing. Haiti is under CARICOM. CARICOM is the group of Caribbeans. Unajua Caribbean sio nchi moja. Tuko na madugu wetu wengi sana wa Afrika wako hapo Caribbean. Hakina Jamaica, Haiti, sijui Bermuda, all those countries. Uto tukaunti tudo. Hata kama tuko na watu 100,000, 300,000, 1 million. Because most of them are island countries. Most of them, they have their group. So the easiest format was for CARICOM to offer a group to go to Haiti. But there were logistical issues and quarrels. There was no visible agreement between the UN and all this. Because remember, Kenya was recommended to the US by the UN, for your information. It is not the US which approached Kenya. There is usually the protocol which happens. What happened is that sasa Kenya na kiberembere yake, sababu sasa wameanzia kuona Bwana Alexio. Unajua sasa Kenya kusikia kuna watu wana take time kufikiria. Kenya wakasema bana, tuko tayari bana. What are you saying bana? Tuko tayari bana. What are you saying? Ni ngapi bana? So Bwana Alexio, so it was appetite for money. Appetite for money. So sasa Zakayo through his sniffers. Unajua Zakayo yako na sniffers wake wanamwambia hapa kunatendeka hivi. Zakayo through his sniffers, wale watu wanamfanyia hivi, wakasikia kuna pahali kunahitajika kikosi. Na kuna watu ni kama ati wanasema ati tupe time, we need to think, we need to organize. Ati we need to organize, we need to plan. Zakayo akasema bwana, we are ever ready bwana. Sisi tuko tayari bwana. Tuko tayari kupeleka watu Haiti. So akauliza mnatoa ngapi? As usual the Kenyan language. Ngapi bwana? Ngapi mbesha? How much? We can do $100 million at the start. Okay. It doesn't look bad. Okay. It doesn't look bad. 100 million. Na upfront ni ngapi? Okay. Alafu na vifaa msijali vifaa. Nyinyi kwanza tumeni pesa. Watu watakutana na vifaa na huko. Alex nataka ushikanishe hiyo deal vile Zakaya kiongea. Hatutaki vifaa. Wewe kwanza weka pesa kwa account. History nyingine tutajulia mbele. Tutajulia. That is why we have Kenyans in Haiti and they don't have weapons there. Tulikuwa tunasikia hata vifaa wako nazo. So we now have His Excellency Mr. Donald J. Trump. na nitaje jina yake kwa upolepole. We now have His Excellency Mr. Donald J. Trump. I don't think Mr. J. Trump will want to support that project. Maybe another shindwa na withdraw immediately, because withdrawals also need a formula. But sure, I do not think Mr. J. Trump has a serious reason. Based on his campaign promises here, he wants more of American first policy. So if he wants more of American first policy, by design it means vitu kama akina Haiti, they will have to face their natural death, even if we don't want. So what Kenyans need to do, and bwana Lectio, sababu unajua pia Wakenya wasomangi lebo, you need to understand the signs of time and you make an informed decision. And what is the sign of time? The sign of time is simple. The American regime has changed. Much of the shenanigans which was happening in the world, things will shift. The foreign policy is going to shift sharply. Their local policy is going to shift sharply. So what Kenyans need to do, they need to advise themselves. Kenyans do not need to allow to be advised what to do. So what Kenyans are supposed to do is they talk with the UN, because you need to know that UN does not exist independently. The UN has to work in line with the US and some other nations in the Europe. So what Kenya needs to do is that they need also to declare the mission in limbo. They need to declare the mission is no longer serving the public interest, and they get a smart exit. They don't need to be detonated ama kutoroa hapo na risasi. So Kenya can play smart. The next 2 months are critical. They can play smart and they can withdraw. But again, Zakayo will want to renegotiate that deal with Mr. Trump. I want to tell you, Zakayo will want. So he will be trying to tell, but unajua sasa in some of the talks they will be doing, he will be trying to tell Mr. Trump, you know, bwana mkubwa, hata hiyo ngambo tumekuwa tukisaidiana na watu yenyu, tumekuwa tuko na kikosi huko, na hiyo kikosi iko imara, tunataka muendelee kuilisha. He will try to sweet talk Mr. Trump on that. But I don't think Mr. Trump will allow that shenanigans, because Mr. Trump will have to do some audit. He is very efficient in that, by the way. He is very efficient in audit, Mr. Trump. That is why they are even introducing that agency, which they are calling government efficiency. Doge. Inaitwa Doge. Alexio, can you say Doge? Alexio, can you say Doge as I finish?
Doge.
Yeah, so we are having a department which is called DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. It has been determined, which is true, by the way, it has been determined that maybe the US imeanzia, since in Kenya we don't have the courage to do that. Governments are naturally wasters. Alexio, you know that. Kazi ya serikali ni kutupa pesa on things which do not make sense. So sasa Marekani wamefika level wakaona, it has come a time whereby we need to audit where we waste our money. So they are now, it is not about the propaganda which some dwarfs are saying at what is happening is Elon Musk na Vivek Ramaswamy at wanatafutua pahali. Those people do not need money. They don't need any government opportunity. For your information, they are working for free. They are giving their, even Mr. Donald Trump himself, this time, I don't know if he will be working for free, but he was being paid $0. Even some of the people ambao wamekuwa pia wakikosea huyo mzee heshima, you need to know that that guy worked for zero. He is a billionaire. He doesn't need those small money, the $400,000. Some other people who have served president, they need that money. But Mr. Trump has through social, which is close to $5 billion. So hiyo pesa ya urais haitaji. But there is something he needs. He wants to rescue his nation from the anchors of destroyer, because the policy had shifted too much to issues which are not good, and na vita mingi. So the project is simple. Hiyo vita ya Ukraine has to end. He will end it. We know that. Then you can see this administration, which is not wanting to solve many issues, they are actually even adding fuel to injuries, to the extent now they even allow the use of bad weapons. Now, namukasikia huyo Mr. Putin and has threatened. But there's no problem. Help is on the way. It's only less than, I think, 55 days now. We will have a regime change in January 20, and we are going to shape this world. We are shaping this world. You can see watu wanachaguliwa. Kamama Kenya kametoka already. I think jana kalikuwa kanapeana interview ya mwisho. Huyo mama anaenda kwa pipa sasa. She will no longer represent anyone. I think she has destroyed her legacy. So, Alexio, we are in good shape. We are in good shape. Even Kenya is going to get shaped by design. Hata kunyamaziwa is shape. Kenya, ile story ya kusaidiwa na hiyo vitu hakuna. So, Mr. Trump is going to ignore us, which is very good. Kenya needs to be ignored. We don't need to be kila saa. Ati watu wanasema ati lazima tusaidiwe, hapana. Hata even being ignored na kutoulizwa mnafanya aje is an enough medicine. So as Kenyans, we have grown of age, we can now grow our country. So maneno ya Zakayo kutuletea vitu kila sijui nini, tunaongea na hawa, hapana. We now need limited international interference. We have to sort out our issues. A day of interacting with everybody without scale has ended. So that was my point. So Kenya, na wale mapolisi wako huko ni vile wazijiondoa huko, Kenya can save its face by exiting Haiti with Joe Biden. They need to say that was Joe Biden project and they can end it together. So by January 20, pia wao wakuwa wametoka. Because there's no any service we are doing to Haitians. Because Haitians hawana vita huko. Haitians, their problems are much more external than internal. Watu Haiti kivyao wako sawa. The problem is that Haiti wanapiganisha nangwa. It was a French issue, then it mutated to an American issue. So watu Haiti kivyao wako sawa. Lakini wakati there is foreign influence, vitu ya inakuwa na shida. So nyinyi watu, we need to thank God for having a new regime which is coming in the next 55 days, and that regime is going to shape things. Forget about those things which the people are hyping about deportation. Deportation is one element, which also will have to be done in merit and factually. But the real issues are, there is war in the world which has to end. There are dictators like Mr. William Ruto who need not to be supported by any sane government, and that is what we need. Tunataka kama Ruto ako hapo, ni Ruto akue hapo through his own oxygen. We don't want Mr. Ruto being supplied or being supported by people. And na vita ya kumpiga inakuwa ngumu sana. So by this time round, we are saying that America has done the right decision by putting Mr. Trump there. At least tupone kidogo man. We had 3 bad years. Even Americans here walikuwa vizuri. Hata wa Marekani, their last 4 years have not been good. The economy was in tatters. They were not okay. And that is why people are crawling to the boots to vote for this guy. No matter the 91 indictments, Bwana Alexio. Unajua watu waongea hizi vitu. Watu waliamua walisema nyinyi hamjui. Huyu jamaa alijaribu kupakwa mavi yote. But Americans knew what they wanted. Even as Kenyans, we need to reach that level. And we need to learn something from Americans. Americans decided with their problems. Wakasema hata tuambiwe nini. Let's think on our problems. Sisi ndio tuko na mashida. This is the government which is trying to tell us a man can be a male, a male can be. Wakasema hapana. Wakasema sasa, for the first time, can we do the right decision? They ignored all the people. Black people ignored even their own people who are telling them that if you are not black, you cannot vote the other direction. Blacks ignored all that. Wakasema hapa, we have to reason with our pockets. We have to reason with the sanity of existence. We have to make a certain decision. Pia sisi wa Kenya lazima tutafika level whereby we will have to decide by looking at the problems we are facing. We cannot just be doing decisions using shambolic emotions which are not taking us anywhere, Bwana Alexio. So we have to build this nation by knowing that we cannot be helping Zakayo to destroy our nation. I'm done.
Thank you. That was awesome. So the way forward is Kenyans, let's put pressure for our policemen to come back home before January 20th. We want them back before January 20th. And that's now the pressure that needs to be sustained. How VP keep, among others.
Habari yako again, we're back. Cheru, I've heard what you've said. But I need to caution you on something.
Okay,
What I
just a
feel,
minute, keep before you go on. Kindly, people who are watching us, like the video. Yeah, I can be able to see there are a lot of people watching, but the likes are low. So by liking the video, you keep us here. Like the video. Okay, continue. Keep. Sorry.
yeah. I think, from my opinion, the events that happened between 2022 and 2023 and 2024, because what we've done as Kenyans together, yeah, including diaspora people and people at home, Njeru, has been a lot, and it has been indeed very discouraging. The first time we went for Mandamano, they were stopped. So we're talking about original people, the people that actually believed in something. And then for some strange reason, our attempts to go overthrow Arab Mashamba were thwarted. So that's the first discouragement. So we're talking about old school people, people who believed in electoral injustices. That was thwarted. The second bit was when our people went to the street, the Gen Zs and some other members of the public, what happened after that? A lot of our people were killed. A lot of us were killed. So I can see there's a lot of encouragement on space. I see a lot of people talking about going to Mandamano. There's a lot of dates thrown here and there, everywhere. But Alexio, we've been discouraged. We've seen very little results. Indeed, we did get some results from the rejected finance bill. But what is happening right now? What is happening right now is the finance bill is coming through the back door. People who fought with us during these protests are actually encouraging it. We are seeing Mr. Mbadi coming to say that we need to lazima tulipe ushuru. So it's very discouraging. No, not for me. I'm still in for the fight, but I'm seeing a lot of deflated people in Kenya. I'm seeing a lot of people giving up and giving in, and that is why pre-Kibaki days there was a lot of crime in Kenya. I like what Njeru said there. A lot of crime in Kenya, and that is what we're moving towards. We're moving towards Liberia back in the days where people are desperate. People have to put food in the table, Alexio, and jobs are leaving the country. If we go to the streets, we're being killed, we're being kidnapped. So why don't I go for the easy thing and steal? So me, I don't know. We are conforming to it being normal because our civil servants are all thugs. We have to bribe to get services. We have to bribe to get police to help us. And even indeed, if the police help us, the rich people always get more services than us. So we have to eat. Okay, I mean, I'm just seeing another. It's either 2032 or till that guy dies, because this guy looks like he's creating himself into a dictator for life. I don't believe in elections, Alexio. I mean, we're looking at Matiang, but how are those people who are praying for Matiang know that the elections will be fair? I don't know, Alexia. I don't know. I don't know. As Kenyans, all we can do is hope. We can hope, because I don't see us going to the streets anytime soon. I don't see it. What do you think?
I think we can
Yeah, to go to the street, I think people will go. I don't think if that was the end. But this time, when people go to the street, it will, because we know what the kind of person we are dealing with, we will go for a kill, not to leave any stone untouched. He kill us, and in the inland, he goes out. I know it
I
will be
think you're
a big fight for the soul of Kenya. And people have to go it all out, not like nini nini. Let's just go for this guy, Maramoja. I know it's gonna be bloody, but something has to give.
don't know. I'm seeing that after seeing brains on the ground, seeing our children killed like that with a sniper, bro. This guy's too ruthless, man, and we can see it.
Or we
We're
pray
gonna
for,
be. We're moving towards the direction of Uganda.
yes. Or because if somebody like the likes of Kiza Besigye can be kidnapped in Nairobi, what kind of country is this? And driven all the way until to Kampala, he passes Malaba border. And actually, you say police of Kenya did not know? This is a joke. Do we have a country?
We don't, because we don't have extrajudicial. There's an extradition process anywhere. First of all, your lawyer has to be present, or your public defendant has to be present. Then the Ugandan consulate or high commission needs to come see you, and then they negotiate with our country. There's usually a kind of mini trial within the same country, kind of like a small trial. Wanasema, yeah,
Yes.
ameshika bei, you can
And
send
for
him
your
back.
information, he doesn't need to be arrested by Ugandan policemen in Kenya. He
Our
needs to be arrested by police, Kenyan police first.
Correct.
Taken
Yes.
to courts. And the court has to sanction. Yes, now you have a case to answer in Uganda. Let's give you to the Ugandan authority. Or Uganda can ask Kenya to cancel. No, we don't have a visa policy with Uganda, so we can't be able to cancel
No.
visa and deport it. We cannot do that.
Still, the consulate should have gone to meet the Kenyan. The consulate should have met. The High Commission should have. What do you think ambassadors are there for?
They have to take interest of their people and interest of their country.
Yeah. So if you think this guy was a danger, and we know he is in Kenya, this should have been a big deal through the correct channels, like you said. You can't just come and it just means that what we suspected about Ugandan thugs coming to Kenya to kill our people during protest. It is true.
Actually, they were there.
Kuonyesha
This is
favor.
just a
Returning the favor.
confirmation.
It's returning the favor.
Yes.
Tulikusaidia, sasa tusaidie. We helped you kill some of those people, and we threw them in the river and called it the works of a serial killer.
Can you imagine these things? Even in the days of Moi, they did not happen. Once somebody comes to Kenya, that is it. You cannot touch him. No foreign forces can be able to touch him. He'll be in Kenya until he leaves.
There's no pride of nation.
Where is our dignity?
Even Uganda doesn't do that, by the way. You know that Uganda has pride for its own nation in such a way. There's no homosexuality in that country. Alikata aid kwa sababu ya hiyo vitu. You cannot say nonsense about Uganda. Yet this man, he doesn't care. He has no national pride. He has no national pride. Museveni, at least as a leader, loves his country. Okay, he doesn't. I mean, he loves pride of his country because his people are. Again, the difference between Kenya and Uganda, if you know the difference,
No, let's
Alexio.
just say the truth, Kid. Museveni loves Uganda. We can be able to confirm that when they tried to rope Uganda into that deal of oil. You remember the Gulf oil? Museveni said no. Isn't that love for the country?
Museveni, and then another thing is Museveni, I'm not defending him by the
Yes.
Museveni knows, so long as it's just similar to what Moi did, so long as his people can feed themselves, he will not do the infrastructure stuff, the things that we're doing in Kenya to look like top, whatever it is. I've never heard of famine destroying Uganda. They still have food in Uganda. People still eat. When we're having farming at the same time in Uganda, I was making phone calls because I was trying to get maize from there. Kaambia pana, hii ni ya watu wetu. And nobody's starving. People are eating well. Hata kama nyumba zao si kama zetu. They're eating. You'll never hear starving Ugandan by the ever. Yet here, food basket of Kenya is getting relief because we've got three. We've got Trans Nzoia, got parts of Rift Valley, got parts of Central. How can Central be getting food aid? That is not possible. We rely on Central for food by there, you know that. A lot of our horticulture actually comes from Central. Our vegetables, our beans, our potatoes. Not just the tea, not just the coffee. A lot of what we rely on. Because huku kwetu, we do a lot of maize and wheat and stuff like that. But Central is actually a major food basket for our horticulture. And it's serious when a place like that is getting relief food. Alexio, that is not allowed. Kapsa.
It's not allowed, kabisa. Let's welcome Mama Mary.
Yes.
Thank you, Alexio. Hi, Kip.
Hello.
Nice to see you guys. Nice to hear you. Na Wakenya pahali popote wako, comment section, na wasalimia sana. Mimi niko tu, ningali najikakama na kufikiria mengi habari ya nchi yetu ambayo inazidi kudhoofika kwa sababu ya huyu jambazi ambaye amejiona yeye anaweza fanya chochote Kenya na asiulizwe na mtu. And in fact it is very very oppressing when you think that how our country was before he took over. However, it wasn't great, but it was better and much better than what we are seeing right now. Hakuna furaha Kenya, hakuna upendo, hakuna maendeleo, hakuna anything of which can be related with a country that has so many hardworking people. Nianze na hiyo maneno mmesema habari ya Uganda. Museveni could be a dictator, but anajali masilahi ya watu wake. He has never entertained about LGBTQ in his country. Na hakuna kitu mbaya kama yale mazoea watu huwa wanaletewa ya kuigiza ikishakubaliwa, kwa sababu kuna wachache ambao ni waragai katika nchi wanapendelea mambo kama hiyo. Lakini ikiwa kiongozi wa nchi hapendelei hayo mambo, yanaweza pungua kwa kiasi kikubwa sana. Kama kiongozi wa nchi hapendelei mauaji, hapendelei abduction, hapendelei oppression, hiyo mambo haiwezi endelea kwa nchi. And so those people who call Ruto smart guy, he's sharp, I don't see any sharpness. He's a criminal. And a criminal can do anything to innocent people. So he's not sharp. It's a chance that he has and you abusing it. Is the power that he has, he is abusing. using upon the people of Kenya. We are not his people. We are Kenyans. Sisi si watu wa mtu, sisi ni watu wa Mungu. And in fact, Ruto does not know how I was brought up, neither Kip, neither Alexio. We struggled, our parents struggled for us to be what we are right now. Ruto hajui tulitoka wapi. And you see, he has no capacity of doing what he is doing to human beings, treating them like animals. That is my bad feeling about this Jambazi. The other thing is just asking myself, how much does he want to be rich or wealthy? Ikiwa kila kitu, yeye ndio ako juu. Kila kona, yeye ndio ameshikilia. Pahali popote panatokea hata shilingi 5 ni yake, si ya mtu mwingine, si hata ya huyo mtu ambaye amefanya kazi, ni yake. Achukue aweke kwa mfuko. You can go to hell. Sorry to use that word. You can go to die. You don't care. Watu wanaumia. Watu wako na magonjwa ambayo inahitaji matibabu ya haraka sana, but they are not getting. Hizi pesa ambazo wanaweka kwa bank, wananyima wananchi service zile ambazo ni zao kweli kabisa kihalali. Ni za kuwasaidia na nini? If you have a lot of money in your bank and you are sick, can you even remember about that money? No. Hii ni mambo ambayo tumejionea this time round. Somebody want to be very rich, sijui atazipeleka wapi, sijui anaona kama ataishi miaka ngapi, amejifanya ati kila pesa hata kama ni ya nani ni yake. Na sisi ni wake. Kwa hivyo atufanyie chochote anafikiria. It's so bad. Very sad about our country. Habari ya huyo kiongozi kutoka Uganda, Kiza, kushikwa kwake kunaonyesha nchi yetu imetoboka. Iko na mashimo mingi sana ambapo kila mtu anaweza ingia na afanye chochote na aende zake. So we don't have security. And even I wonder, do we have defense? Do we have police? Do we have, NIS? Do we have anything that really defends the people or the country? We don't. Hiyo mambo haiwezi kufanyika, kwani kila mtu tukienda kulala wanaenda kulala. I thought security is always 24/7. Kunawezekanaje huyo mtu achukuliwe hivyo, asafirishwe hivyo, ati hakuna mtu Kenya anajua? That is unheard of. Hatuko wajinga hivyo. Hii mambo yote tunajua ilipangwa na ikapangika. Na sasa ikiwa mchezo ni huo, hata sisi wa Kenya, where is our security? We don't. And that is why you see people are being butchered in our country. Ati unakuta mtu anachinjwa na watu msituni kama mnyama watakula. Wanabeba figo, wanabeba kila kitu ambacho wanafikiria ni kina manufaa kwao. Anaacha huyo hapo. Amekufa. That is why our country has become like a war zone. Everybody is busy doing evil. Ni wangapi ambao tutashuhudia wamesimama na sisi ambao wanakatana na hii mambo inaendelea? Look at the parliament when this Jambazi announced about Adani, at wanasimama wanamsupport. Where were they? That they would not have raised this common thing so that they can show him we are Kenyans and we don't want our people to suffer. We cannot sell our country. Where were they? Were they sleeping? This time round, they start making that sound, voice, applauding at Jambazi amefanya kitu ya muhimu sana. He would have done it a long time ago. And furthermore, he didn't do it because of his will. There is a problem somewhere. There is a real problem somewhere that has made him do the conclusion of what he has done. And I believe he is also confused what is next, what will follow after this. Sababu jambazi akidili na jambazi mwingine lazima sasa hata yeye aanze kufikiria atanishika wapi, because they are all jambazis, ni mafia, si watu wazuri. Mtu ambaye anafanya mambo kama hiyo si mtu mzuri, is a criminal mafia. Tumeangalia nchi yetu inazorota every day. Na mrudi mkumbuke wa Kenya, Ruto hatachukua bunduki auwe watu wengi mseme ni massacre. Kenya is a massacred country already. Watu wanakufa na njaa, watu wanakufa na magonjwa, watu wanauawa, abducted and never to be seen. How many people are disappearing? Massacre si lazima uone watu wengi wamelala hapo wameuawa. We are being killed slowly by slowly. We are losing our nation bit by bit, losing people one by one. And that is the formula they want to use. Remember, huyu mtu ambaye anaitwa Bill Gates amekuja na maamuzi yake, na nimesikia amepewa immunity in Kenya to do whatever he wants. Kenyans, surely, are you going to give this guy from his country to come and deteriorate people's life, to control our movement, to control our lives? Ametujua kutoka lini? Kwa nini asifanyie hiyo mambo kwa nchi yao, na huko ni wengi sana? Afanye hiyo miigizo ama miujiza ambayo anataka kutenda Kenya. Kenyans, don't even fall trap of this. Msikubali hata kidogo. Wacha atengeneze hizo vitu anatengeneza, akule peke yake, ama aende aweke watoto wake. Surely we cannot be, what is it called, keep, is the gene pig ya kutest vitu ambazo hazijatumiwa na watu wengine. Guinea pigs. Yeah. We cannot be that.
Lab rats.
Lab rats. We cannot be that. We are going to be Kenyans, human beings. Sisi ni human beings. Wao kama si human being, waende pali wametoka. Sijui anataka kubadilisha miili ya nani. Sijui anataka kutubadilisha tuwe nini. Waende warushe hizo robot zao huko, waendelee na maisha yao. We know they are superpowers and we cannot deny that. Let them have their superpower in their country, but not other country. They cannot come to try and test their things with our people. We are not going to accept. Kenyans, muwe wangalifu. Musikubali hii maneno. Wazungu wako na mambo mingi sana ambao wanataka kutendea watu weusi. Wametufanyia slavery. Why should we let them do other things to us when we have developed this much? When we have been educated this much? We know what is right and what is wrong. Let's not accept this. Hiyo mambo yote wanafanya na huyu Zakayo ambayo ameua watu. Zakayo ambaye alisema mambo mingi sana na Kikalenjin. What is the meaning of Mariwa? Keep. What is the meaning of Mariwa?
I think you might have heard it wrong.
I don't know whether it is Mariwa. Kuna jina alikuwa anasema ati hawajui mimi Ruto. Wataona. Is it Mariwa? Wataona, what do you say in Kalenjin? Wataona.
What he was saying in that speech, yeah. I remember what he was saying. There are actually a couple of speeches he talked about this tribal fact. So the first one was actually not having an MP or any leadership in
Central.
In Central. No, in Nairobi actually. And he talked about the Kikuyus, he talked about the Luos explicitly, and he talked about Luyas. Some of it was derogative, And he said that that is where Kenya is being controlled. It's in Nairobi. That's why they always fight for the governorship of Nairobi. Then there was another time he was talking about Kikuyus. It was directly for Kikuyus, and he was talking about when he comes in power, he will show his revenge. That video has circulated everywhere, before election, after election, currently, and nobody is paying attention about that. I know which video. There are two videos.
Yeah, there are
And
two
it
videos.
surprises me. It surprises me. No, it was actual revenge against Kikuyu. He says, there's nobody who hates Kikuyus more than I do. And I will take revenge at them when we are in power. Then Kimbia Central and this, oh God, I know. I'll look for those videos and then put it on the group again. This guy said that twice, tribalistically, that he does not like Kikuyus. Yeah.
Yeah, kuna ile ambayo alisema hakuna mtu ako na shida na Wakikuyu kama sisi wa Kalenjin. That is one.
That's the one. That's
There
the
is
one.
another
Yes.
one, ameongea na Kikalenjin akasema hawanijui mimi Ruto, wataona. Something like that. And it was a length statement that he made. And I was shocked that people were still listening and laughing. And I wondered, was he talking in another country or in Kenya, that people did not adhere to this? They did not hear all these very serious statements that he made. And when you look at his head, the way he was putting like an airplane taking off, unaona kabisa huyu means business. Hiyo kazi ataifanya. And I think that is where he is. Na urudi ukumbuke wakati huu ambapo alikuwa anasema habari ya Adani. Look at that face of that guy. It is so dry that this is not something that I wish to have done. But because there is no way out, I'll just do it. That is how it is. It is not that he was willing to do that. Don't even be cheated. Don't even be lied that Ruto was ready to do this. Vile amejifanyisha hapo kusema ati investigators wetu na mimi tumeona hii mambo haiwezi endelea ya ndani. That is not the thing. He was not ready to do that. But now, because he is completely dry and things cannot be reversed, he had only that to tell people. But it is something that was very hard to come out of his mouth. If you look at his face, you can see this guy with a lot of anger. But it's like, but anyway, because it is like this, I'll do it. It's not his wish. It's not about the investigators. Which investigators are they that they have not been able to investigate those people who are killing people and abducting people? Where do they come from, those investigators? And how soon did they investigate that they have not investigated about those Gen Z who were killed on June 25th? Surely. But for Adani, who is still alive, can be done so quickly. My fellow Kenyans, look at this guy and know that we have got an animal in Kenya. It's not a human being, it's an animal. Mtu ambaye anaweza kukugeuka dakika moja na akumalize, na amemaliza wengi. And what we are going through right now, sio mchezo. Watu wa kuwe pamoja, tupiganie nchi yetu. This guy is ready to finish us. And we cannot survive with his leadership. He is going to finish us while looking at him. Hana haja na nyinyi. Mrudi mkumbuke, this is the same guy. Aligonga mtu na gari, akaenda kidogo akarudi akasema atuachi evidence nyuma. Let's go back and look whether that person is dead. If he held that person with his own hand and killed him. That is not my words. It was said. So it's the same way he is doing to us. Not he can. He has done it and he's continuing to do it. Huyo Kiza kushikwa kwake, hiyo ni mipangilio. Labda, for me, I would say, let me speculate, maybe because he was meeting akina Karua who are not supporters of this jambazi, just spoiling, interfering with people's life who are not even relevant to what he is doing. People are busy, focused on what they were doing, but interference, it's always there. Ruto hataki watu wawe na peace, anawakosesha pesa, anawakosesha chakula, elimu, matibabu. Kwa hivyo hata furaha, hatapenda kuona watu wako na furaha. And I wonder, how does he live in his house? When he goes to his house, does he nimechoka sana, nimefanya kazi? Or does he tell his wife, I'm very tired, nimeua watu wengi, na nime-abduct watu wengi, na bado nitaendelea kuua na ku-abduct na ku-oppress Kenyans? I think those are fair words he can use to his wife, because if he tells him otherwise, he will be lying. Otherwise, Kenyans, we are in a hot soup. We have to fight for our country. I don't see this guy taking us anywhere. He is just malicious, and he don't want anybody to get well. He don't want anybody to get richer than him. He don't want to see people living comfortable in their homes. He don't want people to live comfortable by health. He wants people to cry, mourn, miserable, and everything bad that you can think of. So Kenyans, wake up. Nchi yetu iko na mashimo mengi sana. Imekuwa kama yule mtu amepigwa risasi nyingi. You see that body, the way it looks like? That is how our country looks like. It's a pity and very sad. Otherwise, I'll stop there. Thank you so much, Alexia.
I want to discuss something about types of dictators.
Yeah, proceed and do it.
Sorry, go on. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Proceed and proceed.
Okay, I want to discuss types of dictators with you, Alexia.
Yes.
I know that there's like 5 of them. So there's the military dictators. We have a couple that have just recently, through military coup, suspension of civilian rule. We've seen that in Mali and Burkina Faso. And they rely a lot. And I think even Idi Amin was one. Then we have our best one, which we had in Kenya, which is single party dictators. That was Moi Kabisa. He changed it. Some of them moved towards, like China, which is communism, socialism with Russia and things like that. So those are single party. Moi was one of them. Nyerere, Then now we've got personality. Personality dictators ni wale, power is concentrated around a single person. Kind of cult, unajua kama Gaddafi, Kim Jong-un, yake ni ile fear driven loyalty. Unaona tu vile watu wanamuogopa mtu mwenye ana-undermine institution. Na hii inakuja now, we are seeing the daughter coming in, which is now leadership of succession. And even now, ukiona what they had a deal with Uhuru, ilikuanga succession politics, and it's something that we've been doing with Kibaki ndio break the rule, but Moi wanted succession. Jomo Kenyatta wanted succession, and it happened. Chukua Moi, from Moi, kijana Kenyatta, then now Ruto was supposed to be given succession from the other guy. Then the other one is hizi ndio zinaishanga, lakini one of them is actually working, which is now monarch kina Morocco, Saudi Arabia. Those countries are not suffering, they are okay. Alafu kuna ya mwisho hiyo chini hii theocratic dictators. Hii ni sasa ukiona huko Iran, which is now down to religious and divinity, supreme leaders and stuff like that. Alafu sasa kuna hybrid, watu wenye wanasema kwamba kuna election lakini hakuna election. Ruto ako hapo pia, unajua kina Putin, Vladimir Putin na huyu president wa Turkey. Alafu sasa kuna kwanga sasa when you have what we believe there is democracy in some of these countries, but there's not. And these are countries like the US and Britain where you have two parties and it's more corporate and economic dictatorship where it's driven by oligarchs of the state. Unaona sasa? So that is the final one. But me, I think the most dangerous one is what we have right now, which is down to personalist dictatorship. Everything is around one person, one power, one family, one everything. Even the Kenyatta family, tunaona hivyo. I don't see any difference with Kim Jong-un wa North Korea. Ruto has that, where institutes zote zimeangushwa so that everything revolves around this man. So sometimes, if you look at some of these methods of dictatorship, because anybody who comes to try and say dictators are bad, I think we've seen some that way it works. Mali, Burkina Faso, you can see that is working. The corporate one, you can see these Western countries are actually thriving. Singapore, where a strong leader came in, but actually through corporate initiatives, or when it comes to military, the love of the country, they want to improve the country. Lakini nikiona hizi vitu kama single party, hii kitu ya personality, unaona hata sasa saa zingine hata you find even the monarch one kind of works. So Ruto has taken the worst type of dictatorship, which is from a man that thinks he's God. A man who thinks everything has to be, surrounded by the way Mary was talking about. Kuna hii ideology, if somebody is richer than me or acquires more wealth than me, he'll overtake me, he'll influence people, he'll hurt me. I even think when they're sharing that loot from stealing from the country, this man actually takes a lion's share. Anaiba mingi kushinda mwingine. Because I remember Uhuru complained that any time walikuwa naongea kitu, Ruto had to come in. He had to make sure he had a piece of the cake. Na alifundishwa hiyo tabia na nani? Moi. What do you think, Alexio? Alexia?
Yes, I think just that the way you are saying is correct. And I think when they go to sharing vile Uhuru alisema hii tano yako, hii ya huyu, hii ya huyu, that's actually what really happened. And again, I was just wondering and trying to think through. I was thinking like, do you think Uhuru failed us as a country? Because there's sometimes when you see something that does not please you or it's not best interest of the country, ni afadhali hata uache hiyo kiti iende and then you save the country.
Do you think Uhuru angeinsist to aseme no, we are not going with you in 2017 with you in elections? Because the way we have run this country, I don't think if there's future here. And if you continue like that, this country gonna die. So
He's
it's
a coward.
better, yes, Uhuru should have behaved just the way Ruto behaved with Gachagua. He could
Yes.
have dropped him in the first time, before after 2017.
Angeka Matiang.
Yes.
I know
Angesema,
Matiang is somebody I don't like.
yes.
I don't like him. But
Yes.
here we want to buy.
Yes. Because I think indecisiveness, Uhuru is what is aiding Kenya right now. That is what is ndio inatumiza Kenya kama wa Kenya. If Uhuru could be somebody who has the best interest of the country, angekuwa amemalizana na huyu mtu kitambo.
Because people, Alexio, people think that Uhuru tricked Raila. I don't call him Baba anymore. Tricked Raila. He wanted Ruto. That is absolute garbage and nonsense.
Yes.
What happened is when they did the handshake, actually Raila was running the country at that point in time, made the
Yes.
decisions on behalf of this coward and lazy boy. Uhuru alirudi kwenda kukunywa pombe vile alikuwa na enjoy. He was enjoying his life. All he did was just a proxy president while Raila was running things in the background. And then the other thing is he's afraid. He's a coward. The decisions he's made were just cowardice.
Yes.
You could see it every day. What are you doing when your whole national intelligence team has been snatched from you under your nose? How is that? You kitu ndio ilinisurprise Alexio. How is that possible? Your whole team has been snatched from you. How is that possible? And you're the president.
My thinking is Uhuru actually wanted Ruto to be the president. Maybe that's my personal thinking, because things zenye alikuwa amefanya kama ma Eurobond na nini, you know, they've shared the loot.
No, but you see, but you see what you don't get, Alexio, with what's happening in the current news, and you've been seeing me fighting this. You've not noticed that Raila was eating with them. That Uhuru was not afraid of Raila. Maybe Martha Karua, but not Raila.
But I think Uhuru failed the country. And when the history of the country is written, we will say this is the person who failed the country completely. He failed to act when he had authority. He failed to act in the best interest of the country. He left the country to the dogs because of his failure to act, not to act. Because we are told of the story there's a story that goes around that Uhuru was reporting Ruto to bishops. Some bishops akiwaambia what Ruto is doing in the government and going through all the ministries na kusanya pesa. So he was complaining to the bishops. And when the bishops called Ruto, and Ruto was there crying, saying he cannot be able to do something of the sort. Anaonewa, hafanyi kitu kama hiyo. But if surely that was happening, why did Uhuru just take the action as the president and say, Kenyans, we cannot be able to continue this way, and move that motion to the parliament, and the parliament impeach Ruto? And once he's impeached, gets him the wherever you want to, in the coolers, because that is
mtu wako anataka ikitu. I'll just tell you the truth. His wife pushed him. The Moi family pushed him. He never wanted this thing. Look how happy he is right now. You can see that this position of president was just legacy to please his mother, to please his relatives. Uhuru never wanted this thing. Hii kitu ilikuanga. You remember when Ruto was about to slap him? You can already tell his attitude towards this presidency thing. You can tell ilifika point that he had given up, my friend. He had given up.
And I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. When he was coming up to tell us, what do you want me to do, and 2 billion is naibiwa every now and then.
He said it. He said it obviously, and he said, "Oh, Kenyans mnapenda kuiba, he was telling us as if it was something we can do.
Then
what did he
hange
want us to do?
contest, then hangeenda kwa kura 2017, hangekaa nyumbani aseme no, I cannot handle this, I'm not able. Kenyans select somebody who is able and capable. Why go to elections if you know you cannot be able to run the country? Why go to that? You just enjoy the perks. I think the perks that he's enjoying needs to be scrapped away because he did nothing to the country.
He did nothing. The only time, let me tell you, the only time he acted presidential, and that's the thing I'll always salamia him about it, is actually this deal that I'm against it happening now. But your handshake, our people were divided by sana. We were about to go into imminent tribalism and war, but at least that's the only thing I saw he did presidential when he shook Raila's hand. I found that honorable. But now I'm seeing maybe there are some idiotic things that happen in the background. But from perception towards our people not fighting, hapo namsalamia. That was good. That was fantastic. But now I'm beginning to kind of suspect these deals these people have been doing, hoodwinking the public, using as a spawns to kind of negotiate power in the top, you know? And so I suspect, no, let me tell you, I suspect every single leader right now. Mimi sioni mtu, naona kama kuna watu wa integrity huko Kenya ambao watatusaidia sisi kama wananchi wa Kenya. Sababu kitu nilikuwa nataka kufanya ni kurudi Kenya, nilikuwa nataka kurudi nyumbani. Nilikuwa tayari kufunga virago zangu nirudi nyumbani, lakini tunapata nyang'ao wako.
What I can encourage those people of integrity, those who call themselves people of integrity, in quotes, if I can include wakina PLO na his brother Barack Muluka, let them offer themselves for leadership. Let them come, because they have been complaining. Now the field is almost, now people are looking for alternatives. Can they offer a good alternative? What they have been saying on the sideline, can they come here and offer a good alternative? We want to see people of integrity coming up, and we shall support them.
And we stop using money.
Yes.
I think we
in
should
fact,
like this.
Yes. In fact, sisi ndio contribute money for their campaigns. We shall give them money. We shall fund their campaigns.
Can you do me a favor? Could you add the link hapo? Kuna two guests who are about to enter. Wacha wapige kelele kidogo.
We are about to close. We have like 11 minutes.
Yeah, waeke bana, wacha wakuja wapige kelele. Kuna moto hapo. Wacha Stone aongee kidogo.
Okay.
And then continue.
Okay.
Moto.
People, kindly like the video.
Continue, sorry for the interruption.
Okay, so what I was saying is we need now people of integrity to come up. If like Muhisa Kitui, if you want to be the president of this country, this is the time. In additional, we have people like Okiya Mtata who are showing the interest. We have Martha Karua. Let those people of integrity come up. Let them offer the solution, the alternative. Okay. Rasvik, what do you think?
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree with you to some extent, especially when you mention people like Okiya. Somebody like PLO, I doubt his integrity. When he was in charge of anti-corruption, angalia zile sarakasi zilitokea, then he became so irrelevant. Then there was a time he was supporting a regime after Wali Bakura. He was part of that lawyers defending that kind of a regime. You know, I know a lawyer, you can always defend any client that shows up, but there are some kind of cases that kind of get you tainted because people will think of you differently from how they were thinking about you before. Alafu, of late, I've been watching the show from the background. Then when it becomes to Raila, it's like Raila gets a lot of heat. I know supporting Adani was the least favorable thing that he ever uttered. But I think one of these days we should just play the entire clip so that we debate this thing and get it rested. Because it has become lately the climax of the show when it comes to Kutuanga Raila. That's when the show becomes so excited. Jana
We
niliona
also,
vile Lala lipata. Yeah.
Rasvi, could you also debate the NATCO report? We debate all those things.
Yes, let's have a day that today it's just NADCO. We play some particular clips, then we debate after those clips have been played. It will be beneficial instead of some of us haven't even heard what speech Raila was talking about when he mentioned the Adani report, but we get so excited. So it's just good to play the entire script. I mean, the entire speech, so that we can now analyze it one by one. What could he have meant? I'm not supporting whatever he meant because even Baba working with Ruto, that's the least popular thing that I can even advocate for or can support. I'm anti ODM working with Raila. I mean with Ruto. But let's flash back. We are where we are because of after Raila said Tosha to stop Moi's regime. Raila took a step behind. He took his pride behind and supported Kibaki because Moi wanted a succession to hand power over to Uhuru because that was his favorite. But that time around, Raila thought, okay, tukikuwa makandidates wengi, Uhuru is going to get a through pass. And we are still going to remain with Ruto regime. So what can we do? Let me say Kibaki Tosha. Kibaki was on a wheelchair. He couldn't even campaign. But Raila and the entire NAC delegation went from, what do you call it? From province to province back then, campaigning for Kibaki, who was on a wheelchair, until he became the president. Then after he became a president, akamea pembe, akasahau zile vitu watu wanaku walikuwa nataka washughulikie wananchi. So that time they had to step aside. When it came to election, what happened? Kibaki aliiba kura, tusijidanganye, aliiba kura. Then Martha ndio alikuwa voice mtu wa mkono wa kuenda anatumwa na Kibaki during the talks aseme mimi sitaki. Saa hizo Kofi Annan anasema hivi ndio vile tunataka ikue. Kibaki anaambia Martha. I was listening to Martha's speech this week on Spice when he was asked that question and he was like, mimi nilikuwa tu mtu wa mkono, nilikuwa na mdosi wangu alikuwa nataka hivi na hivi na hivi. So those things that he was defending at that time, unfortunately kuja ikamlamba baadaye when he was running for governor of Kirinyaga, alibiwa kura. This time around when they were wakiran for deputy president, walibiwa kura. So the same ujinga zila li support back then zinamlamba sahi. So in the long term, all our politicians have failed us at one point or the other. So what we need to be focusing on, that I've been saying every now and then, let's stop calling these names like Matiang'i. Matiang'i killed so many people in Nyanza when he was the interior cabinet. That time he was supporting this rogue regime. So whenever somebody mentions names like Matiang'i, there are some people that we feel so bad about it. We don't even want him anywhere close to power because he will just be recycling the same crap over and over again. I think right now we are overthinking. In our communities, We know how we live. Kwa nyumba yenu Kip, kwa nyumba yenu Alexio, kwa nyumba yenu Stone PK, kwa kijiji yenu, you know, kuna watu wengi sana who are better alternatives than these same recycles that have failed us. Let's not overthink. Let's not fikiria beyond kwetu. Let's go back to the basic. Answer from kijiji. Yesterday there was a talk about systems that work. And, Alex mentioned United States as an example. Right now, Trump is the president-elect, soon to be the president. But there were things that he was saying during campaign that bringing them into reality, itakuwa ni ngumu. You know, some of them he may, some of them he may not. He cannot just be so radical to the left. Itabidi at one point atafika katikati kwa sababu there are systems that were placed many generations before. Kuna human rights wameshapigana, kina Freddie Gray wameshauliwa. So there are so many things have changed. Ile ukikuja tu ati sasa ati unataka kutoa kila mtu America, hiyo kazi hautaweza. No president will ever achieve that. Utaianza alafu before the process starts, somebody will run to court and will stop it. Before you know it, your 4-year term imeisha. Si juzi Biden alipatia watu makaratasi hapa ati kama umekuwa hapa for over 10 years, you know, hauna criminal case nini, utapatiwa path to citizenship. Wapi hiyo kitu ilifika wapi? Si kotini watu wameshaenda wameistop. Term ya Biden inaisha next month. Hataweza kuimplement hizo vitu. So hata Trump na hizi panganga zake mingi atakuja na hiyo kimbelembele yake. He was a president before. He didn't do much. Yes, maybe aliachieve maybe thao moja hivi aling'oa nje, but haezi kuwa too radical because there are systems in place that protect its people. So if we can stop thinking about these big corrupt names that have benefited from the same loot and think about ourselves, then we'll be putting new people with the new mindset, with the new visions that we all have together. Because every time we talk, it seems like we have one common vision. We want the best Kenya that anybody can imagine. But this good Kenya that tunafikiria, the same names that we keep bringing up, they had an opportunity, but they never achieved it. So let's scrap all these names and start thinking about Stone PK, start thinking about Kip. Uko kwenu si tumekuwa hapa hivi tukiongea about hii. Si we ebu simama huko kwenu, mimi simame huku kwetu. Alexi, we simama huku kwetu. By the time tunakutana bunge, we have one common agenda. We have one common vision, and it will be much easier for us to push for the change and bring these things into reality. But if we keep calling the same names over and over that have failed Kenyans before, itakuwa ngumu. Over to you, Alexio.
Thank you, Rasvik. I hear you. Stone PK.
Hey, sema Alexio, mambo, habari ya siku mia. Nimekuja tu kukusalimia. na nikakuta nikakuta unafunga alafu nikasikia kipa amesema tubonge. Tuendelee kuongea my friend. Unajua hii kupiga kelele vile kipa anaita ndio the way forward, you know. Wacha niseme thank you, nisalimie Rasvik na Kip pia na wale wote ambao wamebaki wakitusikiza. Nimekuja na point moja mbili. Nimekuta mkijaribu kugusia, you know, watu watokeleze, people of integrity. Rasvik ameingia amesema the same names should not be mentioned. For me, I like giving it a very human approach, and the human approach is it's a being real. And I try to be real with the little or much experience I have about our country and our people. I think kama mtu angekuwa anapeanaga hizo ma PhD, some of us tungekuwa nayo, because once umestudy nchi yenyu na watu wenyu miaka karibu 30, hapo umemaliza. So, and especially when you also experience them on the ground. You know, the problem with the people analyzing politics or commenting and all that, some people are just they're just theoretical. Hata ukiangalia zile mainstream media, unasikia mtu huyu ni Dr. so and so amestudy sijui this and that, and when they come to talk there, ukimuuliza what is your village, kwanza imagine Alexio, mtu anakuambia ni Mkenya, ni profesa na hajui Kiswahili. Hiyo si ni ng'ombe ya mtu? Unaweza sikiza huyo mtu? Alexio, I'm being fair. Huyo mtu hata akija aniambia anataka kiti ya MP, wewe na mimi tunaweza chagua mtu huyo hujui Kiswahili. Is an example I'm giving. Hujui Kiswahili. Wacha hivyo, unaambiwa uongee Kikwenyu pia hujui. You cannot address a public rally in your vernacular. Aya, if you don't have a vernacular, if you are an idiot, because I don't think anybody doesn't have a vernacular, and if you don't have a vernacular, then you should not be elected anywhere. Then you even don't have a national language. Ujui, what you know ni English, na hiyo English nayo unajua you are not even good in it. Una mix maverb na masub hizo zote. So you have basically almost nothing. So hapa naweza support point ya Razvik, you know, that we now look inwardly. And then what shall we be looking at? What are the parameters? Unaona? Parameters za kupata kiongozi mzuri ziko wapi na ni zipi? Now, when we are looking at that, Razvik and others, you cannot avoid the same people being mentioned here again and again, because mnasema ni democracy. Utazuia Stone PK ambaye alikuwa ni mwizi wa mifugo huko akuje na pesa na aseme anataka kusimama? You will not block him. If you want to block him, you'll have to go to court. And if you go to court, kuna akina Mother Karua, Mother Kome, hot air. Okay? And what will they say? They will say Stone has his right to do what? To contest. Hata mnakuti US. US is another shithole also. Yeah? Huyu mnasema mnaita mna praise. Ni felon. Sinimuni ana hiyo makesi yote. Mnageuzwa zinaambua, oh, they were political, they were this, they were that, they were this. So basically, there are some, we can't even use some of these examples. All right? So we will continue mentioning waizi, wauaji to come to the field. The challenge now will be touching on the conscience of the people. Now, the people will have to voice their will, but then there has to be a prefect, a supervisor, who will be able to tally down, to record what the people are saying correctly. What am I implying here? I'm saying you can have every other thing, but if you don't have the elective system working correctly with those now few people wale wamejificha ambao ni wa ukweli, na hao watu wa ukweli hawapendwi kwa community. Jujuzi watu walikuwa wanasema, hata kuna clip inaenda around, tunasema sheria ibadilishwe haraka haraka mpaka turudishe sheria ya kunyonga watu. Nimesikia Wakenya wengine wanasema, oh, you know, God said usiue. Who told you everybody believes in God? That's another stupid thing we do. Who told you Kenya kila mtu anaamini hizo vitu ati usiue mtu, asiuliwe nini? We are supposed to have a free mind, free for all. Hata sheria ikuwe ni free. You don't have to be a Christian, you don't have to be a Muslim, you don't have to be this. But what must you do? You must adhere to the tenets of the correctness of a human being on earth. For example, thou shalt not kill. You kill, you are killed. Okay? Uwe mti, ukiua mti, that's life, unanyongwa. Ukiiba, unanyongwa, kama Singapore. Until we agree. Tuache, nilisema, Kenya for some time now we need to put Biblia chini kama Ruto. Biblia tubakishe kwa bedroom zetu. Then this person, like now he gives Stone PK uongozi. The things I talk here is what I will want to implement. Alafu utaanza kutumiwa mapasta wamevaa manguo ndefu ndefu, wanakuja kuwa na mabible kusema hapana, hiyo unajua hao watu waliiba, wasamee, for the sake of cohesiveness. Hii cohesiveness watu huwa wanaambiwa ati juu hii watu waliiba to forgive. How ni cohesion ya nani? Because like now when Gen Z waliruka wakataka kuchoma waizi wote, who came up, who blocked them, who killed them? It is the rich, the Railas. Au unasikia Rasvik sasa anageuka anasema wasiwasi. Raila amefanya kwanza makosa ile hawezi forgiviwa. Uhuru the same, Ruto the same. Hao watu wote ni watu actually wa kuingizwa kwa kikapu, kwa gunia, whether they fought, whether they walifanya nini. Nyama ikioza bro, imeoza. You could have done a very good job for 90 years. But on your 91st birthday, you screw everything up. You are gone. You finished. It doesn't matter all the good thing you did because you are supposed to maintain that. And that is the integrity we are talking about, bro. If Raila who had integrity, only that people are blind. By the way, Raila has not been a man of integrity since birth. Hiyo ni uongo tuseme ukweli. And Rasvika amesema vizuri sana. We will do a show. Tuchukue Raila, tuchukue Martha, tuchukue nani. I can host that because I have all the history, I have all the clips. We play and analyze these guys. They are all thieves. They've never been people of integrity. Inakuanga tu ni psychophants following them. Raila is one of the most selfish human being on earth. Okay? Uhuru is one of the most idiotic person. Yani, bure kabisa, because if you ask one question, why did he hand over power to somebody? He himself with his own mouth warned the people that huyu mtalia, do you do that? Ati sheria, what would have gone wrong if he had declared that this is a security threat? Aliogopa nini? I mean, guys, let's face it. Yani, Alexio, imagine you have your boy, kijana wako. Pale kwa hiyo nyumba room, kuna cobra. Huku nje unalia unaambia watu jameni, huyu mtoto akiingia kwa hii room alale ataumwa na hiyo cobra. Iko, nimeiona, najua nini. Alafu narudi unampeleka huko. So unamuingiza huko na unafunga mlango. That is what Uhuru did to us. In the name of garbage at following constitution and all that rubbish. Ruto was laughing and enjoying knowing that kisha kamekwisha. Ati sheria. Which sheria in Kenya? If I were Uhuru, I would have said hakuna tawe, and then kule mtaenda. Ati unazuia ati bloodshed sijui nini. Which bloodshed? Imemwagika tayari. The people that have died in this country, Alexio, what were we preventing? The continued kidnapping that is going on. Very bad torture, bro. It's going on. What was Uhuru preventing by giving the sword and the venom to this murderer? I mean, the story is long, Alexio. So for me, what I'm trying to think and talk is like, we've always said, we have to dismantle it. Na tuache hiyo maswali kama hiyo Raila aliuliza ati tukitoa Ruto alafu. That was another very, 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 very negative comment. Hiyo alitukata mikono, akatukata mguu kabisa. Ati sasa mkimtoa alafu. Ati Gachagua atakuja. Hata Gachagua angekuwa, hata yeye angetolewa. So kumbe ilikuwa Raila anataka Ruto asitoke, juu alikuwa amejua chora, anaingia kwa gava. Those are things they had planned. Na nani wajinga? Sisi wa Kenya. Baba akisema amesema. So as I said yesterday, Raila will be on the table of discussion mpaka akufe. Na hata akikufa bado watu wataongea. Wataongea the very bad things he did in his the loud ones that he did in these final days. Juu watu wengine they are too young, they don't know, wanasikiaga tu Raila akiruka akisema left. But if you go deep, ask yourself, kwa nini walikosana na budake vibaya sana mpaka karibu, in fact kunasemekananga alikuwa cast, but people of Nyanza try to cleanse that. Why? Walikosana nini? Wanakosana mpaka mnakosana, unatoka kwa pati ya budako unasema ati ni wewe umetoka. Alifukuzwa na mzee, kaambiwa wewe toka, enda ukatengeneze vitu zako na ujinga yako huko. These are the realities that people don't want to face. People don't want to face. It's your dad who chases you away when he sees some foolishness in you. You don't chase your dad from a party. Hata kwa boma unatokaga, unatoroka, unaenda kujaribu kujenga kwako juu umejam, juu umeambua ukweli, umeambua oa, ama umeleta kidemu, umeokota huko kwa nini huko huko sokoni. Yes.
So I have that question. Vile tunaongeanga juu ya kuheshimu wazee, mbona tuheshimu Jaramogi Odinga?
Alafu kuheshimu wazee, yes, ni normal, but I always say hata a fool gets old, hata mzee, hata mwendazimu uzeeka, hata mjinga uzeeka, na si ati ukizeeka na ujinga yako inakuwa wisdom. So hii maneno ya waheshimu wazee, hiyo tu pia is neither here nor there. Wazee uheshimiwa vikiwa unajiheshimu na kuna ile vitu tenets umeweka kwa community, so na integrity na consistency. You can't tell us consistency when you bring us an article, you bring us sijui handshake, you bring us this and you don't explain why. You try to say for the sake of the country, kumbe it's for the sake of you stomach. My friend, kama saa hii ya Ruto, tuache tu kupretend ati Ruto is not, Raila is not in government. And day in, day out, tunaambiwa he's pushing to get half of this. He's pushing. You think those are stories that are being made? In Kenya, can you do anything in secret? Keep under Lizio? Those things are true. He's demanding. Tell me, what formula is this going to support a blood-ridden Gava? What magic is this? What political formula is this? Hata hao watu wako fanatic na Raila, sincerely speaking. Hata kama unakuwa wewe ni mtu ujui siasa, what justification would you give for Raila to join together with the Ruto? Hata Yesu akirudi leo, Alexio. So those are things. Fine, let's have everybody else come, even now tunawaditch. Because Raila will come. So unasikia watu wanaongea ati Raila 2027. Imagine hata watu ujio supporters wengine they are just fanatic. Hata waangaliwa huyo mzee atakuwa miaka ngapi?
For what?
2027 for president. People are so myopic. Hii nchi kweli ni fala. Nimetuma kitu kwa Sound Candy Talk, ungeweza kucheza. Uone Botswana vile wamefanya kakitu. Countries that are really moving towards where they're supposed to be. Sisi tuko hapa tunafikiria wazee wa 1990, wazee wa 90 years. Hata wamesaa hivi hawezi coordinate mikono, hawezi coordinate akili. Alafu ati wanakuja wanasema vitu kama Adani is the best, sijui nini. Tena unazeeka, una lose memory, unajiuza. Unasema ulienda huko ukaona makampuni. Ulikuwa umeenda huko kama nani? Kufanya nini? Ulitumwa na nani? Alexio, we need a whole 6 hours to come and chambua and koroga these people and give people the truth. Na wananchi, na hizi vitu tunataka kutengeza clips. God willing, if this government collapses today and we need a transition government, we have people. Akina Stone Kipike tutatokea. Mimi hufanya vitu na contract. If in 6 months I have no strategy for whatever assignment I've been given, I quit, I resign. Alexio, you come in. Sikujidai hapo kina Mbandi specialist. experts at we should stop stealing 2 billion. Can you imagine? Hao watu wa ODM ni nini ni bangi, hata bangi ni nzuri. Bangi vifanyangi mtu afikirie retrogressively hivyo. It's not bangi. ODM hao wote. Bangi is better. Bangi inapatiaga mtu hata mgoka inakupatia vitu zingine za mzuri. Si fikira za kiscience kama hizo za kina bangi. All of them. So basically what we need to do is we need now wananchi, because wananchi wamejua na wamechoka, ni watu tu wanataka kwenda kuwa confused, but panelists here, wale watu wa kwa TV ndio bado wamelalia masikio. Mwananchi ameamua, mtu kama Raila hakuna, atachaguliwa tu na some of Nyanza people, hizo ndio kura atapata, if at all you will ever dream. Okay, we are already done and dusted as far as Kenya is concerned. Unless Gen Z wakue wiped water. I mean, I'm saying 50-year-old and below wakue wiped water. Then Raila can be elected by Zoburu now those old idiots like him. Yeah. So for me, I have no fear about that. I know what I fear most is, can we have an IBC? Can we have a committee that will oversee the counting of votes? Then tutaonyesha watu das. Labda si hivyo, then we get a self-proclaimed committee. They can do in terms of dictatorship and direct the ship to the right direction. I don't really care whether itakuja ni kama military, itakuja ni kama whatever it is. You know? Bora itakuwa kushikilia for people to get a direction. Because right now, it's a problem. Sahi we only need like self-proclaimed leaders wakuje, wachukue na nguvu na waanze kusema this is the way to go. Wakishindwa tunawatoa, tunaweka wengine. We can keep on trying for another 20 years until we get it right. It will take that long. Yeah? But Ghana, it took 10 years and they got it right. It's only now that they have slipped again. But they are also going to get it right again. Back to you, Alexio.
Thank you much. Actually, we need a day that we can be able to chambua there. But story ya Raila, we are past that. We do no longer need his advice. We have trusted his. Tumeona hiyo gari hakuna mali inatupeleka. So even you'll be surprised, even elections are called here, even a port of Nyanza will not follow you. Will not follow you. They are already tired. And again, the other thing is, the only bone of contention that I have with Martha Karua, she knows very well the election was stolen in 2007. And she still says Kibaki won the election. Can he just stop and focus on whatever she wants to do for Kenya? Because if she's gonna take us back there, she's anatuonyesha kwamba yeye si mwaminifu.
She completely believes in it. She completely believes in Mwai Kibaki. Hata nakanga naye anasemanga tu hivyo. She believes in. I don't know how to explain. Anambelieve kabisa.
Yes, but you see, Krigla came in and told us.
She believes that Mwai Kibaki won. That's what I think.
Guys, what did Krigla say? Read it. What did Krigla say?
Krigla said it was hard to know who won the elections. So can we just
then
put that there? The matter should not tell us.
So no. Alexio. Krigla said it was hard to tell who won. Why?
Yes.
He elaborated. Why?
Because there was rigging on both sides.
Thank you, Alexio. There was rigging on both sides. Listen, Alexio. Now, you are on the other side, I'm on this side. And our followers, when you're president, and Mimi president, both of us are fighting for the seat. And then we rig. What do you expect my follower or your follower to believe? That I defeated you?
Let me
No.
tell you. Let me tell you. Kivuitu said he doesn't know whoever won the elections.
Yes.
Krigler said it was hard for us to know whoever won the elections.
Yes.
But what we know is those people who sat down and messed the elections also messed the elections in the opposition stronghold by stuffing the votes there, so that Yonekane, there was rigging on both sides. So Martha should stop telling us Kibaki won the elections, because that thing is turning off most guys. She's a good candidate and she can be a good president. But by gone, she can just say that I don't know what really transpired according to Krigler and Kivuitu. So if I transpassed or if I wrong people, I ask for forgiveness, just ownership, and then we move on.
Alexio, let me say something.
Yes.
You see, one thing I admire is for people being principled. Like, you cannot, me as Stone PK, you cannot ask me to do something which I don't believe in for the sake of pleasing people. There are people who are like that I better die. Come up, for example, it's electing me, and you want me to accept to please you something I don't believe. I'll just say, okay, it's okay. If you don't believe in me, it's all right. You know, and that is where mother. Listen, no, not that she believes, because she was an agent for higher candidate. Get this right, and they believe they won. Raila people, I was on that side. We believe we won. That's why there was that tug of war. So both of us believe we won. Now, why mother keeps on coming there? It's people who keep on bringing her up, because that's the only thing they accuse her of. Kila interview wanamuuliza, lakini tuambie ukweli wa 2020 whatever 2007, and she tells her ukweli, and actually she puts it very well. You take it or leave it, and that's why now electorate, you decide. If you think she's not fit, you leave her alone, and then go for the other one that we think we are, but we cannot fight and trying to telling her to believe what she doesn't believe. Maybe there I moved on across the other side.
And but
yes.
We are in this mess because of that. We are here.
Well,
Kenya is in this mess because of 2007. That's why we can't.
Who said Raila would have been a better candidate at the end of the day? We've seen what he is now. Who says he was going to do the right thing? We keep getting this lie. We keep getting this lie that Raila would have been good for us.
What I really
kind of nefarious things he's been doing lately.
What I'm saying is, let's be like American way. Whether you are bullshit now, you shit yako. Once you win, get that mandate. Do your own stuffs. Mess around. But we as electorate will be able to know that we have the power of kicking you out. But right
exactly.
now in Kenya, we don't have the power. Because even if you go to the elections, they're gonna be stolen. Unless we do something.
So Alexio, that's why you listen when I give my talks and all that. I since for the last 3 years, since we were robbed our elections, I've been crying. I've not been talking about constitution personally. I've been talking about who will count votes for us properly, because hata malaika wakuje wapige kura zitaibiwa. Na hapo sasa tukiongea integrity, that is what we should be fighting for. And look at it vile inachezwa Alexio. Your story is ibongwi, and people are talking of 2027, and Ruto is there. Are we not foolish? Hata akina all those leaders, instead of them saying let's ground all the tools, like when the Gen Z came and said let's drain the swamp, that was the opportunity, Alexio. Chase everybody out of town, alafu tuanze kutafuta mazee, nani atasimamia, tuweke watu 21 ama tuweke watu 100 ama tuweke 150 ama tuweke aje. Then through that crisis, Alexio, I swear we will put up tutaweka a team that will simamia election, because number one, akina Stone PK watakuja na suggestion kwamba newspaper, TV, radio zote zipewe uhuru wa kutangaza votes kwa polling station. You understand? Hiyo kwanza, hiyo iwekwe ni sheria kwa hiyo committee, iambiwe zile kura zitatangazwa kipilipili, ile polling station inaitwa Ndungeni, hizo ndio hizo zinatangazwa, zinapeperushwa. Hakuna hii ujinga ya ati zinapelekwa sijui headquarters Nakuru kuwa tally.
And another thing, Stone, another thing is this. Hiyo kitu yenye Supreme Court ilisema the IBC has 7 days to tangaza election. That thing should be removed.
Nonsense hiyo.
At 6, we finish election at 6. By 9, tunafaa tujue who is the president. 9 p.m.
Exactly. Yes.
We go to sleep knowing whoever has won the elections.
Yes. And that will happen. Hiyo ita happen when sasa tuko na nini, watu tuko na technology bana. Ila polling station by saa 6 saa 7 hizo kura zinatumwa, watu watatali wenyewe, unaongeza mwenyewe. Okay? We just give the license to up to even 20 TV station. Okay? Any TV station that will want to do that. Hata tunapeana kwa region. Kakamega wale wako huko. You know, because people say, oh, we have no capacity, sijui Citizen TV can. Hakuna, wacha tukue na local TV. Embu kwa local TV kama 3. Okay? Kila mahali. People may say itakuwa chaos. No, it will not be chaos. It will not be chaos. Tangaza. Kiambere, ward, blah, blah, blah. Rais fulani, amepata kuraizi. And then by midnight, we start calling out. And then by saa 9,
by 9, we have given them 2 hours to count. Kura imeisha 6, 7, 8, 9. We need to know. Tumefunga hiyo chapter. My MPs watakeleze baadaye. But presidential by 9, all the elections, all the results are in, and we have know who is the winner.
Because you know what happened for some of us who have participated. Polling station ikifungwa pale saa 12, kura kwa polling station zinatekigi around 1 hour kuhesabu. Zile polling station zina watu wengi, which means funga saa 12, anza kuhesabu saa 12:30, because unahesabia hapo uendi, no transportation hapo. So by 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock zimepeperushwa, 9 zinapostiwa kwa nama TV station. By 10 you start announcing nani ako mbele. By 11, 12 midnight you already pronounce whoever ameshinda, huyu na hii, hata huyu mwingine akipewa nusu. The way the US does it. Why do you think they do it that way? Ni kuzuia ujinga, although bado kuna kuanga na ufala, but at least inatokea karibu na ukweli. Then we try that, the first one, the second, we continue perfecting well and ensuring that those people mwananchi amechagua ndio. Now once we have that team, you can be sure in parliament you will have sense, in senate you will have sense, impeachment will be fair, because again we also have to regather. An MP should be recalled within his first year, because once an MP is elected or anybody is elected, in 3 months you should give a strategy direction of what you are going to implement according inakaa namna gani, peana work plan yako. Then by the time unafanya 6 months, people should start what you are laying on, should see what you are laying on the ground, because you are implementing for the people, not you. And you are implementing, you are carrying on projects that have been going on because they are for the community, they are not for individual. We need radical change bro, na tuna watu wa kufanya hizo vitu. Ni ile tu nimesema tuache maneno ya huruma, Biblia tuache kusema hii ni against the constitution, to suspend your constitution kwanza. Kabisa. And in fact, anarchy sometimes is good. It helps people think. Yes, mtu kama hajawahi kuwa na njaa, akilala njaa the whole night, ndiye anajuanga njaa inakaa namna gani. Alex,
we don't need even to suspend the constitution. We know the bad people. We just tell them, weka kando, you cannot lead this country. You are not a man of integrity. We know you. You are a thief. You cannot run this country. Kaa kando. Mtu kama Ruto, you are a thief. We are not going to vote for you. Get out. Simple as that. Martha Koome, we tell her, where you don't know what you are doing, you cannot be the president of Supreme Court, go home.
Get out.
And those Supreme Court judges.
What Banze, the
Yes.
one who disappointed me the most was Smoking Wanjala.
Yes.
Ule mtu nilikuwa nimemwangalia, I veered that man. I was like, this is a man of integrity.
Ulikuwa umjui mlevi wa kawaida ule. Wewe acha.
Ndio nilikuwa nasema no, you don't understand what I'm saying. Mlevi mzuri, you know, ule mlevi anakunywa na anasoma vitabu. You know, unajua sisi kile unaangalia mlevi unasema at least he is a genius that drinks a lot. That's what I meant by this.
Okay.
Huyu mlevi ni profesa. Unajua wale maprofesa unaonanga wanalewanga. He's just a genius. Haizi kuja kuharibu mambo. Wow. The whole the whole bench. Chafu yote.
We know them. We know those people who have missed. And the reason why I was mentioning people like PLO is kumulika. Kumwambie vitu zenye unaongeanga boss, sio vitu zenye unafanyanga. So can you just shut up?
Alexio, there are some people how ndio unaekanga kwa like our country will need a council of eminent people, a council inakaa pale, you know, very mixed mpaka you know, if you see a council that does not fight during meetings, you know, one thing I love, Alex, ukitaka kujua a group that is very dynamic is when blows exchange. I know it sounds ridiculous. Ukiona watu wamekaa kwa meeting ati ni harmony, wanaitana brother, sister, that is a rubbish thing. Hiyo ni nonsense. Inataka watu wanaongea, Alex, unaongea ushit, nasimama na kupitia na blow, unaiblock, nachukua kiti, unablock, hiyo meeting kwanza inasuspendiwa. Because it means kuna pertinent issues that are being discussed. I know it sounds funny, but that's how issues are sorted out. Human beings are human beings, Alex. There is no harmony. Ati diplomacy, sijui nini. Your harmony is collusion to steal and misguide the country.
So to the ile Swahili saying amani haiji kwa inchi ya upanga. So it has
inakuja kwa ncha ya upanga, lazima you have to draw the sword.
Where you see Opio and Daya defending. You see Bandi. Then I come and tell those people that these people are all part of the government.
Alex, unaweza kaa next Wandai ako hapo next akiongea hivyo na kipa kwa pande ile nyingine na mimi niko hapa hivi. Alafu tunaitana brothers. Mimi nitasimama juu ya meza bro. Ati mtu ana right ya kusema sinani.
Let me tell you. Anybody who works with Ruto is a thief. Yes. Anybody who works with the Ruto is a thief and is a stupid man or a stupid woman. You cannot, if you are an upright person who's thinking for the welfare of Kenya, you cannot work with Ruto. I don't know even Uhuru alikuwa na entertain ya nini. Pia Uhuru yeye ni stupid person.
Uhuru is part of the stupidity also. Don't tetea. I've told you, usitetee mtu. Mimi nikiweka hapo na Wandai, ama nikiweka hapo na Wandai na Mbadi, furniture would be moving. Furniture
those are thieves.
There is nothing. Actually my blood would be boiling. I don't understand. Alafu unaona tu meno zao zinacheka. You see them outside parliament laughing. They are laughing at us. Mimi nikikutana nao mimi na slap mmoja yani.
Alex, unaweza cheza clip nikutumie nikuonyeshe what we are talking about. Can you play? Are you able to play a clip, a very short one?
Just send. Let's see if I can play.
Nitume hapo kwa Sound Candid Talk.
Yes. Yeah.
Let me send it there. It's very short. You guys continue talking. Let me see whether I can. Naweza kutumia. Just to demonstrate what we are saying is it's not madness. It is reality, you know.
Sarah Noma, I will never stop insulting Raila. Siwezi. People don't understand how serious it is. Alexia, they don't understand how serious I am about this. I'll talk about it every day. And I will not stop talking about it because I'm obsessed. Unajua, ever heard of a pit bull? Umeshaisikia kitu ya pit bull akishauma kitu haezi achilia. Hata
And
ukisema aje, hata mkinitukana. Hii kitu ni, unajua kwa nini? Ame waste time yangu. You know, avid supporter of Raila Amolo Odinga. Tulikuwa tunamuita baba. We believed in him. Sasa hii ni frustration yangu ile, yani siwezi achilia. I don't want anybody else to be tricked by him kwa sababu ni conman.
Alexio, nimeituma kwa sound candid talk admins.
Siwezi acha. Alexio, I cannot leave talking about him till he dies. And even after that, I'll teach my children about that stupid old man.
Wewe nani keep ambia whoever you are talking to aende angalie national television kila mahali. He's mentioned every day more than 50 times and he's mentioned negatively and bitterly. People are bitter. Mtu angalie, kuna kipindi, kuna nini ilikuwa, watu walikuwa talk show ya Citizen the day before yesterday. There was one professor there na ilikuwa imehostiwa na I've forgotten. It was hot. It was hot. There was one guy there trying to defend Raila and all. He looked like an idiot. Only that they were not using those words. But alikuwa anaangaliwa anaambiwa, hebu listen to yourself, my friend. What are you talking about now? Ati wanaanza kuleta history. Ati, oh, you know, someone suffered. And this narrative ati Raila suffered. Raila suffered. We want to list all those people that suffered with him. You know?
Martin Shukuku, Matiba.
They're all there.
They left the world. There. They left the world with integrity. They left the world with legacy.
So,
and as long as I'm in charge, nobody's going to knock it down. Whoever governs Singapore must have that iron in him or give it up. This is not a game of cards. This is your life and mine. I spent a whole lifetime building this.
Unaweza irudia.
And as long as I'm in charge, nobody's going to knock it down. Whoever governs Singapore must have that iron in him or give it up. This is not a game of cards. This is your life and mine. I spent a whole lifetime building this. And as long as I'm in charge, nobody's going to knock it down. Whoever governs Singapore.
Now,
Skiza. I've never
wako bro, no, wako. Kama Raila asemi, wewe kipu unakosea. Wako. They are there bro. Wako. Ni chanza kuna. There are people, kuna watu they don't give a, ungejua Rwanda kulikuwa na watu kama hao. When they killed each other, 1 million people died. People thought they were cowards, they were useless. Well, Kagame akiwa Kenya, you know, I know you guys, some of you are very young because Kagame alikuwa anaishi Kenya hapo Buruburu nini, some of us saw him tukiwa dog. He looked like a very weak guy. And even when he talks, you think he's useless, but until you listen to him, bro, his words zinakatanga kama wembe to mzungu, to anybody. And bro, you can govern that way. By the way, do you know you can govern without America, without UK, without... Do you know, I hear some people, brainwashed idiots, like, you know, you can't live in isolation. Why can't you live in isolation? Keep tell me. Kenya unahitaji Marekani kusaidia na nini?
You see, hold on. You see why the West needs to live together. They finished all their resources. In Kenya, with the 47 counties, we don't even need to trade outside. There's no use, Alexio. There's no use. We can feed ourselves. The only things we'll be trading is entertainment. That is it. And even now, even with entertainment,
I
we have
agree with you.
tuna kitamaduni yetu. We can make our own music. We can make our own movies. Actually, we should encourage our own culture. We should encourage all
U-
those things.
una- Unajua Kip na Alexio, mi ucheka ati nasikia watu huwa wanamon watu wakiambiwa hawapewi visa ya kwenda Marekani, ati watu wanalia, ati unasikia Austin PK, unajua alibaniwa kwenda kwenda US. Yani hii ni upumbavu gani watu tuko nayo eh?
We are
It's
better.
because it's Africa, my friend, Africa. It trade among itself. Come on, guys. Ebu haraka haraka. Anyway, not tomorrow. We will
No,
play
no.
some clips on Burkina Faso. Just shortly, muone kila kitu industry zimesprout ni kama mushroom. What happened?
I
What
agree with
happened?
you, Stone PK. I agree with you. Kenya, it doesn't need a president hata kwenda 5 years. Only 1 year is enough kubadilisha Kenya. If you get a serious guy. Kama hii kuibiwa yenye tunaibiwa yote na bado tuna exist. So what is happening? It's only leadership ndio hatuna. You only need one second year and third year. After 5 years hata ukitoka watu watabaki tu wakikuimba. Watakwambia hata uendi mahali uko hapa.
Unaenda China unakuja na 40 billion unakuja hausemi zimeenda wapi? I mean, what are we talking about?
Who says we have to go to the US? Who says we have to go to kuna majirani wetu wenye wako very wealthy. We can trade with Tanzania, we can trade with Uganda.
And I've said this, hata hiyo airport wacha Ruto atoke, wafungue bond, Wakenya wanunue hiyo bond ya kujenga airport. Tutanunua na tutapeana pesa yetu na ijenge airport, the best airport in Africa. Bila
wewe sikiza Alexio na Kip. Wacha maneno ya bond. Wacha ambia Wakenya saa hii wachange tujenge airport na tuweke mtu tuna trust. Saa hii sema Wakenya tuchangie hiyo airport. Yes.
Si bond wafungue airport, yes. Pay bill. Hata pay bill. Yes.
Nonsense. Watu wanatuambia ujinga. Botswana walijenga university na ng'ombe. Kuchanga ng'ombe moja. Garbage.
Hatuwezi jenga airport moja, tutajenga airports kama 3 kwa hiyo pesa yenye tutatoa. Itajenga airports 3 za world class.
Mimi na dawa ya Ruto
itakuwa Wilson. Jomo Kenyatta itakuwa Wilson, tuweke the main airport iende Makueni. Yes, we can do that. Wilson itengeneze maflat. We don't need.
Mimi nakwambia kuokoa Kenya, it's to ban Ruto tu kumweka kwa kitu na kumchoma. Yani he should not even exist anywhere. I'm telling you. He's a predicament. He's a waende wote nao Marotich. I look kwanza zile sura zilipostiwa juzi, you know, ati hiyo ndio ati think tank Sudi sijui nani and you expect that ati and then people watu wanaenda pia parliament kukaa chini ati you are being lectured by Ruto. Surely.
And you are clapping for him. Are you out of your mind?
Mimi, I'm almost giving up on that country. Ukiona saa ingine na nyamaza is because unashindwa sasa. Yeah, I don't know.
Nimeona MPs actually think their responsibility is CDF. I've come to believe that that's all they think about, CDF. Legislation comes from Ruto and that's enough. They do what Ruto says. Ile kitu tu wanataka tu kujua ni kama CDF yao imekuja hapo, wewe uende kwa constituency yako uambie constituent ukitaka CDF nipatie 5,000, nikupatie 5,000, nikupatie 10,000. What kind of nonsense is that? Unajua hivyo ndio inafanya CDF squeeze. You give me 5,000, I give you 10,000. Alafu upate hiyo CDF yako ya 5,000. That is how it operates nowadays. And that is the work of an MP.
Let me tell you, I wish some of us, yes, you know, those are some of the things that are supposed to be banned immediately. That's why I'm looking for a Traore. You know, ukipata time, enda uangalie nini stories za Traore. Unajua, Traore, you see the way we are talking, we know. We just need to list 50 rotten things in Kenya. Unachukua usukani, unaziban overnight. Usianze kuulizwa ati ukitoa hii itakuwa nini. For example, CDF kwisha, LMPs futwa kazi. Okay? Constituencies can run without an MP, for your information. Law making, stop it. We don't need new laws. Hakuna. No parliament. Hakuna ujinga. Let's run. At the development, hold. Let's enjoy what there is. We only fix the bridges that are broken. Barabara ikae hivyo kwanza for another 2, 3, 4 years. Simple. Shule rectify. Lipa walimu, lipa madaktari. Wacha maneno ya expansion. You are growing to grow to go where? What growth is that you are talking about when people are dying in a hospital? Oh, you have to go with the global, sijui green, whatever, sijui green, and munakula karura mmemaliza. And then you are talking at whatever nonsense, you are going global and all that garbage. Yeah. Mimi nikichukua usukani, I stop, I freeze. Inaitangwa you freeze development nonsense. Nasema, and I announce hapo Uhuru Park kama hapi. Stone PK ninasema hakuna development inafanywa for the next 2 years. Okay? Nature what is there. Ile ilikuwa imeanzishwa ndio hiyo. Kama ni barabara ilikuwa ijamalizwa, hiyo ndio inamalizwa. Don't start a new one. Kama ni bridge, don't expand. Tumia hiyo for the time being. Yeah. Because those expansion, those development, those tenders are for stealing. Facilities for stealing. New projects, big projects, it's for stealing. Yeah. So you stop stealing by making sure that hakuna hizo freeze kila kitu. Civil servants unaambia tu amka asubuhi uende mkasome gazeti kwa ofisi. Yes. Ama muende mashinani. Kama ni Minister of Finance, mnatoka huko mnaenda mashinani kuangalia what money pesa zinatumika wapi. You all become field people with very little allowance. Kuna cha allowance kwanza. How do you have a policeman tumbo imefura, tumbo kubwa hata hawezi and is an inspector of police. A civil servant hawezi toshea kwa kiti kwa ofisi. Kunona, amenona mpaka shingo.
Wacha nikustue sasa. Hii jinga yetu hapa inaitwa MPs wa Kenya. These guys actually make 739,000 per month. Alafu wanapatiwa basic salary ya kuongezwa sasa hiyo ya juu 435. Alafu wanapatiwa housing allowance because most of them don't live in Nairobi. Don't live in their homes. Wanapatiwa 150. Tuongea juu ya CDF by the way. CDF is another story. Alafu kufanya kazi yao, ile kukaa chini na kufanya kazi yao, naitanga sitting allowance, which I think is the most rubbish thing. Wanapatiwa 15,000. Alafu wanapatiwa car maintenance allowance ya 350,000 Kenya shillings. Yani maintenance. Haya. Kuna hii ujinga ingine hapo. Inaitwa mileage claim. 353,000. So 600,000 imeenda tu kwa gari peke yake. Nani anapiganga simu na 15,000? Wanapatiwa airtime ya 15,000. On top of that, wanapatiwa grant ya gari ya 5 million. Haya. Wanapatiwa mortgage ya 20 million. These people have pocketed over 2 million off the kwa mfuko wetu. Halafu kuna hii nini ya meno. Dental care 125,000. Halafu kuna healthcare itself 200,000. Halafu tunapatia SHIF where kuzaisha mtoto unaambiwa we can only front you for 10,000. And those are leaders that care about themselves. That is even before they touch the CDF money, by the way. Wajashika CDF. These guys are running with almost 3 million because we are shillings per month.
Can I tell you something? We are closing. Let me close by saying this, Kip and Alexio.
Yes.
I have no hope for Kenya. personally, because it requires balls to really turn things around in Kenya. Okay? It requires balls to throw all these MPs in the dustbin, throw Ruto in the gutters. It requires balls to dump and shit the Railas and the Uhurus and everybody else. Who can do that? That's why I think I'm beginning to lose hope. What formula will happen? Because these people standing, you can't achieve. That's why initially I was looking for a military takeover, because military takeover can help that, because military wakiingia, unaona hizo vitu kama hizo MP hiyo wanakata kwisha, poof, nothing. If you don't want to be an MP, go to hell. You know that is how it will be. MP salary itakuwa 200,000, tosha gari. Usituambie ati unaenda unatoka. Kama wewe unataka kuwa MP Kangema, utajua vile utakuwa unakuja Nairobi. Ni shauri yako. People should know that becoming an MP is not that you are going to enjoy. You are volunteering. Okay? Yeah? Unaona? So we need a military or junta that will come and put those things in place. Being an MP should be suffering. Unasuffer. Unless unakuwa sasa kama priest. Because priest unaambiwa, wewe utakuwa priest, huwezi oa, huwezi fanya hivi, then are you ready? Unachukua hiyo. Sasa MP naye pia unaambiwa, si ati unaenda at V8. Nasi at V8, sijui nyumba hizo vitu umesoma. Can you imagine? Every month juu unatuzalia nini? Wewe ndio ukunia, wewe ndio ukojoa, kuna nini? Tunapanda garbage. So we need a junta, we need a military to do that. In the absence of that, atibaye sijui nini, we will not get out of the hole we are in. We just continue. But if we get a military takeover, it can be doable. It can happen because we need proper dictatorship to break all the rotten system. Hao majaji waende nyumbani, wengine wanyongwe, wengine waende kule wataenda. Yeah, I know when I talk like that, watu wanasema, oh, you know, huruma nini. Somebody should come and wipe out. I don't care whether it's my brother, it's my son, it's my, hata kama ni mimi. Kenya ibaki, ianze upya, angalau for our children to have something. But all what we have now is nonsense. Ati judiciary, Supreme Court. Kwanza ni kuja kuvunja hizo garbage zote. Then you have basic court, period. And you make rules very simple, laws very simple. Mwizi unyongwe. Ukiiba mali ya umma unaanza kukulia. Ministry yako kukifanyika kitu mbaya, hata kama ulikuwa wapi, una resignia kule huko before you even come. Yes, you resign before we decide whether we will hang you or not. That can happen. I wish ningeweza kupewa hiyo kitu, muamini. Tena nafanya miaka 2 alafu narudi natoka. Juu mtaniua. Unanyonga watu wanaamini. Natembea na bunduki kama Traore. Bunduki 2 kwanza. Because ukicheza na mimi tukiwa State House na kulipua, unaweka kwa gunia unaenda. Simple. That's how to do it. That's how to deal with it. With a rotten country like Kenya. Watu wanajidai ni wasomi. Kumbe, even another thing nimediscover. Kumbe masomo yetu iliisha kitambo. These people, doctors, professors, fake. Keep. Kama ulisoma juzi na madigiri zako ujue ni fake.
Sikusomea Kenya, at least I'm so happy I didn't do kusoma
Yes.
Kenya. Okay.
In fact,
Ruto.
Yes. That has been a scandal going on for the last almost 20-30 years in Kenya.
Hata ameshindwa kujiita doctor yeye mwenyewe because anajua ni fake.
Dr. Ruto. It sounds weird.
It's na unasikiaga watu wanasema ati His Excellency Dr. Haki ya Mungu, wallahi wa Kenya kweli sisi.
Have you ever met with a genuine doctor kama Dr. Muhisa Kitui? It just comes because this guy sat in the
naturally
class.
sweet.
Yes.
Hapana, wewe fanya hivi. Ukitaka kujua kitu, ambia mtu dakika 10 akueleze hiyo degree yake ni nini. Akupatie concept. Kama sasa ukiniuliza yangu, akupatia ka concept hivi 10 minutes presentation, unasikia yeye huyu jamaa amesoma hiyo kitu.
Unasikia unakumbuka
Professor Kitui ya plant.
Professor Kitui, kuna Professor George Saitoti. Unajua zile, you know these are real ya ukweli.
Profesa wa hesabu anajulikana, amesomesha hesabu mahali hapa na pale na hapa. Alisomea huku na kule, ameandika
yes. Research yake unaona.
The funny thing is mtu mwenye ajaijiita doctor lakini alipatia doctorate na Kabarak University ni Moi.
Hiyo ni honorary. Honorary ni sawa. You can be given. Hata Ruto angepewa honorary, tungekubali. Yes. Si kuenda unajidai. Mpaka Uhuru aliuliza hala, ulikuwa unasoma lini?
na at the same time unakusanya pesa kwa ministries.
Unakusanya pesa na gari unatoa, unang'oa ma-engine, unauza matairi na bado unasomea plant botany siji. Kwanza degree moja ngumu. Alafu hiyo degree alifanya akagraduate ikatolewa. Ikakuwa cancelled. It's no longer offered in the university. Sasa that explains to you. Degree inaanzishwa ya mtu mmoja, Stone pekee akisha graduate basi inarudi inaenda naye.
Okay, tunaweza funga closing remarks. One minute 30 seconds.
30 seconds for me. Acha nimalizane hapo.
Yeah.
Now you see what Stone Piquet is talking about, the different types of dictators. I showed you this time. There are 7. The first one is correct, the best one, which is military, which we need. Hii single party ilikuwa kina Moi, personal, hii ndio mbaya sana. Personality dictatorship ya kina Ruto, hii ya mtu anajieka ni kama super king, sijui nini. Monarch is fine for certain countries. Saudi Arabia, akina Morocco, it works for them. Alafu kuna watu wa religious dictators akina supreme leader. Kuna hii ya US, hii akina US, UK, economic and corporate dictators. But anyway, we've seen that dictatorship actually works if it's the right type. Your military, I agree with it, Stone Pick. It's worked for 2 countries. Thank you.
Yeah, my comment came just to ride on what you said. Dictatorship ama any running of a country that is categorized as ni dictatorship na nini is only categorized by thieves, those who have been denied to continue doing and robbing mwananchi. Mwananchi ana shida whether ni dictator yuko juu ama ni nani, so long as huyo dictator anafanya nini, anafanya ifanye kazi, anafanya zile vitu akina mama walipromisiwa hizi vitu zao wanakuaga nazo, zinaitwaje hizi za every end of month, I mean every month, sanitary pads they were promised. So long as those things happen, so long as medical imekuwa free, whether ni dictator ako pale, mwananchi anajali nini? What does mwananchi need? The people who are bitter, even in Rwanda, those who are complaining about Kagame, ni wale walinyang'anywa na kuzuiwa kuiba. Wale watu wanang'ang'ananga wakisema democracy haifanyi kazi, it is those that have been denied to come and steal. So for me, whether it's a dictator or whatever system, ikuje, but to make sure that tutarudi kule tulikuwa. Like for me when I was going to school, kila kitu nilikuwa napewa free. I don't mind. who comes to dictate for that to happen. I don't care whether we will be rated, our system is this and that. I just want a dictator who will come and, respect services to mwananchi. Thank you.
That's what we can all end up, guys. Let's see each other in the next show. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We are not going to consider anyone. We are going to start from even the head of the state. We are going to the governors. We are coming to the senators, to the members of parliament, to MCS and women. We are going to deal with you. Hata mkikuwa wapi, tukiona tu gari yenyu tuna stone hiyo gari. Mkipitisha hii finance bill, mtaona, mtajua ni nyinyi ndio tumeweka kwa hiyo.